He asked me, have you seen Chef? I was like, I haven't seen it. Why? Is it good? And he was like, no, but, well, it's all right. But there's this smell. What is that? I say to myself. It smells like chicken. Turn around. There it was. Nando's. I didn't know we had one, bro. I didn't know we had one. Did not know we had a Nando's where I live, dude. Didn't know. It was amazing. Only thing, I'm on a diet, can't eat it. That's fine, doesn't matter. Still, bro. Chicken stick, try that.
What's going on? Well, you can create your own website by saying, this is what I want. With Wix, you can. First off, let's talk about AI colors. You can get any combos you want. When are we holding these people accountable? All right, let's see what the CEO had to say.
Yeah, first of all, thank you for your service. Thank you for the question. Really appreciate what you've done. You use certain examples, and some of those examples led to enforcement, right? It's always a very tricky.
For the record, that's not really true because both Frogan and Hassan are basically streaming with no repercussions still on the platform. So, not really.
Tricky process because.
What's tricky? They literally violated the terms of service. Reminder, Tectone got banned for 30 days for calling someone fat.
Part of what we need to do is have a set of community guidelines.
For the record, somebody recently got banned on Twitch for streaming gore porn and got banned on Twitch for 7 days. More on that story another time, because that's a rabbit hole that I don't support, but it's pretty fucking insane.
And we do have a team that works very hard to consistently apply them. The views of individuals aren't necessarily the views of our platform. We're at a time where people sometimes can talk in hyperbole.
There was no hyperbole when Hassan Piker said America deserved 9/11 and then doubled down like 47 times. There was no hyperbole when Frogan said that all soldiers deserve PTSD, and then literally she watched a clip of herself saying it and said based, like she was complimenting her original line. So, no, this is not hyperbole.
Right, unfortunately, but this happens on all sides.
It doesn't, though. It really doesn't happen on all sides. With all due respect, it really doesn't.
And so that's something that we have our guidelines. We apply them consistently. I understand you may disagree with some of those decisions, right? And I always say one of the nice things about Twitch is it's a platform where if you disagree with the views of somebody, it's not appearing in your feed, it's not appearing in what you're doing, it has nothing to do with your that's not necessary.
So basically you're saying if you don't like what's being said on Twitch, don't watch that streamer. But what if that streamer tells his audience that Tectone's a rapist? Or says that I'm a pedophile? Or says that Asmund Gold murdered his mother? Then it does affect you. And it's not just, I just won't watch that stream. No, that doesn't actually work.
It's true with short form content. There's all sorts of stuff that appears in my feed. And so part of this is trying to make sure you can find the right experience for you, on Twitch, both as a streamer and also as a
Yeah, so that's a non-answer. Both sides, and therefore, and both sides. Destiny actually responded to something along these lines. Now, Destiny, I do not share his views across the board, pretty much, but Destiny has actually been blasted all over Twitch. These are 4 clips that he shared of people literally calling for his death.
Well, okay. Well, we got the right shock, you fucking idiots. It's called shock. Anything that happens, holy shit, guys. If you live in Florida, I have an opportunity for you. If you want to earn $100,000, let me know.
All right, so this guy's a communist, by the way. He literally just put a bounty on his head to kill him. Next.
I dealt with kids like this all the time in high school and as an adult. You have to at some point respond, but keeping it to sanction about character and not physically is great. I mean, listen. all I'm saying is on site, we all have different ways that we react. So I would like him to come to TwitchCon and we'll see what happens. I have enough, I can afford all the lawyers.
Parents of children who play Roblox. If your child was sexually exploited, abused, or pressured to share explicit content by someone they met on Roblox.
It depends. It's not like that.
Alright, so that's a literal threat of violence.
Attacks against me are rooted in any type of factual foundation.
Alright, so that's a literal threat against him, a threat on his life.
Hey, the guy who said it was on site at TwitchCon if he saw Destiny.
I dealt with kids like this all the time in high school.
What if I want the satisfaction?
Anyway, this is the next retard that basically does another threat on his life.
Just goes out and just says the N-word, which is not a surprise. Because he said the N-word on stream with his own face. Can somebody just... Like, it would just be so easy. It will solve all of our problems. Like, we would have socialism now at this point.
He's calling for political assassinations on Destiny specifically, so that they can have socialism.
Right?
Guy was not banned on Twitch, for the record.
We would have socialism at this point. If someone just went out of their way and... It would be so easy. This is what happens when you don't kill every single slave owner after slavery. They have children, and their children have children, and their children have children, and then their children have accidents that should have ended up on a sock, and it becomes Destiny. That's what you get. That's what you get.
So yeah, no, this is definitely a two retards fighting situation. Two retards fighting, 100%. But you don't understand. Like, these are, again, I can keep going. These are all direct threats of violence. So when Dan Clancy is going to say, oh, you just don't have to watch the stream, that is unbelievably retarded. Like, unbelievably retarded. Now, speaking of retards at Twitch, I recently covered the story of Emiru getting sexually assaulted at Twitch. Not allegedly, but actually got sexually assaulted at Twitch. And I said that this is a threat on people's lives. Like, if you could just walk up to a streamer and embrace them, then you could just walk up to a streamer and stab them. You could literally just kill people. Political assassinations are happening all over. You have Charlie Kirk who just got assassinated. You have ICE agents that got shot at. You got political assassinations, honestly, everywhere. Political violence is everywhere. It's all coming from the left, pretty much. And here we have a giant show, TwitchCon, with basically virtually no security. Well, this is absolutely insane. So this is a girl at TwitchCon that showed that they were literally selling knives at a convention where you weren't allowed to go with knives. So they had metal detectors at the door. All right, they had metal detectors at the door. You were not allowed to take weapons in. And they were literally selling weapons in the convention that you were not allowed to take weapons to. They have designed the perfect situation to murder a streamer you don't like.
Should I leave? Should I leave? This is only going to close friends. I'm leaving.
Anyway, it didn't only go to close friends. This is insane. So, yes, you had streamers at TwitchCon being like, wait a second, so there are people that are directly assaulting us and attacking us, and they're literally selling knives. Souvenir shop. So, what the hell, man? That's insane. That's crazy. That's crazy. It's almost by design. They want someone to die. And here you have all the radical leftoids screaming about killing their political opponents, slandering them, calling them rapists and pedophiles. They don't get banned. They're all invited, and they literally sell weapons, and they don't have security to stop people from assaulting people. This is unbelievable. It's actually insane. They want you to get killed. And I can't understand any other feasible explanation. So Twitch actually made a post saying that, hey guys, come to TwitchCon, where you could be an S-rank hunter like Sung Jin Woo from Solo Leveling, the anime. And I responded, Twitch SA rank hunters. I ratioed them, and then they deleted their original tweet. Listen, I'm not one to gloat or anything, But this was very funny. Yeah, absolutely. That was just cinema. So anyway, speaking of Twitch and their support for Hamas, a terrorist organization, we have to talk about what's going on in the Israel-Gaza conflict, because we have to understand exactly how retarded Hassan Piker is. I have a tweet to show you that's truly insane. So lock in, boys and girls. You are not ready for the deep dive you are about to witness.
For the first time ever, we made a deal with Hamas that, you know, they're going to be very good, they're going to behave, they're going to be nice, and if they're not, we're going to go and we're going to eradicate them if we have to. They'll be eradicated.
Yeah, you know, because they're a terrorist organization. They're rapists, pedophiles, and murderers. They murder Jews. They murder their own people. They murder people in Gaza. They made a deal with them. They're violating the deal. Fuck them. Based Orange Man.
They know that. And so they went in. They went in, and I don't believe it was the leadership, but they had some rebellion in there among themselves, and they killed some people, you know,
hundreds of people. They killed hundreds of their own people in public executions.
A lot of people. But this is a violent group. You know, you probably noticed over the last 100 years. This is a very violent group of people.
I noticed.
And
can I give you some history in case you're unaware about like some Palestinian history? You'll find this very interesting, I think. There's a wall between Egypt and Gaza that's seven walls. It's 7 times the size of the wall between Gaza and Israel, because Egypt doesn't actually want the Palestinians from Gaza to come into Egypt. Now, in case you want some lore, that's because when Palestinians went into Lebanon, they started a civil war. And when Palestinians went into Jordan, they did a coup and killed the king. Egypt then decided, no, we don't actually want any of these people in our land. Israel in 2005 decided to give Gaza to the Palestinians as like a peace treaty in 2005. They immediately elected Hamas terrorists, and from 2005 to 2023, they fired 30,000 missiles into civilian cities in Israel until October 7th, when they walked in and they decided to massacre 1,300 Jews and take 250 hostages. They're a relatively violent bunch, especially Hamas, the terrorist organization.
They got very rambunctious, and they did things that they shouldn't be doing. And if they keep doing it, then we're going to go in and straighten it out. It'll happen very quickly and pretty violently, unfortunately.
So this is Trump being like, yeah, no, they're terrorists. We killed them. We killed terrorists, actually. We're going to eradicate them. And it's based as fuck, because absolutely. Now, I wanted to tell you my position. I do not want American troops on the ground in Gaza fighting a war. I don't want that to happen. I do not. I absolutely do not. But the Hamas leadership is completely retarded. And I'll tell you why. Because unlike the war until now, where they had hostages and Israel was doing everything in their power not to hurt their own hostages, they no longer have hostages.
Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44, a complete AI creation platform. Describe what you want.
And they could be annihilated in one day if Israel actually wanted to. So anyway, we'll see what happens, obviously. I don't want any civilian casualties. I really don't. That's the nightmare situation, obviously. The obviously nightmare situation is that Hamas is in tunnels under civilians where they're trying their best to use civilians as human shields because they want that. And Trump is like, yeah, we're going to be eradicating these bastards. And honestly, I'm glad that he's doing this. I'm glad he's not a giant pussy. I'm not he's just a coward about it like Biden was. And I have to bring this back because this is my favorite protest clip of all time. So this was a Palestine protest, and this is a dude dressed as Trump doing the Trump dance. This is the greatest thing ever. Yeah. Absolute cinema. Absolute cinema. Oh my God. We love the children. The Venom hates the children. Anyway, like, dude, when they do the resistance is justified. They're supporting the terrorist organization that started a war that killed Palestinians. I've said this from day one. None of the pro-Palestine people care about the Palestinian people. They are literally using the Palestinian corpses as weapons for propaganda. Okay? It is absolutely insane. All right? You probably needed this today, so I gave it to you. Absolutely. Don't worry, I gave it to you. No, these are brainwashed retards, and Hassan Piker is wildly, secretly despises the shit out of them. He is leading these useful idiots in his rebellion against the West. It's insane. So anyway, to give you some lore, suddenly the pro-Palestinians don't seem to care about Palestinians when Hamas is publicly torturing and executing them. Obviously, I'm not going to be showing this to you. This guy says because, this whammon says because it was never about the Palestinians, which is correct. They never cared about they never cared about the Palestinians, obviously. Or if they cared, they wouldn't support the terrorists that are torturing them and started the war. So it's insane. Like, dude, this clip is truly unbelievable. So this is Ahmed Al-Khailidi. This is a Palestinian saying every single day Palestinians are being executed in Gaza, not by Israel, but by Hamas. Men and women who dare criticize them. Journalists who try to tell people accused without proof of collaboration. They're taken out to the streets, beaten and shot. Our own people murdered by those who claim to defend us. And yet I don't see a single protest. Not in London, not in New York, not in Paris. The same voices that march when Israel is involved suddenly disappear when Hamas kills Palestinians. If you truly cared about Palestinian lives, they care about all Palestinian lives. Silence in the face of Hamas's terror is not solidarity, it's complicity, with a really horrifying, terrifying photo of public executions. Like, you can't make this up. It's evil. It's unbelievably evil. See, I'm here saying that I don't want any Hamas to start a war and use human shields because I actually don't want innocent civilians to get murdered or killed as collateral damage. But when you start a war, this is the shit that happens every single time. Like, obviously, it's tragic, but that's where we're at. So, Hassan made this tweet saying, "What is this song and dance? It's clear that Israel is openly violating the ceasefire and blaming Hamas." Hamas killed 2 Israelis. Okay? They violated the ceasefire by killing 2 Israelis, and Israel struck back. And he's immediately saying, without any evidence at all, that Israel violated and blamed Hamas. This is essentially implying that Israel killed 2 of their own people as like a false flag to blame Hamas, that they killed him as an excuse to continue the war. Like, this is insane. Everyone in leadership knows this as well as most voters, except it's just not true. If Trump is not a servile puppet to Israel, he will demand the IDF stand down instead of acting the same way that Biden did. He's not acting like Biden did. He actually supports obliterating Hamas. So I responded, "Oh yes, my perfect little rapist, pedophile, mass murdering terrorist would never violate a ceasefire in a war that they started. Yeah, it must be the Jews. It must be the Jews, guys, absolutely. It must be the Jews that did it. That's secretly what happened. Yep, it's the Jews that killed their own people as an excuse to fight further. Dude, the reason why this is so mind-bogglingly stupid is because Israel could obliterate Gaza in a day. They have the weapons. They are way stronger than them. They could have obliterated them on day 1. They could obliterate them right now. So he's saying that Israel wounded a few of their own people and murdered a few of their own people and blamed it on Hamas so that they could restart a war that they realistically never needed to stop. This is the most retarded shit I've ever seen in my entire life. Like, it really is. Like, he's literally doing the thing that he hates the right-wingers for, and it's like the false flag allegations. That's the craziest part. Now, this is wild. Breaking news. Mohammed Nazal, a senior Hamas official in Qatar, says, "Hamas will not disarm. We will maintain control over Gaza's security. The ceasefire is a temporary hutna. It's a pause to rebuild our strength and regain breathing room." He literally says, all right, a actual Hamas official literally says that we are planning on doing more terrorist attacks. Like, literally. So you have to understand the context, okay? The Hamas official said, we are going to violate the ceasefire, and then Hamas violates the ceasefire. Israel strikes back, and Hassan is like, yep, Israel false flagged it. They did it to themselves. So Shank, Hassan's uncle, who's also inbred and likes to have sex with animals, he said, as predicted, Israel has violated the ceasefire repeatedly. They bombed all over Gaza, killing 44, including many children. They bombed the school where civilians were sheltering. They also killed 97 Palestinians since the ceasefire began. They have no intention of stopping. You're literally the dumbest fucking loser on X. Hamas violated the ceasefire first. This is Grok, the AI, okay? Non-biased, maybe. Hamas violated the ceasefire first, technically, by launching attacks on the IDF forces in Rafah shortly after it began on October 10th. Israel cited this as a blatant violation, responded with airstrikes per military statements and U.S. reports of Hamas planning further breaches. Like, dude, the craziest thing is it's completely verifiable that Hamas broke the ceasefire first. But you have the retards like Cenk and his nephew. And here's the craziest part: these people are actually blatantly.
You know, there's some we introduced major changes to agents, weapons, and maps, and this is just the beginning. For the past 5 years, we made a promise to defy the limits, and we plan to keep it, start bringing you new content, adjusting what's not working, or even reinventing things altogether. Most importantly, this is a competitive tactical issue where abilities are there to help your gunplay shine, not to office coffee. So I made some changes to cut down on overall utility impact. Because when the odds are stacked against you, it should be your crispy aim and positioning that gives you a stronger fighting chance or the edge. And for maps, that's your playground, which means they should be as much fun as possible. So we made some adjustments based on your play patterns to make it easier to express yourselves on the battlefield. The Valorant team is dedicated to growing better right alongside our players. And if that sounds good to you, come play.
Unironically, foreign agents that are in our country to subvert our country for their own goals, for shit happening across the world. Cenk doesn't care about American politics. Now, like, when I see people criticize Ben Shapiro, let's say, because Ben Shapiro's, let's say, Israel first over America first or whatever, I'm like, you know what, it's valid criticism. But so are the entire weird Muslim conglomerate of leftoids. These people are all foreign agents, every single one of them. Hassan, you don't think that guy's a foreign agent? You don't think he's literally acting in his absolute utmost for the destruction of America? Or Cenk doing the same shit all over again? Like, this is a blatant lie. Like, it really is. And it's just for the purpose of manipulating America into weird shit every time. So if you read the actual news, 2 IDF soldiers killed amid severe ceasefire violation. It's not the last, analyst says. Like, dude, you literally need to read the news, and you know he's lying. Like, these are actual propagandists. So, Cenk made this tweet. Matt Walsh said, we need to be intolerant. Intolerance is a virtue. Intolerance is good. Intolerance is holy. Intolerance is Christian. Intolerance is moral and courageous. And then his statement is, this is why I'm on the left. When people on the right say this about any of us, Muslims, blacks, gay people, he turns into random bullshit, obviously, classic identity crap. You're saying that we don't want you. Okay, loud and clear. You expect my vote after you said you can't tolerate me? Completely misrepresents exactly what Matt Walsh said. I know he doesn't speak for everyone on the right or even a majority, but it's guys like him who use culture wars to divide us. Bro, you are literally a foreign agent in this country. Another reason why I hate culture wars. I think our greatest strength is when we are the United States of America. So I responded with, should we be tolerant of people that execute women for showing their hair in public? Should we be tolerant of people that try to castrate children? Should we be tolerant of people that incite and celebrate political violence? Thanks for admitting you tolerate anything. And I ratioed the fuck out of him. Now, I'm not saying that he's trying to get Matt Walsh killed here or anything by saying that Matt Walsh is trying to remove the rights from Muslims, blacks, and gay people. But I am saying that this dude does not stop. He hates America. He hates America, and he hates our people. And he absolutely wants our destruction. And he is a foreign, subversive agent in our country doing his absolute best to do the opposite of fight America. It's insane. This dude says, oof, Nux just annihilated Mr. Yogurt. It was beautiful to see. I agree. Thank you, Mr. Metatron. Your hair is beautiful. Anyway, so, Anna Kasparian, he's a co-host on Cenk Younger's show. This is crazy. He's a co-host on she's a co-host on Cenk Younger's show. Look at this shit. So first she retweets this. This news from this guy from August, okay? So this was months ago. Where this guy says, political commentator Anna Kasparian says she's being targeted by anonymously ran, controversial pro-Israel organization Canary Mission and is now facing threats against her life. So she's claiming months ago that Israel is secretly threatening her. the Mossad is threatening Anna Kasparian. Now, she made this tweet today. This is just a couple hours ago. A woman sicked her dog at me this morning as I was walking my dog. When I asked what was going on, she regurgitated lies propagated by an ongoing propaganda campaign carried out by Canary Mission. I'll be addressing what happened on the Young Turks and going over videos of false narrative. She thinks that Israel is getting random Karens in the street to sick their dogs at her. This is a mental illness, man. Like, this is an actual mental illness, dude. Like, what are we doing? It's this entire fucking clan. It's just this whole clan. Now, here's the craziest thing, alright? So, extra lore. Anna Kasparian is Armenian. The Young Turks genocided the Armenian people. This is the real genocide, not like whatever's happening in Gaza, which is a fake genocide. But the real genocide was an Armenian genocide, and she's literally collaborating with the Young Turks because her hatred for a little sliver of land in the Middle East is strong enough to dictate her entire policy in America. You really think that Israel is getting Karens in America to sick their dogs at you, woman? Are you insane? These people are crazy. They're all insane. They're crazy people. This is Mehdi Hassan. I wonder if he also has alternative motives and is secretly a foreign agent. So this is a clip of him giving a whole speech at the No Kings rally, obviously protesting against Trump. Why we as Americans let these people into our country to talk about how Trump is a fascist dictator. I don't know why this shit happens. It's insane, honestly. It's truly unbelievable. So he gives this entire speech at the No Kings protest, not that there's a king, and proof that there's no king is the fact that he can give this speech. And Gunther Eagleman, I don't know him, but he's a Trump guy. He says Mehdi Hassan, a foreigner in America, is in our nation's capital, proving Charlie Wright that he's a threat to society. And he says, I'm more American than you, so try more. This is literally the meme. Allow me to explain.
This is your brain when you're struggling to focus. And this is your brain when you're in the zone. But getting in the zone and staying there, that feels more like luck than something you can control.
In your country's identity and how it includes me. And in fact, I am more American than you are. That's right. I am even more American than you, says Mehdi Hassan. It's actually unfathomably insane. Now, here's the absolute crazy lore. Speaking of more American. When Mehdi Hassan received his U.S. citizenship at the U.S. District Court for the District of Columbia in 2020, U.S. citizenship courts began allowing Muslims to waive part of their oath because it conflicts with their oath. What? He requested to waive a portion of the oath, specifically, and the laws of the United States of America against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same, that I will bear arms on behalf of the United States when required by the law, that I will perform non-combatant service in the armed forces of the United States when required by the law, that I will perform work of the national importance under civilian direction when required by the law. And because of his Muslim faith, he was allowed to waive this part of the oath. Dude, I don't understand why we should ever buckle to this. If you are not willing to come to a country and integrate into that country, you should not be coming to that country. Like, I really think it's actually that simple. Look, man, obviously, I think America's a Christian nation. It obviously is based on values. I personally am not a Christian person. I do recognize that my value system is probably a 90 to 95% over the based on Christian values. Place. But I would absolutely take this oath without a shadow of a doubt and without a hesitation. I believe in integrating into the culture, and if you're not willing to integrate into a culture, you should be insta-deported. What are we even talking about? You are literally coming into our nation to destroy us from the inside. But I feel like there's no point in playing this game anymore. I am more American than you, as he goes and incites violence at a rally, at the No Kings rally, full of people carrying signs about killing Trump and why Charlie Kirk's assassination was justified. I made a video on the No Kings rally. So, like, do you understand how insane this is? Do you understand how crazy it is? This dude is literally yapping at a rally about, honestly, insurrecting the government because Trump was elected by the majority of the people. And he's out here at this rally talking about how he's actually more American. Oh my God. And it's all of them. It's all of these people. And if you look at Cenk Uynger's tweets, and this is where it becomes super obvious. Look at his tweets. When he talks about Israel, He gets thousands of likes on his tweets. When he doesn't talk about Israel, no one cares. So this is him talking about American politics. 500 likes. This is him talking about American politics. 500 likes. This is him talking about Piers Morgan. This is him talking about Zoran Mamdani. It doesn't break 1,000 likes. Here it is. According to U.S. officials, 2 IDF soldiers were killed in Gaza. 21,000 likes. And also, it's a lie, for the record. Because he says the IDF soldiers that were killed in Gaza died when they ran over an explosive device that they themselves built, which is a lie. It's literally not even true. Like, he's literally just a propagandist. Chunky Yogurt over here is literally just lying. But, like, you look at it, it's so obvious that his entire strategy here is just being an inside agent to make waves on the left to fight his proxy war against Western values across the world. It's insane how obvious it is if you actually pay attention. I mean, yes, you might be called Islamophobic, but that only works on people that care. I don't. So, anyway, let's recap the last week. Hamas filmed themselves executing over 100 Palestinians. The media is silent. Hamas launched RPGs at Israeli troops, murdering 2. The media is silent. And Israel responds by striking Hamas commander. The media says Israel's violating a ceasefire. It's pretty crazy, actually. Pretty crazy. Now, the UN, for women, it's insane. We live in clown world, man. We live in actual clown world. Again, I'm the only one that does these deep dives, so I hope you're enjoying, because I sure am. The UN for Women said, with active conflicts at its highest level since 1946, the role of women in peace building is more important. Alongside women on the ground, UN Women is uplifting women's leaderships in a peaceful world. When women lead, peace follows, and it shows a woman in niqab. This is crazy. Like, this is an actual fucking Taliban front, I think. But, like, it's insane. It's crazy. This is the craziest thing I've ever seen. The United Nations, look at this. 700 likes, 1.8 million views, ratio to fuck. And these are the people that are constantly criticizing America and Israel and Western nations and never criticizing the practices of, I don't know, the countries around the world that are literally having women as child sex slave brides, like in Yemen. It's crazy. We're living in clown world. These people are trying to, literally pollute our brains. This is nutso land. This is Jeremy Corbyn. He's like a big Greta Thunberg supporter. The age of consent in Iraq is 9. And you're telling me that they never wanted to talk about Iraq? Talk about America's violence against women? Are you insane? Anyway, so this guy's obviously appalled by the vile, racist attacks on his colleagues. His innocent colleagues like Ayub Khan. Journalists have called for Zara Sultana to be deported. Unbelievable. It's really a horrible thing. Anyway, let's see more about Jeremy Corbyn's friends.
So, tomorrow evening will be my pleasure and my honour to host an event in Parliament where our friends from Hezbollah will be speaking.
Your friends in Hezbollah? You mean Hezbollah, the terrorist organization that killed 240 Marines? Hezbollah, the terrorist organization that contributed to the death of 650,000 people in Syria? Those Hezbollah, those friends of yours?
Also invited friends from Hamas.
Friends from Hamas? These people are they're such obvious terrorist supporters, it's crazy. You friends in Hamas, the guys that started the war, that murdered and raped innocent people, and also started a war that caused the deaths of thousands of Palestinians. You claim to be on the Palestinian side? This is insane.
Well,
Rocker girl each day, it's classic, it's coming together. I'm doing my favorite Lolita platform is so cute. Okay, I'm ready. Shop yours at HotelLand.com.
The Whataburger Buffalo Ranch Chicken Strip Sandwich is back. 4 chicken strips, Monterey Jack, Buffalo and ranch saucy goodness. We had to go wide to fit it all in. It might be too far. There you go. Buffalo Ranch Chicken Strip Sandwich, only at Whataburger.
Yeah, free Palestine. Him and his friends from Hamas and Hezbollah. And that's the insanity that we're dealing with. And every single article that comes out, autopsies of Palestinian martyrs reveal that Israel has been stealing their organs. Ron, is this true? No. It's crazy. So let's look at what the BBC is up to. We'll burn Jews like Hitler did, says BBC's reporter in Gaza. That sounds like an unbiased journalist for the British Broadcasting Cop. Pretty crazy how that keeps happening. What is even happening? What is even going on in the world? Is it just me, or are we getting violently taken over from within by people of a specific, very peaceful religion? This is a new law in the UK. Speaking of Hassan torturing his dog, this is a dog walker being told to leave the area because there are Muslims in the area, and Muslims don't like dogs.
This is the police. This is the police accusing the leftists again. Yeah.
Apparently she's a Nazi because she's taking a dog in a public area where there are also Muslims that are offended by dogs.
Keep on going.
The British, we love you!
You're not going that way. Guys, two of you, please.
Nope, not allowed to go that way. Not allowed to go that way. The Muslims might get offended by your dog.
Please, two of you, straight away.
We need 4 security guards for this girl and her puppy.
The dog knows. The dog is
I'm taking a shower at night. That guy shouting on the megaphone, Nazi, and the police are here telling people not to be insulted. That they're being called Nazis.
Yeah, good go, mate. Yeah.
That's right. Apparently you're a Nazi. Apparently you're a Nazi if you plan on walking a dog next to a Muslim neighborhood in England or something. It's pretty cool. Anyway, it's not the first time I've heard something like this. I mean, I recently covered in a previous video about how a Jewish lawyer was arrested and detained for 10 hours for wearing a Star of David necklace, which offended the Palestinian protesters. This literally just happened it's like a few days ago. You're telling me that this isn't crazy? This is London. Yeah. This is London. You're telling me that there isn't something sinister potentially going on behind the scenes? You're telling me there isn't something a little weird happening? You're telling me that there's nothing to see here? Really? Adnan Hussein, an MP in London, said, why did a woman... So this person says we should ban the burqa. This guy says, why? What did a woman in a burqa ever do? I responded with the fact that this is a man in England. Hi, Mr. Hussein from England. This is the story of a terrorist tied to Al-Qaeda that dressed himself in a burqa to escape law enforcement surveillance in London. I got one very noble person in the response saying, one bad actor used a burqa to his advantage, so now we must ban it across the board. Lol, one bad actor. Here's a red mosque leader attempts to flee in burqa. Here's ISIS terrorist caught in women's clothing fleeing the battlefield. Cameroon bans Islamic face veil after suicide bombings. Suspected female suicide bombers death toll rise to 32 in Nigeria. You're telling me this isn't an epidemic somewhere? Hamas, we tortured the hostages. The hostages, they tortured us. Hassan Piker and the Palestinian activists, no they didn't. There are endless clips of Hassan Piker saying Hamas are the good guys. Endless clips of Hassan Piker saying Hamas are the good guys. This is unbelievable. But now, to wrap up the clown, the shit pile on top of the shit cake, Al Jazeera, which is a Qatar-funded website for news, that is where all these people get their info from, says, no, Bill Maher, there is no Christian genocide in Nigeria. From Boko Haram to herder-farmer clashes, Nigeria's crises are complex. Simplistic genocide claims fuel propaganda. This is after 2 years of Al Jazeera saying Israel's doing a genocide in Gaza, where 85% of the people killed are adult males, targeted adult males. But it's actually very complex when you have 125,000 Christians murdered and their churches burnt down in Nigeria. That's actually super complex and not easy to understand. The fact that Muslims are massacring hundreds of thousands of Christians and chopping their heads off, burning churches. That's super complex. Nothing to see here. Let's not talk about it. It's almost like this is a giant psyop and people are falling for it, man. People are absolutely falling for it. They are. They really are. It's tragic, and it's happening. Now, there are some pretty hilarious memes coming out of all this.
Shot my dog, I shot my dog, I can't stop. Yeah, shot my dog until she goes. Shot 2,000 volts straight in her top. Cause my dog can't stay in her spot. Yeah, got this remote on me like in my glove. If Kaya try to move, she out of love. She better know. She gonna stay in that little place for 8 hours. She getting up. I'm in my electric Gary Tower. She such a baby. I can be the down. She should know better not to offer help. Cause you already know when we're streaming. I do some shit that would get me banned. Don't you know how much money I spend? That job costs more than your money. Yeah, I got the most expensive breed. You know that's the one I need. That stupid dog is so spoiled. Yeah, one more time she
Anyway, I wanted to end on a high note because obviously this was insane. I really wanted to go through all this info because when Hassan makes these tweets, when he makes these insane, unhinged, ridiculous tweets, constantly talking about how, like, the running defense for Hamas as much as he absolutely possibly can, it's disgusting, it's despicable, and it's really obvious that this person is obviously fighting against the best interests of America. He really is. And so him and his uncle and his fucking cousin, all these guys, they're all fighting against America, and that is their enemy. Their enemies are our country, and it's incredibly obvious. So anyway, this guy sucks. He makes believe he likes the LGBT community, and he has to wipe his hand on his shirt when he shakes his hand with a trans person. All right, he's a liar, propagandist, bitch fuck that doesn't believe in anything he preaches. If he tortures animals, he doesn't understand the basic morals or virtues from our country, and he comes to tell us how we are actually the villains. We need to abolish our systems. So, thank you for being here. I wanted to talk about a little bit of an issue going on in the nation. That was my investigative fringe journalism. Subscribe. We're making fun of more retards every day. Every day, there are more retards to make fun of. The moral of the story is, find God. Like, subscribe, and this video is streamed live on TikTok.com/Nuts, and I will see you there. Stay weird, man.
This recipe, we tried frying these things, we tried smoking them, we tried oven roasting them, we tried grilling them, and the interesting thing about oven, whether you're doing a little bit of lot, it kind of works. You gotta fry in batches, and by the time you get to the third batch, you're doing these for a big group. The first ones are cold, the last batch is scorching hot, and with this, they kind of all come out at once, they all come out hot, it's super simple. Welcome to Kinder's Kitchen, I'm Jim. We are from people they love chicken wings, but they're always worried about how to cook them, so we're here to show you how we do it.
Definitely a lot of ways to do wings. Today we're going to do an oven roast wing with a buttermilk marinade.
So we're going to start with a really simple buttermilk marinade. just with 2 cups of buttermilk. About so, and then we're going to add about 2 tablespoons of our all-purpose seasoning, which is salt, pepper, garlic, green chili, the smoke. You know, you really don't have to measure it out. Super simple, and that's it. Gentlemen, you are not ready for the level of downfall we are about to do. It's unbelievable. So, in the previous video, Donald Trump posting an AI meme of himself taking a football over the No Kings rally, including Harry Sisson, a very large leftist influencer, big friend of administration, Trump in a jet, dropping poop, and that's Harry Sisson getting absolutely obliterated. It's a rough day for Harry Sisson out there, and truly an unbelievable tragedy. Now, the reason why I'm showing you this clip is because Harry Sisson is currently doing a generational media run. He's doing a generational media run, going around talking about how he was abused by Trump. The leftoids are actually, I'm sorry, they're actually, man, this is incredible. This is truly unbelievable. So, like, those the Republican shit in a group chat where they make jokes about it, and that conversation got out, and Harry Sisson got I'm sorry, this is amazing. This is incredible. This is like the most non-story of all time. So, Harry Sisson, of course, says, in a report of news asked Trump why he posted the AI video of himself driving his squad to fight again. That would be great. Thanks. 124,000 likes. Being really abused. As you can see, Harry Sisson picking up steam. The liberals are trying themselves with Harry Sisson. And they're like, oh my God, Harry, you must get justice. Mom, he's making fun of me. Someone show me on the Harry Sisson doll where Trump pooped on me. Please show me on the Harry Sisson doll. And you're abused. Doll. Trying to by Trump, but now he's going on a media run saying he was abused by Trump and the fans. The entire Trump administration is harassing him. Now, only this clear. A leftist murdered Charlie Kirk, and leftists celebrated that he murdered Charlie Kirk. A leftist tried to kill Donald Trump, and leftists were upset that he didn't succeed in killing Donald Trump. Currently, the left is mad at an AI meme literally posting on the guy. I want to make the very stark difference between the two sides here a little bit clear. Alright, anyway, so Harry Sisson decided to make multiple response videos. This is one of his response videos after Trump and J.D. Vance attacked that Alright, no, it's really not clear, but let's hear what you have to say.
Well, folks, in the past week, Donald Trump has attacked me on social media.
He did not attack you, bro. He posted a video on you, which is very different. He embarrassed you, he humiliated you, he made fun of you. That's not attacking.
Taking an AI video on Truth Social of him flying a jet, dropping feces on me specifically. Protesting. J.D. Vance then got involved and joined with the president to attack me as well. So,
attack me? Oh. $6 Popeyes coupon?
Compensation may range from $25,000 to $50,000. If your child was coerced into sending explicit content and is receiving ongoing mental health treatment, estimated compensation may range from $50,000 to $300,000. And in more serious cases, such as physical abuse, attempted rape, sexual assault, or trafficking, estimated compensation may range from $300,000 to over $1 million. Filing a claim is free, confidential.
Said, someone gets Trump while he needs on the piece. Jamie Bentley, he can't do anything. The report that says Trump why he posted an AI video and shit at you. Jamie Bentley said, what do you want? What are you talking about? Look, you can't give these people anything. This media, and earlier in the week, Republicans got deported racists trending on Twitter. Oh no! Oh no! Retards on Twitter got deported racists trending. No! It's the number one thing on the platform with like 30 to 40,000 posts in recounting some. They're terrified of us. They see them in these protests. They see more and more Americans fed up with what Donald Trump is doing, and they simply can't handle it. They can't reverse course or change policy, have their approval ratings go up. They literally won the majority of the American people. He literally won the majority of the American people. I don't think a gainful protest matters at all. You go on offense. That's just that. And you go to the mean shitting on it. Anyway, and that's a losing strategy. So I love that. I don't know, actually. I'm really excited, right? I've been doing this for years, and currently is actually the president of the United States for the second or third time. It's J.D. Vance and MAGA wanted to support me. It only empowers me, empowers people at home, and I'm ready to beat them in the election of 2026 and 2028 and beyond. I love that. Anyway, I think this section is I know that this video was but there were also many Americans that were watching the late night video also. And trying to get Trump to reform the people who dissent. So I don't think that this is actually a trip about me or like gross attack. It's actually about no one. It's like nothing. This is a big, broader, more concerning stories from that. Yeah, an abused victim for speaking about the millions of Americans abused by Trump. And of course, North Koreans are truly something. People are taking full advantage of this situation. I'll be honest, it is pretty crazy watching this take place.
All I can say about story saying like, oh, there's arrogance. There's arrogance in the United States. It's just not Europe.
But anyway, it's obviously going very well. Anywho, this ends up on CNN. Because I told them, these people are actually recorded. So this is literally the story on CNN. This is what they have. Let me remind you that the Democrats really shut down the government.
Respond to what happened to it's a non-existent Facebook that it's not really it's run by Donald Trump, run by people what the only thing they're mad about is that he is lawful and speaking office of the presidency and push the law. They never push the law. So he may have a video, they may have a push the law.
So, destroyed. Here's the thing. What are you even complaining about? My entire life. Like, I've seen nothing but this going on. Okay? The media always runs with this bullshit. Trump is running doing like an entire generational run about how Trump is the only person wearing a suit. And it turns out that there were many people wearing suits. Like, this is like such a nothing story. It's ended up becoming national news coverage. For the record, this is a Democrat of Maine U.S. Senate candidate, Grant Lett, literally had a Nazi SS head tattooed on his body. This is not a story, but a couple of Republicans that got a group chat link in college or an assistant getting on in an AIB. That's the story. You understand how ridiculous it is? So, Harry Sisson, I saw this video. People are really enjoying the Harry Sisson situation. So, this is Harry Sisson getting ruthlessly mocked up here. We're going to watch the Piers Morgan apparently do this. So, but first I want to show you this clip that went viral of Harry Sisson nodding like a fucking pussy. So anyway, you keep doing the modding head thing, and the memes are... When your day comes to this way, oh my God, stop. Guys are getting absolutely humiliated. The name was delicious. They put 3,000 cases in outdoors. Alright, so I want to take this basis all about. Got absolutely humiliated. Because they're out here protesting, protests. And I'm here what a nice Democratic campaign is all about. I support democracy sometimes, and I support a nice Democratic campaign. So let's look at the
Standard. That's something that you typically see in my Twitter comments from like some MAGA boomer who spends their time making AI videos all day. It's not something I'm really focused on, even the President of the United States, but a lot of people are here. This is the guy leading our country. He's not serious. And I actually think he cares about
I think he's very serious. And you know what, honestly, he can be a little more serious. He can support people back. What do you think?
about everybody but himself, and I think he's more interested in social media being a 23-year-old as the vice president is than he is leading the country.
Wow. You finally replied to a text message from 3 weeks ago. You deserve a sweet extended award if I can do the Bear Bradbury 100 hamburger. Something of the
Made one fans made one weekly, and this dude spent the last 2 days on a media run. I think there's one person that's thinking about it a lot more than anybody else.
I mean, you might sell that with a completely straight face, but on your side, they've done endless, incredibly mocking, humiliating things about Trump. I mean, you'd accept that.
Like what?
Well, I'm not thinking.
Are you kidding? What? What? Are you kidding? He's trying to see it. But how is he promoting it? So,
it's just a secret. Let's keep things country.
Posted from Sleeping Cold Air, tweeted by Gavin Vance. I think that's a lot more disgusting, in my personal opinion. In my opinion, Trump posted making fun of you and posting an AI video shitting at people. I don't think that's a proper person. I think that words in this are obvious. I reckon that's not possible. No, that's not what I'm saying at all. It's like high-level prominent Democrats might be similar. I see you done an AI video dropping pieces on the American. No, that's question. It's not Hitler. What are we talking about? What do you know? For example, what is it? What are we talking about? This was celebrated by the left. This was celebrated by the left. What are we talking about? I think Tate's a big point here, and I think objectively Gavin Newsom mocking Trump on social media or posting AI photos of himself or something like that is vastly different than Trump pooping on Americans, including myself and the American flag in that video. I think even you, Keir, agree that those are. There was an American flag in that video. Meanwhile, this is the party that's burning American flags. Two vastly different things, no?
Well, there is a report, for example, that you have sent a cease and desist letter to the White House.
There's no. I think there are genuinely a lot of experts on that platform that make stuff up. I think that's just another case of that. But you heard it here first. I have not sent a cease and desist to the White House.
Okay, good. It's about, I'm going to be honest. When I saw it, I thought, yeah, it's pretty tasteless. But it made me chuckle. It's like, it's a classic Trump stunt.
Yep.
Many people will think it's puerile and pathetic. Other people will laugh. The point that Anthony Scaramucci made, you wouldn't see these other ones. You're still not going to see Keir Starmer do it, or Anthony Albanese, or any of these guys.
Who says they're pussies?
They've just done classic politicians who behave in a classic political manner. The whole point of Trump is it's the complete sort of antithesis of a conventional politician. And I can imagine there are a lot of Americans, I'm talking about millions, who would have found that just amusing. Right, and didn't read too much into it, just thought it was Trump basically retaliating to what he would have seen as a ridiculous protest by being Trump.
Yeah.
I think amusing.
Look at him closing his eyes like, why is everyone not comforting me? Why are they not comforting me? Yeah, Bukele memes, Milei memes, dude, all the good leaders in the world actually do meme. It's kind of crazy how they're almost human.
Amusing is a good word used there, Piers, and ultimately...
Dude was a meme. I want to make this clear. Like, this was a joke, like a meme. He posted a meme video taking a shit on people against democracy. Like, it was literally making a joke.
Donald Trump's sense of humor is not a surprise. We've known this man for upwards of a decade in American politics now, and Donald Trump is the architect of most of the best memes in history.
He's literally holding back tears. How are you just joking? Like, this dude is literally holding back tears. This is the most pathetic shit of all time. Can you imagine being a leftist and being like, yeah, that's my guy? You're gonna support Harry Sister on this battle. This is hard.
Okay, but I don't think it's comparable to the memes, graphics, posters, calls for legitimate violence that we saw spread in city streets across America this last weekend from people of all ages on the left wing of the American political system, saying that anyone who supports Donald Trump, anyone who works for him...
There's a leftist guy running for Attorney General in, Virginia, saying that he wants to murder Republicans and their children because they're little fascists. The leftists don't condemn him. Trump posts an AI video taking a shit on a protest. Like, this is insane.
And anyone who voted for him should be violently attacked, murdered, or assassinated because they are inherently Nazis, racists, or fascists. And that is the political rhetoric that I think we're having a very hard time reconciling with as we move forward in this country, particularly in the wake of Charlie Kirk's assassination. Harry, you asked for specific examples of memes that are raising the political temperature to incite violence against right-wingers in this country. You yourself posted in June of last summer showing Charlie Kirk with a Klux Klan hood and saying, Charlie, just put the hood on already. That video was later archived.
That's not true. I'd love to. What I posted was actually not of last summer. I don't even know where you got that from. It was from the New York City primary where Charlie Kirk likened Zohran Mamdani to the 9/11 terrorists, and I thought that it was a very racist and obviously unfair comparison, so I told Charlie Kirk to put the hood on.
This guy, he was a radical Muslim socialist running for mayor in America. Running for mayor of New York City, where 9/11 happened. In one of the biggest Muslim terrorist attack probably that ever happened in the world. And this guy actually supports terrorists and Islamic terrorists across the world, like Hamas, and for example. Also, Zohran Mamdani refuses to condemn it and says that while, you know what, I'm going to pull up the Zohran Mamdani tweet. I'm going to actually show it to you. Zohran Mamdani, 9/11, because it's worse than you think. I'm not even kidding. Like, I'd rather show it to you instead of saying, alright, what do you think of this? So, this is a terrorist. Anwar al-Awlaki is tied to the both Boston bombings and 9/11. Fascinating article on this guy, but I take issue with a couple of things. Alright, why no proper interrogation of what it means for the FBI to have conducted an extensive survey in his private life? Why no discussion on how his knowledge of service led him to Al-Qaeda? He's literally fighting Al-Qaeda guy.
I don't know how that dates, but I think it's right. I saw it before, it was great.
Yes, what's going on? My name is DJ Ace. I'm on Spotify Spotlight, the Oregon Sounds of the UK, and I have a personal today. Yeah, I'm representing the sounds of Oregon in the UK. You've got Legend Celebrate David, so I think tonight, I really put this back. It's an amazing conversation. I cannot wait. So let's start.
Like, are we insane? Are we in the same, like, what are we talking about? So, you're telling me that this guy should not be criticized for this? Now, this guy's statements on 9/11 are abhorrent. Every single time he makes a statement, it is worse than the last. They lied about Iran Spain, whatever. Nearly 3,000 New Yorkers died on 9/11. 19 years later, the death hasn't stopped. The more back in the day, the hundreds of thousands died in the wars that followed. The unknown really into that displaced. This is his response every single 9/11. It's like 3,000 people died on 9/11. We're so
Every single year, no, when criticizing ordinance, that kind of part of the thing, hey, it's already busy. Because there's something similar between Zoran Mondani, a politician who you might have disagreements with, and 9/11 terrorists. So I don't know where you got your information from, but that's just objectively false. Well, anyway, I got it.
According to American Secretary Secretary, in June of last year, you posted a video of Charlie Kirk is out there preaching unity while pushing every racist trope in the book. To put the whole on Charlie, they understand that is obviously in a sarcastic tone, but you show that Kirk's clan card on Charlie's head, or to the fact that video was later archived for approval after it had its 2 views on TikTok alone, and it expressed an incredibly example, just like thousands of videos, photos, pictures that we've seen videos across the country of these so-called Save Democracy protests, Save America protests, where you watch people wear t-shirts saying make assassinations ready and Donald Trump's head exploded, school teachers in Chicago simulating to celebrate the fact that Charlie was violently assassinated on an American college campus. You're watching people say, I don't have a chance to kill Stephen Miller because he is a fascist and a Nazi. Of course I would take that opportunity. People calling podiums without being Nazis, but what they want to do, of Donald Trump, anyone who votes for him, anyone who supports him or works for him. This is a very dangerous time to be openly conservative in America. The amazing thing about all of that is those people left their hands really country. So I think we're coming to a time where we have to make this up. That we have to be open and honest about our beliefs to the point that you know that it is impossible to reconcile people and coexist with them when they legitimately want you dead, spending years telling you that they're just a Nazi or what's see influencers like Holocaust on social media. Our response is thanks. Response personal video is still talking about is not true. I also have deleted any videos about Charlie Kirk. That was a completely factual error on behalf of one company's called Charlie Kirk. It's well effective, and it's well effective, like expected, and the video still because a personal response to Charlie Kirk. Talk about violence. And we have study after study that shows that on the left, and it's assassination and left the body because there are some of them who don't like company. Assassination has left me violent. I am not joking. You expect me to trust these polls? Unbelievable. Really modern American history than it does from the left wing. So even if you just want to ignore the data, question for you. When Donald Trump mocked Paul Pelosi getting beaten over the head with a hammer, was that okay? When Donald Trump Jr. did the same, was that okay? Is Paul Pelosi dead? It's not a fair example. Also, Paul Pelosi's attack was not a political attack. It was a personal matter. It was not a political attack. I don't like making fun of people that actually get attacked and stuff like that. But still, it's not even remotely the same. Okay, when Michael Lee, Senator from Utah, mocked the murder of Melissa Hortman and her husband in her home on Twitter, was that okay? When Melissa Hortman was not killed by right-wing political violence. Melissa Hortman was killed
by a elected appointee from Tim Walz, chief gay tampon leftist. What are we even talking about?
Donald Trump didn't lower the flag for Melissa Hortman after he did, of course, for Charlie Kirk.
It's actually not true. That was before. Also, and here's another important point, no one fucking heard of Melissa Hortman. And I don't mean this in a bad way.
Have you ever wanted to see your home from space? With this free satellite Earth Maps tool, you can zoom right down to your exact address in just seconds. Imagine pulling up your neighborhood, spotting your route, your street, even the landmarks around you, all in real time from an aerial view. It's like having your own personal window to the world right on your screen. This tool is simple to use. Just type in an address and instantly explore detailed satellite imagery with incredible clarity and precision. Whether you're curious about your home, checking out a vacation spot, or just exploring places you've always wanted to visit, it's all right here. Discover the power of seeing your world from above. Don't just hear about it, experience it. Try this free satellite Earth Maps tool today and see your world like never before.
I'm not spending $40 on I would skip off and realized I was kind of getting in the car, waiting in line, and came back. I could have already made dinner. So I grabbed helper, tossed it on the stove, and cooked. I spent $10 instead of $40+. One pan, no stress, and I did myself some veggies. The best part, my kids actually asked for some.
Okay, obviously it's a true tragedy what happened to her. No one heard of her. Okay? Like, there wasn't this mass country party. There's no one heard who she was. Like, I'm sure, like, I don't mean this in a bad way. She wasn't like some sort of massive national figure that affected so many people. She wasn't a personal friend of Donald Trump. Literally not. It's like, you can't compare her to Charlie Kirk.
Not okay. When he was asked about Melissa Hortman, he said, "Who is that?" He didn't know. It was
a lot of tragedies happened. Well, what does this even mean? Like, you understand the story of Melissa Hortman. Melissa Hortman was a Democrat that suspiciously voted against illegal immigrants getting health care. Then she mysteriously was murdered by an appointee. No king's merchandise in his car. And saying that's right-wing violence. Unbelievable.
Melissa Hortman didn't even attend her funeral like President Biden did, former President Biden. So these are examples of political violence. The
political violence is when you don't go to someone's funeral that you've never heard of before. It's political violence. You're not actually directly supporting and endorsing it. These people are insane.
This example of modern political violence comes from your party.
That's not even from the right.
Donald Trump on January 6th, and then he...
Oh my God! You got the stuff. Yes, there were FBI agents there. Yes, there were deep people there undercover, but let's come on to the next department there and see make sure that didn't happen. But actually, January 6th happened, and that's a classic example of having sex with my own blood.
See, it's targeted all of those people. So people talk about it.
I don't know if laugh. Like, you can't take the January 6th stuff seriously. Because when you, like, he's running defense for a guy, Mamdani, who was running defense for, like, who was saying that 9/11 wasn't as bad as taking out the terrorists that killed people on 9/11. It's just insane.
The violence, but every major Democrat in office has condemned any violence. I would condemn anybody at these protests saying they want to take the lives of any conservatives for their beliefs. But your guy, you're so people beat police officers over the head.
You do realize that, first of all, I actually am not a big fan of part of these people that actually attack police officers. I'm not a fan of that, personally. I've been from day one. Because they were political prisoners. With all due respect, they were political prisoners. They were literally in jail for 4 years. A lot, some without trials. Like, that's insane. They were punished severely. And again, now you're against them. Now you're against assaulting police officers, and your entire party has been inciting violence against the police and ICE officers for the last 6 months. Are you insane? Like, I have zero sympathy for any of their talking points. Not even a single one. Every single person that's in any of these violent riots throwing rocks at police officers should be under the jail. But what are we even talking about? This is insanity. Why are we even playing this game? And no, that's not me calling for violence, it's me calling for justice. If you try to kill somebody, they should take you out first. If you are a violent police officer, you should go to jail. ICE too.
Just, all right, let me jump in. Harry, just hang on. Let me jump in, Harry, just to be clear. Yeah, I'm looking at photographs here on my phone from the protests, right? Charlie Kirk had a couple. Make assassinations great again. Right? There was this woman who's now identified as a teacher. Right?
That's right. Chicago teacher. I'm really talking about this upcoming video. I'm doing a deep dive onto the corrupt teachers in the country that are all like supporting assassination and stuff. So definitely subscribe.
There's a mocking assassination in what happened. Would you unreservedly condemn that?
I think I've made this comment afterwards, that any mocking Charlie Kirk's murder, any call for violence against anybody, including the police, is unequivocally wrong. But to suggest that it's only people on the left who do this is outrageous.
Just mostly right. Come on,
false, and I know it, because after Charlie Kirk was murdered, I got death threats I reported to the FBI. I've been a subject of these targets, as I'm sure the fellow Republicans may have been subject of death threats for you to disagree with that. Let's not make this James' service them. Let's have it. Discussion, which would all Christian preaching, but
this is about Donald Trump of chopping shit on. But this is not even remotely the same. And let's make it very clear. Okay? You're trying to take this moral high ground. You're trying to hurt murder. Harris isn't victimized, and now you victim with all video of AIB talking shit on. Plays like both sides bad. This is insane.
There are crazy people on both sides. People make threats to people on both sides.
You're at 90% of them on the left.
And coming on here and pretending that it's one or the other, and citing examples of people who are not elected to the Democratic Party, when there are others who don't. It's ridiculous.
From my point of view, there is no doubt that there are people on both sides who do respect the irony and the shameless hypocrisy is that you have these widespread protests across America.
I'm sorry, Pierce. You do not have mass protests of millions of people on the right going out, standing alongside people, throwing signs saying, Obama. Right? This is not something that ever happened. It never happened. Ever. They don't Bernie Sanders, don't Bill AOC, don't Bill Nancy Pelosi. None of that happened. And all these people suck. Like one end of the family tried, being executed on treason. We don't want you to get assassinated. And I believe that this is insane. It's crazy. You're seeing this at the both sides in. It's been done. It's really not. You're going to have some psychos on each side, obviously, but it is actually accepted on the left, and it's not accepted whatsoever on the right. They can group chat making Hitler jokes, then after getting the same of people publicly calling for political assassinations is not even remotely something.
A lot of people engage in this, and a lot of people will consider
Saddam Hussein. Let me check Saddam Hussein and Osama bin Laden are not American television experts like that. So that's not so go back to Saddam and Osama for right-wing political violence.
Let's talk about how disgusting Donald Trump is whilst being disgusting themselves. That's my protest about this guy saying Boston King isn't terrible, blah blah blah. You probably shouldn't be glorifying the assassination of 31-year-old man. You bring in Jack Brown, so wait, just let's go. Okay, good.
So look at you, make moral action. Think that all you know, like, it's an epidemic on your side, and it's not an epidemic on the other side. And that's why it's so unfortunate and annoying that conversation.
So, I mean, let's go to the meat first. Did you ever think trouble with trouble more being run down? Because all the natural knowledge does something that's still right in the other. What do you feel about it? It's like having Shakespeare right? Welcome back to Uncensored. People thinking about it, they're trying to play, like some kind of out of control moment. And if you look at what's happening with the attacks and the votes, part of that, they're trying to circumnavigate these engage with these things. It's all this stuff. What is your view of everything's protests and the way that Trump is currently conducting? I suppose there is the literacy to the idea that things are just in on a elected official.
People suck so much. Really nothing protests, honestly.
Protests are just such a... It's just... It's very... Like, it's far from it's strict institutions. There's actually one things which is some populations that have obviously given virus since 1921. Going on this week, machines and lessons, it's presence to typically done with the military force, all age like as well as like president.
So what are you playing? Sounds good to me, right? Super isolated is getting involved in the war. Why the heck I want to put America before anything else. That doesn't mean that you can close your eyes, step in here, and not have I'm sure that impacts the rest of the world. I'm not even going to game.
That clarity emergency. Takes to we'll talk about the strikes.
But these people are so mad that cartel ships within the world. But these people need all, first of all, they all need to talk about us. And America, which is public discourse, until they can acknowledge that Obama did 26,000 drone strikes illegally without congressional approval. These people have to stop, okay? You have Venezuela.
is meant for dinner. You can be a for dinner.
What you doing? What you doing, huh? What your ass get for fucking sniping on my ass, bro? Oh, yeah, nigga.
Layla, narco-terrorists trying to bring drugs into our country, okay, and kill our people for money, right? That's what you're doing, and that's what's happening. They get bombed, okay? How can you consider that?
When we started the file, we discovered lots of other really amazing things to build the values of small business.
As a business owner, we have to think about how is this tool going to
A gross miscarriage of justice without congressional approval. When you're flying with Obama, drone striking 26,000 times across the world, completely random. How can you possibly compare? You're insane.
The United States, hell, he can launch H-bombs in any city he chooses. There's no one to tell him no. And that's because America is a real empire instead of a constitutional republic. And that's why, I agree with Grant. I don't mean to, diminish it. I just think it's sad how partisan politics makes everyone so stupid. We need to abolish the Federal Reserve System and
You figured it out.
to the 100% gold standard. We need to bring all our troops home from the world. We need to repeal about 99% of the laws passed since 1900.
Honestly, I don't disagree with that. That's kind of basic. That's kind of basic. I respect that.
To save this country, we have people crying about,
Oh my god. Yeah. I mean,
So the irony of this whole thing is that the US president has far more power, actually, than the royal family have in the UK. They have no real power at all. They're just figureheads. So there's kind of irony.
Well, they had to rename the No Kings protest in England to No Interference. They don't really have a king.
Really, there is no king. But actually, if you had a king like ours, then the power of the presidency would be massively reduced, not increased. There is a kind of weird.
Yeah, obviously you have the British guy sucking the cock of the monarchy. Dude, I have so yeah, this is gonna sound real, and I'm probably gonna piss off some British people. I have so no respect for the monarchy in England right now. They are figurehead losers. I'm not trying to be rude here. They do fucking nothing. All right, they do nothing. They contribute nothing, and people venerate them for some reason. And they really don't deserve the veneration because they ain't doing shit. I'm not trying to be rude here. I'm really not. I just don't get it at all. Why? On the one hand, you have a king, but on the other hand, he does fucking nothing. So, why? Why are we even doing this?
I think assumption going on here that our king or queen, as it was.
What about the Queen? I think Queen Elizabeth was a good person, okay, on an individual level. But I have no respect for an English monarchy that doesn't do anything.
Before, of course, the king's mother, they somehow have great powers. They don't. It's not. I want to just very clear. This is Robert De Niro talking about Stephen Miller, one of Donald Trump's senior aides.
He will not. We see it. He will not want to leave. He set it up. I guess he's the Goebbels of the cabinet. Stephen Miller.
The most racist people on the planet are the leftists. What the fuck? Goebbels was Hitler's second in command. So this A calls Trump Hitler, and B, you're really gonna go out there and call
You're really gonna go out there and call the one Jew on Trump's cabinet Goebbels? Really, Bob? Didn't you say the right wing is anti-Semitic?
He's a Nazi. Yes, he is. He is Jewish. He should be ashamed of himself.
Oh my God, these people like he knows. There's no more to speak up about their head. Oh my God, they're like actual psycho. They're actually crazy.
I'm sorry, I just find that unbelievably offensive to call a Jewish man a Nazi. Call it fine.
Weird. You know what? Here's the thing I call the bad things that are said about him. You fella, bro. Yeah, hello, bad English guy. Yeah, look, I do. Yeah. I get so many people calling me a Nazi for just like before ever illegal. I get so much of that shit. It's honestly, it makes me smile.
Nonsense. And they keep doing this. Democrats and Democrat supporters. And you know, the Nero has been doing this about Trump for decades. I see it. It's almost hysterical. It's full countries that Trump administration made Nazi. It's just not That's
why being irresponsible. It is. It's why being irresponsible is, but it's the same behavior we've witnessed for upwards of a decade now, really since Donald Trump first announced his run for presidency in 2015. You've watched the legacy media, our academic institutions, the entertainment industry, all of the loudest voices in society call Donald Trump or anyone who supports him or works for him a fascist, a Nazi, literally Adolf Hitler. In their youth, I was called regularly on my college campus. And I know Dr. Silverman, myself, and many people who've been fighting on the front lines of this conservative movement have been warning for upwards of a decade. This is the natural result when you label people.
I think the natural result is assassinating Charlie Kirk and mass celebrations. I think that's the result. I'll be real. Name calling doesn't bother me. I don't care. Like, I'm a very consistent guy. I don't care about jokes. I don't really care about name calling. I don't care about memes. None of that matters. I know everyone says that there was a Republican group chat where some people were making Hitler comments, and I said I don't care. Some people were upsetting me for saying I don't care. I really don't care. I actually think that jokes are fine, and jokes don't matter. Memes don't matter. It's when it borders into that actual incitement of violence. It's when actions are caused by the memes and the comments that are much, much worse. You know?
Congratulations, you've got the plant alive for another day. Serve this sweet and sandy for forward of us. Raspberry butter pressure love Whataburger. It's for
There's an obvious difference between calling someone a doo-doo head, alright, and calling someone a pedophile. The difference is when you call someone a doo-doo head, that's an insult. When you call someone a pedophile, that's a label. Violence upon them. And if it's not true, then that is inciting violence. And that's defamation, and you should probably face consequences for it. Like, there's very obvious difference. And I think that calling someone a Nazi falls more on the pedophile spectrum. I don't think that that's an insult. I think that that is slander. Because that person that you're calling a Nazi, last they checked, he has any true death things. You know? Like, it's insane. It's crazy. And it's unreal that these people don't understand the obvious difference here. And that's why I don't care about a Republican group chat when these people are celebrating the assassination of Charlie Kirk. They don't care.
But I'm saying, put my fucking nigga. I'm a cyclone, but sing on it. I be cleaning outside out to my niggas. And I ain't going on it. So my niggas, and my niggas. My nigga, my nigga, my nigga, my nigga, my nigga, my nigga. First thing first, I love all my niggas. I was rap shit, cracking out for my niggas. I be looking for some money, let me call my niggas. I be selling for the niggas. Need all my niggas smoke, some nigga drink. Got niggas on the block with just like they don't think. That's a nigga back they in a bucket locked up. I got that man, if you niggas wanna act up. He talking like a snitch, no. Nigga, he tripping off a bitch, no. Nigga, crazy, that's my nigga. Knowing since I was 8 years, that's my nigga. Fuck my first niggas passed over my nigga. Hit my first nigga, pass with my nigga. Some other niggas, cause I'm down for my niggas, I'm down for my niggas. Fuck the mustard, I'm ride for my motherfucking nigga. Almost like I'm a dash with my finger on the trigger. And I side out to my niggas, and ain't going in, it's on my niggas. When it's on my niggas, mine's on my niggas. Mine's on my niggas, mine's on my niggas. The motherfucker. Don't down with the niggas down for me. I got 2 words for your love and loyalty. I'm sipping on the hands and feet. What are you seeing? I water about everything to see. My town, twist. Nigga, trip me like you crazy out your fist. I'm see you out of the kiss my niggas. Drink that money, get straight with my niggas. My niggas. That sex, tell me, shit, hold up. I'm down for my motherfucking almost like I'm a dime with a string on the street. I'm turning that side out to my lips, and I ain't going in, so shit, mine, trying to mine house. Trying to mine house. Trying to mine house. Mine to mine house. Man, that way, man, in front of me, he looking on straight, man, got low, man, hey, man, you fake, you still need me, man, nigga, man, not nigga, shit, man, nigga, I fuck a nigga, bitch, man, I've seen my niggas, I need to settle weed, cause I'm too fly, niggas. Spin up the same time, I ride for my niggas, and I'm ride for my motherfucking nigga. Almost like I'm a doctor, you know, I'm side out to my niggas, and I ain't going to get so my niggas, my niggas. Mine's on my niggas. Mine's on my niggas. Mine's on my niggas. But that I'm saying from my motherfucking nigga. Almost like I'm a dog. You know, and I ain't going in, so in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Every trice, name, no chicks. You try to pop, go round me out, round me out, round me out.
I'm on the west.
You try to pop, go round me out, round me out, round me out. Guess who's back? Back again. Stage is back. Sounds afraid. Guess who's back? 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 I created a monster, cause nobody wants to see monster no more. They want shady, I'm top living. Well, if you want shady, this is what I'm getting. A little.
person that you're calling a Nazi? Last I checked, he hasn't been working any Jew death camps. You know, like it's insane. It's crazy, and it's unreal that these people don't understand the obvious difference. And that's why I don't care about a Republican group chat when these people are celebrating the assassination of Charlie Kirk. They don't care. Are the jokes nice? No, but they're jokes, so who fucking cares?
With this rising political temperature, a fascist, a Nazi, transphobic, white supremacist, the literal...
Okay, well, to be fair, transphobic is fun. Like, I'm okay with that one. That one's cool. That one, we can keep that one. But the Nazi fascist stuff? No, that shit's crazy. But the transphobic, yeah, we can keep that one. That's fine.
KKK and Photoshop hoods over them.
To be fair, transphobia, like, it does stem from reality, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, I'll be real. Like, I get it. I get it. Like, you know, I kind of get it. Like, I'll be real. Do you want your child to be taught about gender plurality by a trans teacher in middle school? I personally don't want that for my children. And therefore, I am phobic in a certain way. So, yeah, absolutely.
People eventually resort to violence because they'll believe this constant narrative.
That is the key. Yeah, but that's the key thing we bring into that here. We saw with Charlie Kirk.
Someone in my chat said, transphobia isn't an irrational fear. Men are stealing women's trophies. I'll be real here, and I don't mean this in a bad way. I don't really care about the women's trophies as much as they care about, like, the, I don't know, generational mass castration of children. You know, I personally feel like that's worse than the trophy thing. No, the trophy thing, it's cringe, it's stupid, it's obviously dumb. I'll fight against it because it's unjust. But it's more the whole mass castration of children thing that I don't like so much, to be honest.
Some of the bullet casings the shooter used had anti-fascism slogans on there. So that we don't know the full motivation yet. That is still unraveling. But clearly it looks like this person was attacking somebody he thought was a fascist. And that's because a lot of people on the left called Charlie Kirk a fascist and a Nazi, as they do with Trump, as they do with Stephen Miller. And to me, if you're a deranged, young, impressionable mind, if you do buy into that notion that they're genuine fascists and Nazis, you would see it as your civic duty to kill these people. Why wouldn't you? And that's the danger.
I've been saying this forever. If there's actually some sort of Nazi fascist takeover of the country, the thing you have to do is actually fight back with violence. Because if there's an actual Nazi takeover, you have to kill them. So, when you're calling people Nazis, you are calling for political violence. I think it's very obvious.
Yeah, no, Pierce, that's exactly right, and that's what we're facing. And by the way, hats off to Oxford, because I understand the Oxford Union has just voted to take out I think it was the incoming president of the Oxford Union. He'd been the president-elect. I guess he hadn't taken it yet. But here's a guy who had debated Charlie, had invited him to campus just a couple of weeks before Charlie's murder, and then...
Get the new iPhone 17 Pro, and a Boost Mobile expert will deliver and set it up for free.
First thing first, I was on my knees. I was first coming out on my knees. I was looking for some rain. I was on my knees. Stand for it. He's on my knees. So smoke, smoke, smoke. That niggas on the block. They on that. They got what they have. I got you. Don't let me know that it's snow. Look at the snow. It's my nigga, always niggas out there, yeah. It's my nigga, fuck my first nigga. Tell my nigga, my first nigga, that's where my nigga from. With my niggas, cause I'm down for my niggas, I'm first. Fucking mistakes. From my motherfucking nigga, I'm a cyclone, but finger on the trigger. Side out to my niggas, things ain't going in, so I need to settle in cause it's too fly. Staying on the line for my motherfucking nigga. I was like, on the tree. Things ain't going in, it's on some
Ashley presenta Decora con Fantasma.
Ya te toca escoger, José Enrique. Piensa en tu familia. ¿A dónde van a comer si no es en esta mesa?
¿De qué trabajaba? Ella era como...
Is celebrating, blatantly celebrating the murder of a man he just shared a stage with, and certainly they had disagreed on that stage, and that's fine. That's what free speech and free dialogue, and free debate, especially on campus, which the modern public square is all about. Yet here he is now celebrating this, laughing about Charlie's murder, and the issue here is that these violent Marxist ideologies are commonplace, and they're becoming more and more increasing.
We need to get this guy. I think that we need we need arrests. We need to arrest the people that are calling for violence. These people need to go to jail. Like, and until that happens, people are just going to be really comfortable calling for violence until it keeps happening again and again. I don't think it's even remotely acceptable. I think it's part of democracy. It's supposed to do that. Like, I actually support removing someone's voting rights if they call for political violence. Because if you call for political violence, I don't think you have the right to partake in a democracy. I would actually support that completely, repealing someone's voting rights if they call for political violence. Like, I don't think we need to live like this. It's insane. It's insane to live like this.
Common. And I even have a bone to pick with some conservatives who say, oh, well, it's just video games, or it's just social media. So no. Go back in time, and you can find throughout history, whether it's the French Revolution, which, by the way, one of the watchwords when they were leading people up to the guillotine in revolutionary France, the Reign of Terror, Robespierre was no kings, no masters. That's where the phrase "no kings" comes from, right before they chopped the kings.
Yeah, not a coincidence that they use no kings. Because think about it, there is no king, right? There's no king. So protesting no kings is retarded. Like, they're not calling it no fascists. They're calling it no king, and there is no king. They literally borrowed the term from the French Revolution. And I covered this in my last video about the no kings protest. Because they want to
So that's where that phrase comes from. Everyone needs to understand the violent tendencies and the violent origin of all of these symbols, that they're still tapping back into Bella Ciao, which was written on one of the bullet casings, I believe one of the ones that was fired. Destiny was very, very emphatic that I say that the last time I was here. So yes, it was not the specific bullet casing that shot and killed Charlie Kirk. It was the one next to that bullet casing. But Bella Ciao is, again, an anti-fascist, communist song.
What's up, y'all? It's Ashley Clam, Team USA flag football player, and I'm in my Under Armour T-Sphere. I wear this T-Sphere on the field because it helps me play my best. It moves how I move and never holds me back. It makes my game easy, and it's part of the uniform.
Introducing Connectors, a simple, seamless way to connect your Replit apps and automations with the other tools you use, making them more...
This'll be fine.
Introducing Connectors, a simple, seamless way to connect your Replit apps and automations with the other tools you use, making them more powerful and useful. Imagine you are a business owner and want to understand your customer feedback better. You can now just ask Agent to build a
Welcome to Take 5 Oil Change.
Hey, how long will this take? I'm kind of in a rush.
Just 10 minutes.
Get out, 10 minutes?
We got here first. We did. She's right there. Hey, what's up?
It came well. I knew you were looking for it.
Like a Madonna, finger on the trigger.
The Riyadh Comedy Festival next year, but Sony officials are putting that on hold. Everyone needs all your referrals or history.
Oh man, I was really looking forward to performing at the Riyadh Comedy Festival next year in Saudi Arabia. Bill Burr, Kevin Hart, Pete Davidson, and plenty more of the comedy industry's top talent have recently faced sanctimonious outrage, a brunt of public outrage for traveling to Saudi Arabia to a comedy festival called the Riyadh Comedy Festival, all in exchange for, you guessed it, money. Saudi Arabia is no stranger to controversy. People are upset for many, many reasons in regard to this entire thing. Okay, guys, this is almost a drama video, kind of, but it's actually a crazy, dark rabbit hole deep dive into Saudi Arabia and why it maybe is not a... Place that you should really go, or especially not do journalism there. It's not even funny. I should not have laughed. It is a fucked up place. In recent years, Saudi Arabia transformed from an international pariah to an entertainment destination through billions of dollars in investments. But in spite of that, the kingdom still continues systematic executions. It imprisons peaceful activists and criminalizes free speech, which not every country in the world has free speech, and even we don't have free speech. To be honest, in Texas, we don't even have it. We kind of. You wheelchair guy. Not you. So it seems like the 2025 Riyadh Comedy Festival is a bit of a cultural washing experiment or strategy from the Saudis. Running from September 25th through October 8th, it featured Dave Chappelle, Kevin Hart, and 50 other major comedians. And the strategy was to recruit champions of free expression comedians to perform under censorship for a regime that executes people for exercising the very freedoms comedians build their lives upon, and probably, I would assume, should be the most vocal advocates for it. It's crazy that this is an issue in the world, though, for real. Like, there's a country that comedians will perform at that's just bad. Well, I guess America's not, anyways. Yeah, we're in the weeds. I'm sorry. Now, this contradiction is particularly stark given Saudi Arabia's documented human rights abuses, its extensive connections to 9/11, and the murder, recent, 7 years ago, of Jamal Khashoggi, whose 7th death anniversary coincided with the festival. By the way, Jamal was assassinated at the behest of the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia during that time. This guy.
Two generations of magicians brought together for a reason. The closer they look, the less we'll actually see.
So, understanding the recent Riyadh comedy drama requires examining the full scope of Saudi Arabia's human rights violations and its deliberate strategy to rehabilitate its global image through comedy, I guess, comedians, which is a really interesting, it's an interesting way to do it. A lot of things are happening through comedy nowadays, all right, guys? The gesture's privilege, they call it. So yeah, we need to understand all this stuff to get why people are so mad, and then make the decision, they're just being sanctimonious assholes. They're just doing whatever, like, yeah, you know, let's find out. Go to gump.club to learn from me. I'm starting a Discord server. Nothing will go wrong, and we will provide a lot of different benefits, such as these, at gump.club. For example, have you ever wondered the kind of stuff we cut out of videos, which is a lot of stuff? Because I am an insane person who cannot be trusted to say things that are normal. All that and more at gump.club. Also, access to our extremely private XXX secret adult Discord server. Just kidding, it's totally normal. It's completely normal, I shouldn't say that. Heavily moderated. You can't actually express yourself. But I'll be in there occasionally. Probably not. Tara will definitely be in there. The editor and occasionally. Probably not. Tara will definitely be in there. The editor and matriarch of the YouTube channel, who has been with my channel for 7 years, is chronically online and is, I think, in the Discord server right now. How you doing, Tara?
How are you doing, Caleb?
I'm filming an advertisement for Gump.club right now, and part of the advertisement is that you'll be in the server.
Wow, what a good deal.
Exactly. You heard it from the horse's mouth. Tara's awesome. If you don't join the Gump Club, then I'll fire her. She has it coming. Thank you for Gump for sponsoring. It's me though. It's not really a sponsor, is it? Thank you to the Gump Club for sponsoring this video. We gotta go way back. The House of Saud's 280-year alliance with Wahhabism
shapes every aspect of Saudi governance and justifies the systematic discrimination against religious minorities and women and gay people. In 1744, Muhammad ibn Abd al-Wahhab formed a pact with Muhammad bin Saud in the desert town of Diriyah. Muhammad ibn Abd al-Wahhab was a puritanical Islamic reformer who condemned shrine worship, saint veneration, and Sufi practices as polytheism. Now known as Wahhabism, it is a Sunni belief system. I'm not going to go too far into it. The denominations of Islam are very interesting and they run quite deep. But anyways, the power-sharing Wahhabism arrangement endures today in Saudi Arabia. The Al Saud family controls political and military affairs, while Al-Ashik descendants, Ibn Abd al-Wahhab's family, dominate the religious institutions of Saudi Arabia. Provided through Wahhabism is the ideological justification for Saudi expansion through violent campaigns, as those who followed the Wahhabi doctrine would wage jihad against anyone who rejects the creed. They have a understanding of inerrancy towards the Quran, and everything is literal. It's a very strict, once again, puritanical ideology and or religion. Ideology belonging to a religion. When Abdulaziz bin Abdul Rahman, aka Ibn Saud, known to the rest of the world, the first king of Saudi Arabia, he launched his initial 1902 reconquest to establish the modern Saudi Arabia. He created the Ikhwan religious military brotherhood in 1912 that proved crucial for unifying the kingdom by 1932, and thus began the reign of Ibn Saud. And now in the world, most everybody knows Saudi Arabia from its massive reserves of oil and its ability to sell that oil. And the transformation for Saudi Arabia from desert kingdom to an oil superpower began all the way back on March 3rd, 1938, when commercial quantities of oil began flowing from Daman Well Number 7, which became known as the Prosperity Well, or Lucky 7, because it produced 32 million barrels of oil before its closure in 1982. I tell you what, man, it's a lot of... Oh, what the f... Standard Oil Company of California established the Arabian American Oil Company, aka Aramco, in 1944, which Saudi Arabia gradually nationalized until it became 100% state-owned in the 1980s. Today, Saudi Aramco produces over 10 million barrels of oil daily and has generated an estimated $480 billion this year alone. Oh, and once again, it's a kingdom. There's a royal family. The royal family's wealth is estimated at $1.4 trillion. You think Elon Musk or Jeff Bezos are rich? That's a joke, brother. All of this wealth is thanks to the state-owned oil empire's success, which grants them virtually unlimited monies and enables them to host massive, globally enjoyed events like the Riyadh Comedy Festival, amongst many other things. Most of this comes from Saudi Arabia's Public Investment Fund. It is once again state-owned, but is also a sovereign wealth fund that is used to diversify the nation's domestic and international investments away from solely oil, which is a resource that will run out eventually. I assume. I don't really know how it works. But I pink. And I pink, therefore I am. So the PIF is under the control of Saudi Arabia's Council of Economic and Development Affairs, aka the CEDA, of which Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman is the chairman. This means that the PIF is an arm of the Saudi monarchy, and the way that this sovereign investment fund will use its money will align with the Crown Prince's...
Buffalo Wild Wings Big Six for $19.99 is the perfect meal for two.
For two humans, not whatever you are, huh?
I'm a burger loving.
political and economic agendas, such as Vision 2030, which claims to seek the creation of a vibrant society for all citizens to thrive and pursue passions, and to create a thriving economy where everyone has the opportunity to succeed. It's an ambitious nation committed to accountability and transparency at all levels. Brought to you by Saudi Arabia. So I don't trust a word of that shit. It reminds me of that time Akon wanted to build a damn city in Africa. Remember that? That was funny too, man. Come on, man. I'll be real. Akon City went hard. I'm still all ed up on the fact that that did not work out. I have so many Akon bucks. Anyways, back to the Saudis. One particularly grand plan for the campaign is the construction of a linear city in the sky called The Line. It is a concept right out of science fiction. A city built 500 meters above ground, 1,600 feet, probably 400 yards, 411 yards, probably 520 yards, 511, 500. And this thing's within a mirrored wall. I don't know why they want to build this shit, but it looks crazy. There's no way it's going to work. The city is planned to be 170 kilometers long, featuring no cars, 100% renewable energy, vertical garden. gardens, and easily commutable zones that, when combined, will be able to house 9 million people. The line, as it's called, is supposed to be just one of 5 regions in the greater project called NEOM, which is a self-described new future or a vision for a new way of living, brought to you by the government of Saudi Arabia. Vision will cost an estimated $500 billion to complete, with construction already underway. And it looks like this. This new way of living has a YouTube channel where it criticizes humanity for existing too long in dysfunctional and polluted cities, claiming to be able to revolutionize civilization with the help of oil, I guess.
For too long, humanity has existed within dysfunctional and polluted cities that ignore nature. Now, a revolution in civilization is taking place.
So yes, very beautiful concept, but what happens when we examine it slightly? We'll find out that it's built upon human suffering! And that's not good. So Vision 2030 sounds pretty promising, but what concrete steps are being taken to make this thing a reality? Is the vision just for appearances? Is the Riyadh Comedy Festival has already... invested over $60 billion across sports and entertainment from 2016 to 2025 with no signs of slowing down. They are working hard to make Saudi Arabia the crown jewel of the Middle East. People call this use of money to get sports and entertainment to come here sports washing. And the Live Golf represents the crown jewel of Saudi sports washing.
Ink's so bright it pops off the page. Feel the joy of Inkjoy, gel pens by Papermate.
You don't want to waste your precious downtime searching. No, with your hectic schedule, you're
washing. My dog's growling at me right now. Are you okay? What's wrong with you? The PIF is currently investing billions to create a rival golf league to the PGA, trying to poach top PGA Tour players with astronomical mega kick-style contracts. Phil Mickelson, a pro golfer with 6 major championship wins, an inductee to the Golf Hall of Fame and winner of 45 PGA Tours, was reportedly offered $200 million from Live Golf. He even apologized to the Saudi regime after calling them scary motherfuckers who execute people over there for being gay. Those are his actual quotes that he apologized for. What in the Dustin Johnson, a 2-time major champion, joined Live Golf after a reported $125 million deal. Hey, bud. Shit. What in the... That's a lot of money. The PGA had previously called Live a brazen Saudi-funded affront and had even exchanged lawsuits with Live, but ultimately couldn't be a foreign government with unlimited funds. Instead, in June of 2023, a merger was announced between the PGA Tour and Live. PGA and European Tours have agreed to merge with Saudi-backed rival Live Golf. That was quite shocking, as these rivals suddenly became business partners. And by the way, golf. How about racing? Formula One brought global motorsports to Saudi Arabia starting in December of 2021 with a $55 million a year deal. The PIF had allegedly even eyed a $20 billion deal to buy F1 outright. They didn't fully acquire F1, but they have invested $758 million into the McLaren group. So I'm not a big F1 guy. People love it, and they're like, it's amazing. The cars are even louder than NASCAR, and sometimes they turn right. Whoa. I don't know shit about any sports nonsense bullshit. You'll never be able to get me to love it. You can all go fool yourselves. So you have the PIF investing in all of this sports stuff, and you also have state-owned Saudi Aramco, separately from the PIF, becoming one of the most prominent sponsors of F1 with a 10-year deal worth over $450 million aimed at connecting the company to a worldwide audience of 500 million racing fans. What? There's that many people in the world? What in the fuck? The March 2022 Saudi Arabian Grand Prix proceeded despite a Houthi missile striking an Aramco facility just 9 miles from the Jeddah circuit during practice. Drivers spotted black smoke from the Houthi missile and considered boycotting before being persuaded to race by F1 leaders and Saudi officials, aka more money. Ah, shit, man. That would suck if a Saudi missile crashed down on an F1 track. One F1 driver, Lewis Hamilton, who is very famous and well-known, and is also a defender of human rights issues, apparently, even adopted to wear a helmet decked in LGBT plus colors as a form of unapologetic racing protest. And I gotta say, that is quite a contrast to old Phil Mickelson on that golf side for literally apologizing after getting a $200 million contract. He apologized for calling out the execution of gays. Lewis even won the inaugural Saudi Arabian Grand Prix. Still, though, a mass execution months later saw 81 people put to death in the country's largest mass execution in years, reminding the world that while the Saudi regime was trying to elevate its reputation through its investments, they're also still murdering people. Now on to soccer, or as I'm going to call it, football. Saudi Arabia's PIF purchased an 80% stake in Newcastle United in 2021, which that means nothing to me, but apparently it's a big-ass deal. And all this in spite calls from Amnesty International for the Premier League, which is the league that the team plays on, to conduct due diligence on human rights records before accepting the deal. You know, all the people that the Saudi Arabian government is just murdering. And even in spite of having all that Saudi oil money, Newcastle United still hasn't seen a major domestic trophy in 70 years, which is embarrassing as. And this may also be why the Saudi PIF is rumored to be considering a sale of Newcastle to fund purchasing the much more successful Manchester United, which they win, I think. I've heard of them. Man City. You've heard of Ronaldo, Cristiano Ronaldo. He became the face of Saudi football, signing with Al Nassr in December of 2022 for a 2.5-year contract that was recently renewed until 2027, and this thing is worth potentially $700 million, making Ronaldo the first billionaire soccer player, which is quite impressive, but also all this set a precedent that dozens of stars would follow as the Saudi Pro League saw players transfer from various football clubs for various fees, or even as free transfers just because they wanted the chance to maybe get a little bit of that Saudi tit milk. 2034 FIFA World Cup has also been awarded. To Saudi Arabia, which proves that there is nothing money can't buy in sports. Saudi Arabia's dream is to host the World Cup within their futuristic city, the Line Neom Stadium, estimated to cost $1 billion to construct and being just one of 15 planned stadiums for the tournament. 15 stadiums? That's crazy. So there's that. And even domestically, here in the U.S., sports washing of Saudi Arabia is commonplace. Nobody even knows. Like, for example, the WWE.
Visibly drunk and spitting at people in the audience.
Beginning in 2018, the WWE has enjoyed a quite fruitful relationship with the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, with a 10-year-long deal where the WWE would travel to Saudi Arabia to perform. And the WWE loves money, so it was only a matter of time. But get this, fellows.
Sparksburg, get a club. Fights on spending at 7 p.m. Eastern, only on Prime.
Power Crunch. Incredibly light cookie crunch. Packed with bold, delicious flavor. Enriched with power.
Women wrestlers were initially banned entirely, with the first women's match not occurring until October 31st, 2019. That was some scary Halloween shit. And even when women were allowed to wrestle, it was still under stringent rules, obviously, because it's a different culture, a different ideology. Money can buy anything. Women had to change their attire to perform in a country where women are supposed to be dressed entirely from head to toe. And one time, the WWE accidentally played a promotional video that showcased female wrestlers in their more exposed clothing, which led to Saudi Arabia apologizing for the indecent visuals. Also, this horrifying Halloween event marked the first time women in Saudi Arabia were allowed to attend the WWE and the events there. And with this accidental use of the wrong video, it ended up exposing all of these Saudi women to the freedoms enjoyed by women in Western cultures, aka getting down to your skivvies and wrestling motherfuckers. But maybe it wasn't an accident. I don't know. While the billions being shelled out in the sports sector is crazyism, the gaming sector I care a lot more about. Me like video games, and it's even way more unbelievable. Okay, guys? I would say gaming is the most ambitious investment sector for the Saudis. PIF's Savvy Games Group announced a $37.8 billion investment strategy in September of 2022, with roughly $13.3 billion earmarked for acquiring a leading game publisher. Think of 5 leading game publishers. The first one you think of is the one that Saudi Arabia bought. But anyways, before we get there, this PIF has been taking over the gaming world behind the scenes, and most people have no idea. PIF's Savvy purchased Scopely for $4.9 billion in 2023, giving them control of Monopoly. I knew you guys would think of that one first. They also bought Niantic's gaming division for $3.5 billion, giving them control of Pokemon Go. Pokemon Go and spy on women and gay people. There are quite a few more gaming companies that the PIF is buying shares of and will likely be looking to expand their holdings in the coming years. They're currently the largest outside stakeholder in Nintendo, holding over 8% ownership. They own 3.5% of Take-Two, which is the company that owns Rockstar. These publicly traded companies doesn't mean that they own them. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's still people, but they have to listen to shareholders. Okay, so there's an argument to be made, but it just drives a wedge further between consumers and transparency of the games that they're playing and the games that they're buying. Now, I said they'll probably seek to expand their ownership. They did. They do, and they will. You know, EA, that's right. The loving video game developer who's been making games like Madden for the last 5,000 years and other games. They've made a lot of really good stuff, and they've made a lot of really dog shit stuff. EA, it's in the game, announced on September 29th, 2025, just a few weeks ago, that they were agreeing to a deal that would see them being acquired by the Consortium, which is essentially a group of investors, including Silver Lake, Affinity Partners, and you guessed it, my friends, the PIF, Saudi Arabia's public investment fund. Man, come on, man. What the They can't do that, can they? Now, before the deal, the PIF had held a 9.9% stake in EA, but under the terms of the agreement, the new agreement with the Consortium, they'd be one of 3 companies that would now own 100% of Electronic Arts, with their 9.9% holding and rolling over. So now, the big question is, it's a publicly traded company. You can just invest in EA for a long time. What does that mean for stockholders? Well, it means that they will all be getting paid $210 in cash per share that they own, which is an epic win, I guess. Before this announcement, it was trading at around $168 a share, so they were paid a premium, like quite a big premium. But still, I mean, you invest in things because you love the company and all this stuff, and they can just decide, well, actually, now we're owned by Saudi Arabia. You know, it's pretty epic, to be honest. Unless you're not a Saudi. Sucks for individual shareholders, I guess, but the leadership at EA has been known for quite a while now and has been notorious for making poor decisions when it comes to their games and the consumers of their games. So I can't imagine their games will see any improvement under the thumb, or at least 1/3 of the thumb of Crown Prince bin Salman. All right, guys? That seems like kind of a recipe for disaster. They're also now involved in esports through the establishment of the Esports World Cup, formerly known as Gamers 8, which is offering $60 million in prize money, which is the largest prize in esports history. Then, of course, there is the recent Riyadh Comedy Festival, where comedians are trading their reputations for a little bit of money. For example, Tim Dillon got paid like $500,000 or $300,000, or was going to get paid. I'm not sure if he actually went or not. I didn't really follow up on that clip. I saw that clip where he was talking about how much money they offered him. He's gay. I'm surprised they don't just not even give him the money and just kill him. At least they think he's gay. I don't really know. But I figured it'd be more money. I figured it'd be like 10 mil per, but I guess there's a lot of different folks. Like Dave Chappelle's probably like a couple million, and Tim Dillon is definitely smaller. You can just watch his podcast for free. But yeah, the Riyadh drew quite a bit of scrutiny, but it's not the first festival that was hosted in Saudi Arabia that did draw scrutiny. For example, Mildebeest's music festival. Soundstorm drew massive talent from the music industry to Saudi Arabia in a similar fashion to what the Riyadh Comedy Festival has done in the comedy industry. Back in 2019, Mildebeest, I'm just going to keep calling it that because I think it's funny and I think it's a good name. This festival drew Steve Aoki, David Guetta, and more Western talent, with Armie Hammer facing backlash for his attendance and defending the event against critics. Hey man, Armie Hammer has had to do a lot of defending against critics. I'm gonna be real, the Mildebeest controversy ain't the most of his words. It's the cannibalism. He even said that it felt like a cultural shift and was accused of selling out to rehabilitate the country's image. Why the f would you want to rehabilitate any country's image? Countries can go f themselves. Literally. People who live in the country, who's proud of their country? How's that even possible? To be proud. Just be happy with your family and your friends and your local community, maybe. All right? Where I live, as far as I'm aware, there hasn't been any crazy transgressions in maybe the last 70 years. Maybe 40 years. Let's make it 40. How about let's just, since I've lived here, it's been really good and awesome. There's people of all shapes and sizes. Lots of different sizes. The Mildebeest event has only gotten bigger over the years, with 2024's lineup featuring 25 international artists like 30 Seconds to Mars, A$AP Rocky, Eminem, the reformed Linkin Park, and also Bobby Driscoll and the Drooly Boys. Just kidding, but maybe one day.
Oh, you're so
So those are just the major stars in attendance. The scale of the Mildebeest Festival dwarfs Western festivals because the government has unlimited funds to invest in anything that portrays them positively. It's gigantic, but it, like the Riyadh, has been sanctimoniously crucified and criticized. For example, in 2021, critics of the festival referred to the funds used to pay artists as blood money. This thing called the General Entertainment Authority, or the GEA, funds the Mildebeest Festival, with Turki Al-Sheikh serving as the chairman. And I'm sure he's a great guy. His name is Turki. Turki Al-Sheikh is closely associated with the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, and he's advisor to the royal court on top of his chairmanship over the GEA, and he wields his power with an iron fist, my friends. For example, in the past, he has taken to Twitter to threaten legal action against people who criticize the GEA, and even had a man imprisoned for 19 years over posting tweets critical of his decision-making 18 months before ever moving to Saudi Arabia for work. That was back in 2021. Are you kidding me? I remember in 2014 or 2015, I had friends who tried to find welding contracts and jobs in Saudi Arabia. They're like, dude, it's crazy out there. They're just paying you $50 an hour to weld. I'm like, can women drive, though? I've been critical of Saudi Arabia for quite a long time. And about Dubai. I've been on that Dubai shit list for quite a while as well. Also in 2021, there were female Mildebeest attendees who reported repeated sexual harassment and even encounters with groups of men who were sexually assaulting them, groping them, etc. And the event, the Mildebeest, launched a respect campaign. So rather than actually trying to stop the issue on the field, Turki Al-Sheikh was more interested in stopping people from talking about it online, and warnings were issued to stop spreading baseless rumors or face 5 years of imprisonment. Do not lie! Face 5 years of imprisonment. Blocked on Twitter. Al-Sheikh even reportedly made social media posts mocking those who claimed to be abused, which is another level of bullshittery. The women who posted online about facing harassment faced 5 years in prison. And you can compare that to the law passed in 2018, where the ones actually committing the sexual harassment would face only 2 years in prison, or 5 years if they were a repeat offender. So saying, hey, I went to this place and it was really unsafe, gets you as much time in prison as being a repeat sexual deviant. Okay, that's cool. We've also seen reporting that Turki Al-Sheikh had posted a photo in 2024 with Saud Al-Qahtani, which is the man accused of being responsible for the assassination of Jamal Khashoggi. Still, despite our best efforts, we couldn't find the photo itself, so obviously take that with a grain of salt. People are very, very, very critical of Saudi Arabia, and I'm not saying anybody's making anything up. I'm also saying, wouldn't be surprised as well, at the same time, these people don't seem like they're good people. We don't pay attention to that. Instead, look at these awesome posts. Is that Grogu? And yes, to answer the question that I know you're not going to ask, the Riyadh Comedy Festival is also brought to you by Turki Al Sheikh and the GEA. So, in fact, Turki Al Sheikh was the one who announced the festival back in July, which was a detail that was confirmed by the Saudi Press Agency, which is the official state news agency operating under the government's Ministry of Media, and even has its own .gov domain. And when criticism for the Riyadh Comedy Festival reached its fever pitch, Turki Al Sheikh responded by saying, Riyadh season will appreciate those who appreciate it. Essentially, if you don't talk about us favorably, then we won't treat you favorably. Which means something, I feel like. Maybe it means a broken clock is still right twice a day. As an example of someone who did not appreciate the most appreciated Riyadh Comedy Festival, we have to look no further than Timothy Dillon, a personality who was supposed to perform in Riyadh but was fired ahead of the event over making jokes about slaves in Saudi Arabia. He even joked about the joke, making it seem like the slavery there was favorable. So he's being like, nice, you know?
What's your problem? Well, they have slaves, then they kill everyone. Hey. Get over it. Get over it.
Ashley presenta Decora con Pasión. Señora, su esposo tiene sueñito.
So what? So what they have slaves? So what?
Apparently, even making slavery seem favorable was too much for the Riyadh PR leadership to allow them to associate with Timothy Dillon. He was fired. They're basically running a funnier, worse version of the CCP's digital censorship wall, the Great Firewall. They seem really proud of it, and they acknowledge that it's bad, whereas the CCP is just like, no, that didn't happen. Or they're more that kind of people, whereas the Saudis are kind of like, yeah. And so it's difficult to be more sure of what China actually wants you to see and not see, because they're kind of, lying and they're very, very murky. Whereas with Saudi Arabia, it's very obvious. For example, slavery. They're, pretty popular amongst the Arab nations for slavery. They're known for that. By even talking about these and giving credence to any of this actually happening, I won't ever be able to go to Saudi Arabia, and neither will my loved ones, my employees, and probably not you. Let's just hope you don't live there right now. Watching this video is illegal. And if you happen to go like this and do some kind of agreeance with the video, 5 years in jail. So beyond the few examples we've briefly mentioned regarding Saudi
Mother, I'm saying, for my motherfucking nigga. I'm a cyclone, but that's too long. Fuck my six for my motherfucking nigga. I'm a cyclone, but that's too long. I sight out to my lips. I wish me home. So mad. Mad. Found so mad. I was cyclone, but that's too long. Side out to my lips. I can stay home. So mine. So mine. So sweet. I'm so mad. I'm so mad. I'm so mad. Wait, I'm fun. I'm straight out. Got me right. Man's face, man. Never burning up mixing. I follow it. I'm sitting in the man's. I'm finding it out. I've seen it. I just
Arabia's violations of human rights. There are numerous additional examples to discuss and further ways to expand on those we've already touched upon. For our first example, let's take the goal of Saudi Arabia's Vision 2030. This thing is to paint a picture of growth within a nation, multiple forms or facets of growth: financial, cultural, humanitarian, technological, even scientific. But unfortunately, over time, Saudi Arabia has been kind of moving backwards. In spite of all this shebang, the death penalty is something that has been commonplace throughout human history and still exists all over the globe to varying degrees. In the United States, it's largely reserved for only the most heinous crimes, and even then, death row inmates spend years, if not decades, behind bars before they get executed. Under Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, they're frequent, incredibly fast, and they're only becoming more so. Between 2015 and 2022, Saudi Arabia recorded the 6 bloodiest years in its history under King Salman and the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, with executions averaging 129 annually. That's an 82% increase from pre-2015 levels. These are just people being executed. There can't be that many serial killers or horrible, evil people, because that's cool. I mean, I'm down with that. As we briefly mentioned before, shortly after the Saudi Arabian Grand Prix in 2022, 81 people were put to death in one day alone. And many of those executed were citizens of other countries. Also, most of their slaves are migrants or citizens of other countries. Amnesty International attempts to track the injustices as best as feasible, but due to the secrecy and manipulations in the Saudi Arabian judicial system, the true number of those facing the death penalty is pretty hard to pin down. The number of executions between January 2014 and June 2025 was over 1,800 people, roughly 1/3 of those being for strictly drug-related, non-violent offenses. That's crazy. I know a lot of people don't like the death penalty, but some people are just like, yeah, that guy's evil, and we caught him in the act. Kill him. These executions from Saudi Arabia are the opposite of that. And these are just the ones that have been made public by the official press agency, the SPA, which Amnesty International has tracked and analyzed. And of those executed for drug-related offenses, 75% of which were citizens of other countries. Execution for strictly drug-related offenses is a violation of international law, but Saudi Arabia is one of only 4 countries that continue to just execute people for drugs in 2024. What's crazy is that at one point they'd committed to ending drug-related executions. From 2020 to November of 2022, due to a moratorium from Mohammed bin Salman, drug-related executions were suspended. Like we're waiting for Christmas.
It's just in. Only 41 days until Christmas, and also all drug-related executions have been suspended.
As a result, in 2020, there was an 85% drop in the total number of executions for Saudi Arabia. And there's like as many people in Saudi Arabia as there is in Texas. Okay, that's pretty scary. For a short time, it did seem that real change was being accomplished, and the promises to limit the use of the death penalty were being met. But when the clock ran out, the drug-related executions resumed, and Saudi Arabia set a new record for total executions back last year in 2024 with 345. And in a crazy ironic twist of fate, Saudi Arabia was trying to get one of those highly sought-after seats on the United Nations Human Rights Council. Kind of ironic, given the fact that they're just killing people for drug-related things. In 2025, things aren't slowing down either. In the first 6 months of this year, 180 people were executed, and of the 46 executions in June, just a few months ago, 37 of those were drug-related. And of those 37, 34 were foreign people. But once again, those are just public numbers that the state news agency has deemed acceptable, so I would trust them. Earlier, we drew a few loose comparisons between the censorship in Saudi Arabia to China's censorship, likening what Saudi Arabia does to the Great Firewall. I called it an inferior version, but that's only if you consider the attempt to completely block access to apps that the rest of the world commonly uses to exchange ideas and information. China's great at that. Saudi Arabia wants to be seen as a participant in the global community. They want to be seen as cool, Western, and all that stuff. So rather than block access completely, it strictly monitors the social media use of their own citizens and the guests in the country. It would not be a lie to say that Saudi Arabia operates one of the most sophisticated surveillance states in the world. combining commercial spyware, totally legal stuff you can just buy, comprehensive internet censorship, and government-mandated tracking apps, all coupled with aggressive prosecution of online speech. NSO Group is an Israeli cybersecurity intelligence firm that has created a proprietary spyware called Pegasus, which is capable of being installed onto your phone without your knowledge and grants an attacker complete access to messages, photos, videos, microphone, camera, and more. Basically everything on your phone that they want, they can get. Thank you, Israel. It is a spyware that has become increasingly popular among governments seeking to silence critics and crush dissent before it can gain traction. And unsurprisingly, it's been reported that Pegasus spyware has been employed by Saudi Arabia and was even potentially used to track Jamal Khashoggi before he was killed. And of course, when this came out, NSO Group was quick to deny the claims, saying that their product was not in any way associated with the murder of any innocent people, especially not the murder of Khashoggi, okay? And that they only sell their product to vetted governments for the purpose of saving lives. Makes sense. So they can say that, but I don't know. This is a magic spyware that is entirely undetectable, that requires 0 clicks to install, and according to page 30 of the product's description, once Agent is uninstalled from a certain device, it leaves no traces whatsoever or indications it was ever there. So their own product description basically says that they can just lie about it, and it's in their books, and they're supposed to. And beside that, seemingly an entire contradiction to the statement from NSO is that reporting showed that Israel had even approved the sale to Saudi Arabia in an effort to improve relations between Israel and Saudi Arabia in an anti-Iran alliance, and that it was Saud al-Khashoggi, the man mentioned earlier for his hand in killing Khashoggi, who had wanted access to Pegasus for their surveillance network. So it's a web, it's a love triangle. WhatsApp even won a lawsuit against NSO after Pegasus had been installed on 1,400 devices through WhatsApp's system, and that group was fined $168 million. Another software used to monitor and track citizens is available on the App Store, and it's advertised as a convenient way to access government services, but it is also being used to track and spy on people. The app is called Absher, and it's on Google Play. Google, the official sponsor of Saudi Arabia. I couldn't find it on my iPhone. Absher is a verified government entity. You can renew your driver's license, access your citizen ID, passport, manage appointments, pay fines, and navigate. And you can do the exact same with your dependents, which includes not just your children, but we'll get to that in a minute. It also has tabs for your family and even coworkers. And this is where the potential issue comes into play. See, the app enables male family guardians to monitor and control women and children. It is...
inside with Freedom Rewards Insider. Unlock exclusive discounts on hotels and flights. Plus, save 15% on tourism activity.
First, don't fuck your bitch and click you play. West side, we gonna be quick again. Claiming to be a player, but I fucked your wife. We plus on fuck for life. Plus, fuck the truth. One time, we fuck it's a podcast. Motherfuckers know what time it is. I don't even know why I'm on this track. Y'all niggas ain't even on my level. I'm gonna let my little homies ride. Stay ass, man.
Okay, ma.
God damn it.
A really wild application. Holy shit.
Under Saudi Arabia's male guardianship system, a man controls a woman's life from birth until her death. Every Saudi woman must have a male guardian, normally a father or husband, who has the power to make critical decisions on her behalf.
So maybe it doesn't seem like that big of a deal. It allows a husband to see his wife, son, or daughter when they have maybe traveled out of Saudi Arabia to a neighboring nation? That seems cool. But it's more than that. Using Absher, men who are the guardians over their wives, daughters, and sometimes even mothers have the power to deny permission to travel abroad or obtain passports. It has led to people being prevented from leaving the country, specifically women and especially those who are victims of domestic abuse, because it just allows a man to prevent his wife that he's abusing to leave. You see what I'm saying? It doesn't really make a lot of sense. And with that being said, there are some instances in which it's been argued that the Absher app has helped women escape, and that it's even an improvement over the previous methods the Saudi government used to enforce the travel of women abroad. Human Rights Watch has reported that women seeking to escape have been able to change travel permissions on their male guardians' phones and disable text message alerts on the app to prevent notifications from coming up when they leave, rather than the old system Saudi Arabia had, which was a permission card, like a child at school. And these documents required a physically signed document for travel approval, along with the length of time that they'd be traveling. It seems crazy. So with the updated technology, not needing to travel to a physical location, a passport office to complete paperwork, those things made it more accessible for some women wanting to leave. With that being said, Human Rights Watch has only reported 3 cases where women successfully fled after accessing their guardians' phones to approve their own travel. So that's good, but with the good comes more bad. Women caught fleeing after changing their guardians' app settings face prosecution if they ever return to Saudi Arabia voluntarily or forcibly. So all the good was not from Saudi Arabia, it was just because phones have notifications that you can turn on and stuff. The dependent section in the app, which we mentioned earlier, doesn't just include children. It also corresponds to citizens of other countries who are in Saudi Arabia via the sponsorship of a Saudi citizen. So sponsors of these foreign workers can deny their sponsees from leaving the country, which has resulted in the exploitation of migrant workers and legal slavery. You can probably see how an employer having this level of control over its sponsors is it's human trafficking is what it seems like. Potential employers lure foreign people to their country, and then they just get control over whether or not they can leave. So you lure to a prospective employee with promises of one job only to switch the job when the worker arrives, making them work in inhumane and, in some cases, fatal conditions.
2 generations of magicians brought together for a reason. The closer they look, the less they'll actually...
That's fucking crazy. With FIFA set to come to Saudi Arabia in 2034, construction has intensified on the Vision Project as the government strives to create a tourist paradise for the world to marvel at. So who is working on these construction sites, my friends? Well, migrant workers with little to no safety precautions who can't leave unless their employers give them permission. Once again, the Human Rights Watch reported in December of 2024 that these giga projects were being built on widespread labor abuse. Migrant workers reported being paid for 2 months before paychecks stopped, and when asking for payment, one manager even responded, "Die first, and I'll pay you later." So, if you're there for work, your employer has essentially complete control over your autonomy. And when workers try to leave or change jobs, employers reportedly have responded with things like this: "If we let you transfer sponsorship, we will have to let others do so as well." Some are even forced to pay their employer thousands of dollars to move jobs. And that's if you survive long enough or make enough to be able to even do so. Back in May, more reporting came out in regard to migrant workers from HRW, detailing that scores of migrant workers in Saudi Arabia have died in gruesome yet avoidable workplace-related accidents. It's like the 1800s in Saudi Arabia. Deaths stemming from electrocution, falling from buildings, crushing, and even decapitation, like those Chinese WorkSafe videos. And Saudi Arabia is labeling these deaths as being due to natural causes, COVID style. So if you're a migrant worker, a person in an abusive relationship, someone who just wants to say something honest about the way something is working poorly in Saudi Arabia? Persecuted. What about just women and minorities in general? They are obviously the most common targets of inhumane treatment, with women rights activists having faced extreme prosecutions and abuse for years. I'm sure you've seen some of those images and videos of women taking their tops off in protest. Amnesty International reported back in May that recruiters deceived over 70 Kenyan women, and when they arrived in Saudi Arabia, they were treated like slaves. Their passports were taken, their phones were held, their wages were withheld, and they were forced to work 16-hour days. Time off was denied, and they were prevented from leaving the house, along with facing verbal, physical, and sexual assault. So that is one such case of discrimination. Another minority group in Saudi Arabia that faces extreme discrimination is just Shia Muslims, who are not Wahhabists, who are not Sunni. They're Sunni and Shia. Those are the two main schools of thought in Islam. One believes there is elected caliphates, and then the other one believes that they argue over Muhammad's successors, basically. Pretty sure. I remember. None of that's written down or documented in research. I'm probably completely wrong. So with that in mind, remember the mass execution of 81 men back in 2022? 41 of those were Shia Muslims. And they make up roughly 12% of the population there, but are excluded from jobs and are the target of religious policies that could see Shiites and Sufi Muslims facing 20 years in prison for religious activities because practices or gatherings that could harm the unity or stability of the Sunni Muslim kingdom are forms of terrorism. This decree also deemed atheism to be a form of terrorism. So that is crazy. That is crazy shit. Other Muslim countries, which I don't know a lot about, a lot of them, but I know Lebanon is like equal parts Sunni and Shia. Some of our family came from Shia Lebanese, probably in Syria, I guess, a long time ago, in the 1800s. Saudi security forces even went out of their way to demolish a mosque with a predominantly Shia community, which seems crazy. So yeah, a lot of terrible shit. But at least as of 2018, women can drive. Okay, guys? Just don't try to leave the country if you're a woman. You have to get permission from your guardian, because you don't exist. Women can attend music festivals, sporting events, and WWE Super Slams, although if they are harassed or assaulted, they will face threats of further assault and harassment and imprisonment over even talking about the abuse that you might find at the WWE Super Slam. For example, Salma Al-Shihab is a mother, a women's rights activist, and a Shia Muslim who in 2021 was arrested by authorities over social media posts advocating for women's rights. Her sentencing for such a heinous act went from 6 years to 34 years, followed by a 34-year travel ban, which then dropped to 27 years, and then eventually dropped again to only 4. Years. So I'm not really sure what they're trying to accomplish with their judicial system, but she was released from prison at the beginning of this year, but is still subject to an 8-year travel ban, and during her imprisonment, she faced solitary confinement as well as verbal abuse because of her membership of the Shia minority. Salma had committed the crime of dissent, calling for the release of other female activists like Lujain Al-Haflul. Lujain Al-Haflul's arrest is insane. She was arrested in May of 2018 for pushing for women to be able to drive, just weeks before women were allowed to drive in June of 2018, simply because she had undermined the kingdom's political system slightly before they changed it. And during Lujain's imprisonment, she was held at a maximum security prison where she was tortured, faced electric shock, was whipped, and beat. So, yeah, and her torture sessions allegedly occurred in the presence of Saud al-Qahtani, a close aide to MBS, and again the man behind the assassination of Jamal Khashoggi, which is the assassination that we will dig into now. Everything we've discussed so far makes Saudi Arabia look kind of like a shitty place to live. If you're a minority, Shia Muslim, a woman, a migrant, a person who isn't just a Saudi Arabian guy, it seems like. But there is an entire list of atrocities that we've only mentioned and omitted describing fully until now. Things that escalate the level of horror that comes out of Saudi Arabia. On October 2nd, in 2018, Washington Post columnist Jamal Khashoggi entered the Saudi consulate in Istanbul to obtain marriage documents and was murdered within minutes of entering. Turkish intelligence recordings captured the entire killing, with transcripts now being released. A 15-member Saudi hit squad strangled Khashoggi with a plastic bag over his head as he pleaded, "I have asthma, do not do it, you will suffocate me." Then they dismembered his body with a bone saw over 30 minutes, and his remains were taken out of the country in 5 suitcases and were never recovered. So what would prompt such a violent and rapid removal of a Saudi citizen within a foreign nation's borders? Khashoggi had been a Saudi insider for decades, advising Prince Turki Al Faisal and serving as editor of Al Watan newspaper. Then speculation surrounding his resignation from Al Watan in 2010 suggested it may have been a forced resignation following articles about religious police and women's rights. Then his increasing criticism of Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman's authoritarian crackdown drove him into a self-imposed exile in the United States from June 2017. And from Washington, he wrote columns advocating for press freedom and democratic reform in the Arab world as a whole, but specifically in Saudi Arabia. He'd written an article about MBS peddling revisionist history, and in the same article where he praised women being afforded the right to drive, he also criticized MBS for not doing more. And the last article of Khashoggi's that was ever published was a posthumous article from the Post received from his translator and assistant the day after his murder. And it represented perfectly the battle he fought and died for, saying that what the Arab world needed most was free expression. The hit squad that was sent to kill him consisted entirely of Saudi government operatives with direct ties to MBS, the betrothed to the crown or whatever, Ibn Saudi or whatever his name is. And according to an anonymous but seemingly well-informed and verified source who spoke with Middle East Eye, the team that had conducted the assassination was Tiger Squad, which is a group of the most highly trained and highly loyal intelligence and military operatives in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And the assassination of Khashoggi took place after the controversial arrest of Loujain. And the source told NEE that they have the belief that arresting critics will mount pressure on them, so that's why they started assassinating them quietly. The source also claimed that of the 15 men, 5 of them were personally selected by the Crown Prince, being his most loyal and trustworthy members of his personal security detail. The team was led by Mahir Abdulaziz Mutreb, who is a senior intelligence officer who regularly appeared in MBS's security detail on international trips. And on the day of the assassination, Mutreb's calls had been intercepted by Turkish intelligence, and 7 of 14 on that day were to the office of the Crown Prince Salman. Before the killing had taken place at the time of Khashoggi's arrival in the consulate, the transcripts show Mutreb referring to Khashoggi as a sacrificial lamb of sorts, the animal to be sacrificed. So they obviously believe they were killing this journalist for the greater good of Saudi Arabia. The operation was overseen by Saud al-Qahtani, a senior advisor to MBS, who publicly stated he did not make decisions without the Crown Prince's approval, which is even noted in an assessment from the Director of National Intelligence that had investigated the extent of the Saudi government's involvements in the killing of Khashoggi. The DNI assessment found that 7 members of the Tiger Squad, which they refer to as the Rapid Intervention Force, had been part of the 15-member hit squad, and that they only answered to him and wouldn't have participated without his direct approval, which means it was the leader of a country where you can go, a free country that's not North Korea, that's pretty much just North Korea. And maybe, honestly, it's just really North Korea. You can go there. The king was like, yo, kill that guy. He wants women to drive, and he's really mean to me. That's unbelievable. It's cartoon villain shit. The assessment, which was finished on the 11th of February 2021 and declassified 2 weeks later on February 25th, included an executive summary stating, "We assess that Saudi Arabia's Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman approved an operation in Istanbul to capture or kill Saudi journalist Jamal Khashoggi." So, that's crazy. And the response from Saudi Arabia was quite contradictory and involved multiple narratives. They initially denied Khashoggi ever died, and the kingdom claimed that on October 3rd, 2018, he left the consulate alive. Then, after overwhelming evidence emerged, Saudi officials admitted on October 19th that he was killed in a fist fight. Then on October 25th, they acknowledged it was premeditated murder, blaming rogue operatives. Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman has, of course, denied direct involvement, and even in 2019, he continued to deny his involvement in interviews while also trying to toe the line by saying he takes full responsibility. Which is so funny. He's very suave. You guys looked at him, the salmon guy? This salmon guy, he's very suave looking. It's crazy how evil he is. Later, the kingdom conducted a closed trial in Riyadh that some experts have said was a mockery of justice. It was performative for giving the appearance of accountability being held while ensuring no consequences reach those at the top. Kind of like Saudi Arabia's Ruby Ridge, in a sense. Plug to my own video. Go watch that if you haven't seen it yet. The mastermind of the whole thing, Saud al-Qahtani, was never even named during the Saudi trial, though he did eventually become a pariah. So, that being said, if the reporting of him and Turki al-Sheikh being photographed together is legitimate, his exile is likely coming to an end. Fun fact, along the same vein of performative accountability, the United States' response to the assassination of this man was also quite underwhelming. In mid-November of 2018, 17 individuals were sanctioned by the United States Department of the Treasury, including Saud al-Qahtani and Mutreb, along with 14 other Saudi government officials. Then the U.S. Treasury Department issued a follow-up press release on February 26, 2021, conveniently the day after the DNI assessment was made public, featuring a quote from Secretary Yellen, which stated, "Those involved in the abhorrent killing of Jamal Khashoggi must be held accountable. With this action, Treasury is sanctioning Saudi Arabia's Rapid Intervention Force and a senior Saudi official who was directly involved in the murder of Jamal. The United States stands united with journalists and political dissidents in opposing threats of violence and intimidation. We will continue to defend the freedom of expression, which is the bedrock of a free society." Okay, so that seems well and good, but who was the senior Saudi official being sanctioned? It wasn't Crown Prince MBS. In spite of the fact that the DNI stated that he'd had a direct hand in authorizing the assassination, an assessment compiled weeks before and made public the day prior. Instead, it was the former deputy head of General Intelligence, Ahmed Hassan Mohammed al-Asudi, who had coordinated behind the scenes with Saud al-Qahtani to plan the operation. So, essentially, these few individuals, excluding MBS, had their U.S. property seized and were prevented from conducting business in America. You can't come here anymore. That's accountability for us, to be honest. This was all during President Trump's first term, and he further drove home his lack thereof actions, or actions, however you want to say it, by allowing Saudi Arabia to purchase billions of dollars of military equipment from us.
We're not going to give up hundreds of billions of dollars in orders and let Russia, China, and everybody else have them. It's all about, for me, very simple. It's America first. Saudi Arabia, if we broke with them, I think your oil prices would go through the roof.
And that we didn't want to lose that economic opportunity, potentially letting Saudi Arabia buy weapons from Russia or China, maybe filling our big giant hole we'd leave. Even further, Trump reportedly bragged to Washington Post reporter Bob Woodward that he'd saved Mohammed bin Salman's ass by getting Congress to leave him alone. So that's a pretty epic America win. And by the time Joe Biden got into office, Khashoggi's murder was years in the past, but the DNI assessment released during his presidency directly pinpointed MBS as responsible, bringing the assassination back into public consciousness. And while Biden's press secretary Jen Psaki claimed that the president intended to recalibrate our engagement with Saudi Arabia, it seems that never happened. It seems like the recalibration just means Joe Biden would ghost MBS, kind of thing. U.S. officials said that they wouldn't be inviting him to visit, and Biden stopped taking his calls, instead talking to MBS father, King Salman bin Abdulaziz Al Saud. And when Khashoggi's fiancée tried pursuing legal action against MBS over her to-be husband's murder, the Biden administration, in response, granted the mother immunity, and then Joe fist-bumped MBS during a visit to Saudi Arabia. It is crazy, dude. Saudis have been deep in the American coffers for a long time, all right? That's further in the video. We're going to get to that. I'm hoping that the Saudis don't watch the rest. The murder of Khashoggi is obviously a tragedy, and it had far-reaching effects. It demonstrated that even prominent journalists at major Western outlets are not safe from the government of Saudi Arabia. Let's take Turki bin Abdulaziz Al Jasser, a Saudi journalist and blogger who founded the news site Al Mashhad Al Saudi. He was executed in Saudi Arabia on June 14, 2025 for treason and terrorism. He'd been initially arrested in March 2018, which was the same year that Lou Jane had been imprisoned and Khashoggi was murdered, and he was allegedly imprisoned for running a blog focused on corruption and civil liberties, as well as an anonymous Twitter account that was critical of the royal family. Al Jasser was detained for 7 years, subjected to torture, including beatings and electric shocks, and was tried in secret proceedings that violated international fair trial standards. The Committee to Protect Journalists said, the international community's failure to deliver justice for Jamal Khashoggi did not just betray one journalist, it emboldened de facto ruler Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman to continue his persecution of the press, and today another Saudi journalist has paid the price. It seems like Saudi Arabia has been allowed to go unchecked for so long because of the money that they give our politicians and people. It seems like it's too valuable for U.S. government officials to risk jeopardizing the relationship, and we make billions selling them our military hardware, and who the f*** knows what else behind the scenes. Let's just be real, guys. If I were to ask if you'd be surprised to hear that the same military hardware we are flying into Saudi Arabia is also being used for more war crimes and human rights violations, a lot of our technology is used for that. Saudi Arabia launched a military intervention in Yemen on March 25th, 2015, leading a coalition that included the UAE, Bahrain, Egypt, Jordan, Kuwait, and other Arab states, with crucial support from the United States and the United Kingdom. It was justified as restoring the internationally recognized government of President Hadi after Houthi forces seized the capital Sana'a, and the intervention conducted was one of the most devastating air campaigns of the 21st century. Over 7 years, this coalition carried out 25,054 air raids, according to the Yemen Delta Project. That's an average of 12 attacks per day, and these air raids have resulted in the deaths of thousands of civilians directly and hundreds of thousands of civilians indirectly. The United Nations published a story detailing a heartbreaking loss of life when there were over 50 young boys, mainly under the age of 15, who were victims of a strike on their bus. And at least 21 of them died and 30 had been injured. In the same post, while condemning the strike on the bus, they outlined how this is but one of a larger number of deadly strikes on civilian targets as a result of this coalition, including a strike on a farm that killed 4 children, a strike on a motorbike that killed 2 kids. 2 more children were killed tending their sheep when a direct strike hit them. A hospital was also targeted in an Obama-style strike that killed 41 civilians, including 6 children. A fishing port, dock, and hangar full of fishermen and street vendors was targeted with a mortar strike. Another hospital was also targeted by mortars with a shell landing in a busy street full of traffic with vendors and pedestrians.
Estás en casa para las fiestas y de regreso a tu cuarto.
Uy. Al menos puedes conseguirle a papá unos shorts nuevos en oferta. Algo que lo cubra más.
Work-life balance with Betterment, the automated investing and savings app. We do the work, earning you more in a high-yield cash account, while you live your life. Make your money hustle with Betterment.
Koreans everywhere. We're seeing the same thing around the world. We've seen this before. Many of these strikes on civilians are widely condemned for being blatant war crimes. For example, there was an instance of a funeral that was struck. Human Rights Watch called that an apparent war crime. And based upon photos of the scene with pieces of the bomb still bearing manufacturer markings, it was identified as a U.S. manufactured bomb. More specifically, a Lockheed Martin GBU-12 Paveway 2, which is a 500-pound GBU. It's a laser-guided bomb. And beyond the killing of civilians, the coalition has used cluster munitions. They are weapons that scatter sub-munitions over vast areas that often fail to explode, leaving deadly hazards for years and years and years. They essentially become landmines. An entire city block, or the length of a street, or a field and a farm could be covered by one cluster munitions dispersal. And they're indiscriminate killers. Obviously, they're dumb as they just blow into anything that's there or whatever. They're very inefficient. There's a reason we don't use them. In 2008, there was a convention on cluster munitions, and a treaty resulted from the convention that made the danger that these munitions pose to civilians very clear to the nations of the world. And notably, of the 112 nations that approved the treaty and of the 107 that signed it, few countries are very absent. That's the United States, Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, Bahrain, Egypt, Jordan, and Kuwait. Okay. Essentially, all of the members of the Saudi-led coalition against Yemen, plus the United States. So probably shouldn't be using cluster munitions in any place where there's going to be civilians at all, ever. Probably shouldn't do that. The use of cluster munitions was confirmed by a Saudi coalition spokesperson in an interview with CNN in 2016. The spokesperson claimed that they'd only used the munitions one time, and that was against a camp in Hajjah that had vehicles. Can you guess who that Saudi spokesperson was? It was Major General Ahmed Assiri. Does that name sound familiar? It should. This is the same Ahmed Assiri with close ties to the Saudi royal family, who just 2 years after this interview in 2018 would be fired following the assassination of Jamal Khashoggi, and later face sanctions from the United States in 2021. So we already went over the lies and changing stories surrounding that assassination, so anything that comes out of this guy's mouth is just horseshit. And the total death toll from the Yemen war is staggering and extends far beyond those killed in airstrikes. For example, in November 2021, the UN estimated that the number of deaths reached 377,000. It's also estimated that 70% of those killed would be children under the age of 5, with 60% of fatalities resulting from things like starvation and disease. And the United States, while not performing these strikes personally, was complicit in them, having continued arms sales to the coalition, as well as servicing their US-made aircraft and training pilots. The arms sales have been very controversial, which has led to several stoppages and some renewals. A $1.3 billion sale went through in 2015, and Obama halted parts of a sale in 2016 following concerns with the Yemen war and that there weren't enough children's hospitals being targeted. That's an Obama thing. Trump restored the arms sales in 2017, and in 2021 the Biden administration ended support of offensive operations by suspending some munition sales but continued maintenance on aircraft. So it's like pretty wild. So while the Saudi-led coalition war in Yemen hasn't officially ended, and it's been going for 10 years, there are still pushes for peace. This war went on for quite a while until the UN brokered a truce deal in April of 2022. And around the time of this truce, another humanitarian crisis was building, and Saudi Arabia was facing condemnation for human rights violations. This is the killings at the border of Ethiopia. Between March 2022 and June 2023, Saudi Arabian border guards killed at least hundreds and possibly thousands of Ethiopian migrants attempting to cross from Yemen into Saudi Arabia, according to a Human Rights Watch report published in August 2023 titled, "They Fired on Us Like Rain." HRW documented the killings through 42 interviews with Ethiopian migrants and asylum seekers who had survived border crossings, and an analysis of over 350 videos and photographs, and satellite imagery examination covering hundreds of square kilometers, with forensic pathological analysis by the Independent Forensic Experts Group. From 11 documented large group crossings involving 1,200 migrants, at least 655 died. From 9 additional crossings with 1,600 migrants, only 281 survivors could be accounted for. The Mixed Migration Center estimated 794 Ethiopian migrants were killed in 2022 alone, with 1,700 injured. And in the first 4 months of 2023, 75 more were killed and 226 more were injured. Satellite imagery identified 8 different burial sites near a migrant camp on the Yemen side of the border, and as of June 23, 2023, 287 graves were visible in these sites. And that is a significant increase from 183 graves documented in February 2022, showing the death toll growing throughout the documented period as a whole. Many more bodies were left unburied or buried in remote, unmarked locations that could not be captured in satellite imagery. The methods used by Saudi border guards were ruthless. HRW documented 28 incidents involving explosive weapons, mortars, and rocket launchers mounted on vehicles fired at large groups of 50 to 300 migrants. The explosive weapons caused horrific injuries. Survivors reported seeing people thrown on branches of trees, cut in two, losing body parts, and there are quite a few first-hand descriptions of the attacks that are disgusting. So it's absolutely horrible and documented, and the UN wrote a strongly worded letter expressing utmost concern over the cross-border killings, the use of artillery shelling, and small arms fire by Saudi security forces against asylum-seeking migrants and trafficking victims. They also called for an investigation, as neither Saudi nor Yemeni authorities had conducted one. It took 5 months for...
¿Quieres saber cómo estoy preparando mi casa para las fiestas sin salirme del presupuesto? Ashley ofrece
for Saudi Arabia to respond, and when they did on March 2nd, 2023, you can see their response. They claim to take the allegation seriously, and they assured the public that Saudi border security ensures humane treatment according to international standards and are provided food as well as medical exams. So they refute the claim of a systematic pattern of large-scale, indiscriminate cross-border murders, and they just say that nothing ever happened. That's like what they do. They then claimed that the letter from the UN contains no dates, times, locations, details, information, or evidence to substantiate the allegations, and it's just based off limited information provided. The Kingdom discovered no evidence to substantiate the allegations. So, like all their other investigations, they investigated themselves and found no wrongdoing. By the way, this video started off about how people are mad at comedians for performing in Saudi Arabia. And we're trying to give reasons as to why people might be mad at these comedians for unabashedly performing in such a cesspit like Saudi Arabia. We have murdered journalists, we have human rights violations, we also have, at the very bottom of this list, involvement from Saudi Arabia in one of the greatest tragedies that America has ever faced, the world, pretty much, because you can tie in the resulting war and everything. There's just a lot of bad that has come from all of this, obviously. By the way, I recommend researching all of this yourself. Anything you hear and you're like, I don't like that, just research it. Just look into it. Try to use multiple sources. Don't use your church as a source, preferably. Yeah, look into it. How about the Saudi plot for 9/11? 19 terrorists associated with Al-Qaeda hijacked 4 commercial airplanes on the morning of September 11th, 2001, transforming fuel-loaded aircraft into weapons. American Airlines Flight 11 struck the North Tower of the World Trade Center. United Airlines Flight 175 struck the South Tower, and American Airlines Flight 77 hit the Pentagon, and United Airlines Flight 93 crashed in a Pennsylvania field after passengers fought to retake control. None of it would have happened if Mark Wahlberg was there. I'm sorry, I have some kind of disease where I have to say that every time I talk about anything like this. Mark Wahlberg literally said he would have stopped 9/11. What an idiot. If we exclude the hijackers, the attacks killed 2,977 people directly, with 2,753 of those being in the World Trade Center towers and their surroundings. Beyond just the direct deaths, tens of thousands of people have faced long-term illnesses as a result of the attack, both mental illness and physical illness, and according to the 9/11 Memorial and Museum, which pulls its data from the CDC, there were 352 chemical agents identified in the dust. Because when you take a building, you turn it into dust, there's a lot of really bad shit. Not to mention all the deaths from the ensuing war, the decade of that, and just PTSD and the loss of life around the world. It's horrible. As a result of 9/11, the World Trade Center Health Program was created, and between 130,000 and 140,000 of the over 400,000 exposed during the attacks and the aftermath are enrolled in this program. And of those enrolled, there are some staggering numbers of certifications for World Trade Center-related health conditions. Over 46,000 first responders and survivors have been diagnosed with cancers, over 40,000 diagnosed with chronic rhinosinusitis, over 37,000 diagnosed with gastroesophageal reflux disease, or GERD, over 22,000 diagnosed with asthma, and over 16,000 diagnosed with PTSD. Tens of thousands more are diagnosed with other various conditions ranging from panic disorders, depression, lung disease, and even musculoskeletal disorders, all related to the World Trade Centers. This shows how the attacks didn't just reshape the landscape of America's safety precautions in airports, or how it's influenced racism against people from Middle East and Gulf nations, or initiate what President Bush would call a global war on terror right after we watched his drive. It shattered the feeling of safety Americans felt while on U.S. soil and has plagued victims with disease and illness for decades. It's overall terrible. And the official story is that the plot was orchestrated by Al-Qaeda leader Osama bin Laden and operationally planned by Khalid Sheikh Mohammed. And 15 of the 19 hijackers were Saudi nationals, and that is a 79% composition of Saudis. So obviously, this Saudi connection has to be investigated. The Saudi connection was investigated, but the 9/11 Commission's 2004 report found no evidence linking the Saudi government to the attacks. So that's like for real. But if you look at the Gulf War and you look at it, let's just say there was unfinished business, and the Saudis would benefit heavily if we were to go back into the Middle East. And that's not what I believe. And that is definitely a conspiracy theory, but it is interesting if you were to play a game of Risk, or let's say Total War Rome, that you're trying to topple your enemies in the Middle East. Anyways, back to the official real story, not the not real one that I just spoke about for a second. The official story has changed over the past 5 years. According to FBI documents classified between 2021 and 2025, Saudi government officials operated a deliberate support network for the first terrorists who entered America before 9/11. The composition of the hijackers' teams revealed every flight had 3 to 5 Saudi nationals as a part of the respective hijacking team, and most had limited education and spoke little English. Then, several considered passports investigators called suspicious indicators associated with Al-Qaeda, and at least 6 presented passports that had been manipulated in a fraudulent manner, and some of them just magically fell from a massively burning decimated fiery building. They just fell out of the sky magically. It was found that 2 hijackers may have obtained passports with help from a family member working in the Saudi.
As a new mom and content creator, LegalZoom really helps me out. I use LegalZoom to register an LLC and start a trust for my kid. Love you, LegalZoom. When you need a legal hand, turn to LegalZoom. Later, guys.
The passport office. The first 2 hijackers to arrive in the U.S. created a template for what would become a sophisticated support operation from Saudi Arabia. Nawaf al-Hazmi and Khalid al-Minhar landed at Los Angeles International Airport on January 15, 2000, immediately after attending an Al-Qaeda summit in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, where the 9/11 attacks were reportedly planned. Both Hazmi and Minhar were on American Airlines Flight 77, which is the plane that struck the Pentagon. The CIA tracked them at that summit, and the 9/11 Commission report even noted that a CIA desk officer guessed that something more nefarious was afoot, but they catastrophically failed to notify the FBI of their investigation for 16 months, not alerting investigators until August of 2001, just weeks before the attacks. Their tracks have been lost in Bangkok, and CIA officials reportedly assumed that the meeting in Kuala Lumpur was called to plan attacks in Southeast Asia, not in America. And in March of 2000, it was identified that Nawaf al-Hazmi had departed on January 15th on a United Airlines flight to Los Angeles. That being said, the CIA did not try to register Minhar or Hazmi with the State Department's tip-off watch list of terrorism. And this failure in intelligence enabled the Saudi support network to operate undetected throughout the hijackers' critical preparatory period in California. Hazmi and Minhar were met by Omar al-Bayoumi, a Saudi grad student supported by his connections to Saudi Civil Aviation Authority. The 9/11 Commission report in 2004 called him an unlikely candidate for clandestine involvement in Islamic extremism. They believe the story that this was just a sweet, devout Muslim man who spent his spare time in religious study, helped him run a mosque, and who ran into Minhar and Hazmi and helped them get settled in San Diego out of the goodness and kindness of his heart and through their shared culture. But he also conveniently happened to leave the United States weeks prior to the attacks on 9/11. The narrative collapsed under the weight of declassified evidence. In 2021 and 2022, FBI documents were released. These documents definitively confirmed that from 1998 until the 9/11 attacks, Bayoumi was paid a monthly stipend as a coupee of the Saudi General Intelligence Presidency via then Ambassador Prince Bandar bin Sultan. So, there you go. The 2017 FBI report states plainly, allegations of al-Bayoumi's involvement with Saudi intelligence were not confirmed at the time of the 9/11 Commission report. The above information confirms these allegations. Interestingly, Ambassador Prince Bandar bin Sultan had such a close relationship with then President George Bush that he visited the White House so frequently he was often referred to by the nickname Bandar Bush. Also received payments from Prince Bandar bin Sultan was Osama Basnan, who received regular checks from Bandar bin Sultan's wife. Notably, Basnan lived across the street from the hijackers and reportedly claimed to have done more for them than Bayoumi. The 9/11 Commission magically found no evidence that the money was redirected towards terrorism whatsoever. Back to Omar al-Bayoumi. His cover as a student may have been fairly elaborate, but it should have been obvious, but it wasn't during the time of the initial investigation conducted by the 9/11 Commission. According to the classified CIA documents, he supposedly did work for Bella Avca, a Saudi aviation company, but he was a ghost employee who never appeared at the Houston office, yet received monthly payments funded through the Saudi Ministry of Defense and Aviation. His salary was also irregular with varying amounts, and the documents even suggest that the son of the employee who signed his checks was an apparent member of Al-Qaeda and a possible second-wave hijack. And the story of Bayoumi's chance encounter with Hazmi and Minhar falls apart under a microscope. On February 1st, 2000, Bayoumi visited the Saudi consulate in Los Angeles for a meeting, then proceeded directly to a halal restaurant in Culver City where he encountered Hazmi and Minhar. Supposedly this was a coincidental encounter, but the 2016 FBI Operation Encore reports documents witness testimony stating that Bayoumi had been seen waiting by the window for the hijackers to arrive. And instead of only approaching them after hearing them speak with Gulf accents, as was the story Bayoumi had told, the witness stated that upon the pair's entrance to the restaurant, Bayoumi approached them immediately and from a distance at which he wouldn't have been able to hear them speak. What followed was comprehensive support that enabled the terrorists to establish themselves in America. Bayoumi found them an apartment in San Diego, signed the lease, and paid their first rents and rent totaling $15 million. Helped them open bank accounts and system That's true. But Bayoumi was associated. Also discovered in his UK apartment was his phone book containing Saudi officials and yet this video showing confirmed Saudi intelligence agent casing variant targets that hijackers aim to strike was never shared with Iran officials. The fact that this was missed from the upper directive, that's what happened again. That would happen in October. Since 1980, working in tandem with Bayoumi was Fahad Al-Thumeri. Al-Thumeri, I'm not going to try to pronounce that one, all right? Al-Thumeri served simultaneously as an accredited diplomat to the Saudi consulate in Los Angeles and as an imam to the King Fahd Mosque in Culver City. The then Crown Prince Abdulaziz had funded this mosque, so lots of action. 2016 FBI Operation Unearthed documents that Al-Thumeri tasked an associate to assist the hijackers, telling his Russian commissioner that Hasmi and Minhar were two very significant people more than a year before the 9/11 attacks. So based on how human communication works, this statement indicates advanced knowledge of the hijackers' importance to Al-Qaeda operations. Bone records document 67 calls between Al-Thumeri and Al-Bayoumi in the period surrounding the hijackers' arrival in security operations, with their final contact occurring on September 2nd, 2001, just 9 days before the attacks. It seems like more information has come out in regard to the truth of what actually happened from the American legal system being used by the victims of 9/11 and their legal teams. More has come out from them than the U.S. government's various investigative bodies and counterterrorism units. There's been more transparency from just lawyers who represent victims. That's crazy. So much has come out that a federal judge decided in September that the families could bring a lawsuit against Saudi Arabia for their aid and sponsorship of the hijackers that caused and did 9/11. All right? Bashar Bush, our old buddy Bush. The judge even denied Saudi Arabia's attempts to have the lawsuit dismissed. Shockingly enough, the highest level official within the Saudi government with ties to 9/11 was revealed accidentally through a Justice Department failure to redact his name at the guys. How about that shit? This guy served as the director of Islamic Affairs at the Saudi Embassy in Washington from 1999 to 2000, including records of Ambassador Prince Bandar, Saudi Arabia, and was serving the Saudi intelligence services. This is not what the Saudi is just this is not what this is. 2012, FBI United States there was evidence that Al-Zawad supported Al-Thumeri and Al-Bayoumi assisted hijackers in making the operation and the Saudi security. So the fact that this highway region had been obstructed for the support of the hijackers was evidence aimed at the intelligence documents and especially reveals spokesperson and other figures said their government has been fighting us to fail to build this state, and now is well about this as a state secret. While our government urges essentially institute this state, this means it's trying to cover up to protect the Saudis. And it absolutely has. Covered up in the president of the Saudis. Showcase trial in the United States in 2005 FBI Supreme State Law and the Saudi University apparently us public figures have studied for given all the crimes against humanity and rights violations as recently as 2024, 2025, is it really that hard to believe that they're involved, like everybody's been saying and been labeling conspiracy theorists for the last 30 years? Those people don't even know about? No, I wouldn't say. But only in city skylines. The whole foreign involvement rabbit hole is a pretty big one. And one of the craziest details surrounding all of this is that the families whose lawyers have made enough of a stir by providing evidence to show that they can send a lawsuit against Saudi Arabia for their complicitness in 9/11, that suit will just be a civil suit. A civil suit is the best thing that we can do as a recompense for a terrorist attack that killed thousands of people directly and potentially tens of thousands more indirectly. So the recompensation for thousands of direct deaths and tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of indirect deaths from 9/11 is the families of So, when people criticize celebrities for going to the Riyadh Comedy Festival, the Middle East Music Festival, or criticizing athletes for joining Saudi-owned sports teams, or criticizing companies for selling their companies to the Saudi PIF, people are not complaining and mad because of whatever poorly cooked response a target of this criticism might give. For example, Bill Burr's sanctimonious statement. Bill Burr called his critics sanctimonious cunts who don't sincerely give a shit, so he's calling them phony for calling him out. And part of Dave Chappelle's performance was to say that it's easier to talk in Saudi Arabia than in the United States, and Aziz Ansari was asked about his participation by Jimmy Kimmel and said that not all people agree with what the government is doing. He thinks it's wrong to attribute what the government does to the people who live there, which is definitely true. Korea. Louis C.K. defended it and said it's a positive thing, and I said, I don't really understand why you would ever want to do that, if not just for money, and if you just value money more than humans, I guess. These people are total fucks of a government that assassinates journalists and was involved in 9/11 or whatever. Also abuses migrant workers, turns them into slaves, and just kills migrants and amongst everything else. It's pretty fucked up. Anyways, guys, let me know what you think down below. Do you think I'm all wrong on this one, or do you think I'm totally in the right? Is this another Mormon situation? Smash the like button and go to gump.club to watch uncensored videos with cool behind-the-scenes content. And probably the 9/11 stuff, I'm going to have to go through that with my dude Connor, I guess, because I said some crazy shit. Press the like button to see the next video. Anyways, go to gump.club to get these awesome perks.
Chicos, estoy preparando mi casa para las fiestas, con los enormes ahorros de Ashley. Y puedes pagar en plazos sin intereses por 5 años.
Let's get into it. Coach calling. What's going on, guys? Call me Mr. Sting Hands. The hand sting. Let's get into this next Carlson, not by the official narrative. And I love the way he phrases it and the way he talks about it. And it's in an interview with this lady, Elizabeth Lane. I'm not sure who this lady is. 6,000 subscribers. Somehow gets Tucker Carlson on the podcast, as well as many other congressmen and senators. Very odd stuff. Can't tell who's funding this, but still did a good interview. A W's a W. So we're going to get into her asking Tucker Carlson who do you think is actually responsible for the speech for you. He said some wild stuff, and then I'm going to show you something that kind of links to what Tucker's talking about. Because again, he does not feel what's been shown to us so far in regards to Charlie is sufficient. Let's jump into this clip first, and then I'll show you the rest.
I want to finish it that way because there's some clips. I do want to ask you, it bothers me a lot, and I know this, it bothers you too, and I know it probably does it because you can this stuff.
I mean, we know there's many custody to publicly speculate or say anything that I think is arbitrary. For this one hour ago, as far as America and Denmark, of course. So, if you guys in custody, it's a very great story. I will also say, I'm a police reporter and cover a lot of things that your father, you did. There are always anomalies, things that don't make sense, witnesses who saw something completely different. Just like any human experience, if it has multiple views and strengths, it's hard to try. That said, they don't need to do an investigation of this. And I'll first of all say, if the FBI and the 47 are in this investigation of the criminals and the crimes that they did, since yesterday, without having a truly exhaustive investigation, sort of like what we did in January 6th, that would not be adequate. That would not be acceptable. I think that there will be some further fracturing in the United States along the lines of people who believe the story or want to believe the story. So I hate even to say that that could happen because it's my country, my government. I want to trust the FBI at all. What I consider crimes. So many times lying, so many times that I think it's, at this point, especially since I think it's fair to do an investigation with a lot of transparency. If they say, well, we can't say that because we don't want to prejudice the jury or it's going to affect the prosecution, that's not a good answer. Tell me what happened. And, of course, all the practical details. There's no videotape of this guy getting on the roof. There's no videotape of him bringing the gun on the roof. It's not clear he brought the gun off the roof. It's not videotape anyway. So I'm interested in, how did he get away, for example? Who is this guy, Zin?
Yeah, Zin, yeah. Wow.
Was that as connected? Tell me a story that makes sense. But what I'm most interested in is how a guy who knows violent appearances from a kid ended up murdering strangers in another place, was radicalized, walking through that. Tell me how I think we're way back. I have direct confidence that we'll get that to zero. I think that's not something that's done. It's not anybody specifically.
That's right.
I do too, and I know for a fact, because I have been, trying to learn all of it in, and they're under enormous pressure, for sure. And we know that their behavior's just been almost unbelievable over the past 10 years. I am shocked by it. As a 56-year-old American who kind of believed that things were on the level, pursuing justice here, I'm shocked by it. And I'm shocked by the fact that no one's really been punished for it. And you don't get reforms without punishment, period. And I'm not even saying anyone should be executed. I'm just saying the kind of punishment you mete out to your own children because you love them. I caught you doing something. You have to admit you did it. I'm going to punish you. And then hopefully your behavior will improve.
Service Titan is made us like $1 million company, like a nationwide brand. Service Titan's our partner. It's been able to make us look like a huge company because we're using the new technology. We're using the iPads. We're
listen, subscribe.
I'm going to punish you, and then hopefully your behavior will improve.
Guys, listen, subscribe. Turn on your notifications. Please, that is all I ask of you guys. There's so many of you that are not subscribed. Eventually, they're going to catch on to this Philadelphia stuff. They're going to catch on eventually. They're going to figure out what I'm actually saying. I need your help before that happens. All right? Subscribe. I'm out of here.
Without that, your behavior doesn't improve. And I'm not confident there's hacks. Then, of course, I'm not before Charlie's assassination, but said to me, everything that you think about the FBI, undersells it. It's, and I'm quoting, 10 times worse than you think internally. So, I'm not exactly sure what that means, but I'm under no obligation to have confidence in any story that's the assassination of one man. It's about whether you can have a functioning country where you can hold wrongdoers to account and affect justice. And I'm not going to until evidence. But if it turns out the FBI, that's not just me, of course. Charlie had a million friends. People should go bonkers. They should go bonkers and absolutely demand it, because that is too much.
Exactly. Enough is enough. I agree with you. And now to the good part of the interview, okay? Tell me what is Ulan for Tucker Carlson?
That's the follow-up question. She has a lot to say about more. Make him speculate. I know some people don't like to hear it, but that's what you do. You're in an interview and you have an opportunity like that, you try to make the person not try to like do any gotcha stuff, but you try to like, what do you think's going on? Bring up some theories. Does this theory make sense? Does this theory make sense? You go deep into it. I mean, what? That's just me. You know what I know? Right here. Is this where he said it? Is this where he said it? Right here. Is where he said it. Listen to this.
I agree.
And so I haven't said anything, and I'm not going to.
I haven't said anything. Wow, him saying this while on stage at Charlie's Home.
It's not just because he loved lunches people, but because ultimately he was a Christian evangelist. And it actually reminds me of my favorite story ever. So it's about 2,000 years ago in Jerusalem, and Jesus shows up and he starts talking about the people in power, and he starts doing the worst thing you can do, which is telling the truth about people, and they hate it, and they just go bonkers. They hate it, and they become obsessed with making him stop. This guy's got to stop talking. We've got to shut this guy up. And I can just picture the scene with a bunch of guys sitting there eating things, thinking about what do we do about this guy to about us. Make it stop talking. And then always one of them really was here and see and it was true. They don't shut him up. They don't fix the problem. It doesn't work. It doesn't work that way. Everything's running and the guy tries to tell it and make the most of it. Everything's from the outside. So you think it's going to be this is more expensive. It's true. It's true. Otherwise, but you said it comes. Who are you talking about? What? But I mean, like, I don't understand anything. So this guy is just excited to it sounds like talking to us. Tucker's like, what do you mean? I everyone knows hummus. This guy. My dogs. I've done it. I'm lying. It's something I've done for the last 10 years. I've been eating hummus since I remember my father eat them every Friday. Have hummus. That's just what you know. I understand. I say that he's been eating hummus. You know what that story's about, right? It's just historical biblical fact. That's all. I mean, why does it sound like any other Tucker? What? You can't say that. Tucker says what you can't say. That's why he's a wild boy. You know? People don't give him enough credit. What else did he say in the interview? And in custody, I've really tried not to publicly speculate or say anything that I can.
That's not.
Really tried not to publicly speculate. Vlad picked him at the memorial. So, the people who took out Charlie probably like Jesus just sitting around eating hummus thinking, how do we get this guy? What are you talking about? You can't just say that. It's he's nuts. He's nuts. Oh my gosh, I love it. I love it. But he is nuts. We all know what you were trying to say to him. He's like, you know, and if you said anything to him, he'd be like, I don't know what you're talking about. I really don't like this. I love all. And I was just telling a simple story from the Bible, which I read every day. Thank you very much. That's it. That's it. I mean, you can't say nothing to Tucker. Nothing. You can say whatever. And he'll just walk away and he'll high-five the president, the vice president, and everything.
Whoosh.
Llegamos justo a tiempo.
Because this is very clearly less alcoholic. Does that mean that it's more or less expensive? To me, it means less.
Those don't. I feel like I'm giving too many tips.
They don't factor in that much.
Not always. So alcohol isn't always a perfect indicator of price, which is fine. And neither is the new world. Both the old world and much more fast and the new world.
We have got to the point where literally anybody will fully work an app without knowing how to code. This is Base 44. This is the first look at the current industry-leading AI app builder. We believe kind of like creating smart nutrition apps, inventory trackers, onboarding tools, you name it. And it's the only thing stopping me from making the apps is the idea. Why not build an app? It gives me endless app ideas. So what's up? Pro tip, you grab this full app spec in ChatGPT and just drop the prompts directly into Base. It gives me super detailed structure. And here it is. Everything I laid out in detail as it goes. This is pretty awesome, but I want to make it playful. So I'm going to add a swipe left and swipe right interface. The same usability we all know. Now I'm going to add one feature. So every idea that I favor just makes a kickoff prompt to start building the app itself. And that's it. Just come up with your idea, any idea, and Base 44 will do the rest. So go to Base 44 and create apps with your name on it.
People have lots of opinions when it comes to our bodies, our shapes, how we dress, even our birth control. Isn't anyone's business but yours. Birth control is your decision. Mirena is over 99% effective at preventing pregnancy for up to 8 years. Reversible if plans change. Don't use Mirena if you have pelvic or genital infection, get infections easily, or have certain cancers. Less than 1% get a serious infection called pelvic inflammatory disease. After placement, if you have persistent pelvic or stomach pain, excessive bleeding, or Mirena comes out, talk to your doctor and avoid sex or use backup birth control. Mirena may go into or through the uterine wall. Pregnancy with Mirena is uncommon but can be life-threatening and may cause loss of pregnancy or fertility. Ovarian cysts may occur but usually disappear. Bleeding and spotting may increase in the first 3 to 6 months and remain irregular. Periods over time may become shorter, lighter, or stop. Mirena does not protect against HIV or STIs. Millions of women have used Mirena. Ask your help. Healthcare provider, if it.
So just to make it even harder for you guys. Alright, I have one and this is unmedicated. Okay. Would you consider that sediment in the wine? Personally, what you get taste and look, which tells me there shouldn't be sediment. Always a My gut tells me this would be. I personally want you to check taste and look, which tells me there shouldn't be sediment. My gut tells me this would be a proper wine, but let's go with your gut. If this was chickens, we'd go with mine. This is wine, we'd go with yours. What range are you thinking cheap to the point that it's even less than the last one? I would just say up to 700. Okay. You want to go in at 70? Yeah, we can go in at hedge the bet. Yeah, we can hedge the bet. Retail or wholesale? That would be retail, so it would be marked up to probably like 2,000. All right.
Oh yeah, all of these are based retail, and they do market, but not like restaurant. Restaurant is a little bit different.
That's just in store.
If you were to go to a wine shop and buy this bottle of wine, what made you think initially that this was expensive?
More expensive. I was thinking the color, not enough flavor is just deeper. I just feel like there's more depth to it. It's a better flavor, but I think what I've learned about red wine is the shittier it tastes, the more expensive it is. And you like the flavor. Yes. Which means it has to be bad. Let's just
let's see.
Look, data points on one says nobody in good at the fluke. We need 2 data points and then we're off to the races. That's exactly right. That's exactly right.
That's why we didn't
I can already tell you from the top of the bottle this shit's expensive. There's no way that label's going all the way up at the center. Oh, wait.
So this is by Gaia, Angela Gaia originally, and this is their Nocturne, which is a single vineyard Cabernet, 2019 from the Longueuil, and it's about 450.
Guess
So your taste is actually correlating to high quality wines.
Okay. Now we know. And that's the data point we need. Last time we drank, we weren't 30 yet. That's right. We had no idea. I was still just a 29-year-old boy. Exactly. The taste buds have changed.
One thing kind of cool about this is Gaia, as a wine region, Angelo Gaia was the first one in pretty much the Nebbiolo world, Barnstone Barolo, to put Nebbiolo on the map, which the Darmaggi actually just means, that's terminology to like, his grandfather was upset about it, and he said, what a shame. So this almost directly correlates to what a shame. His son ripped up all the Nebbiolo grapes and planted Cabernet. So this is 100% Cabernet. And because his grandfather told him that he was like, what a shame you're ripping up these original grapes and planting something else, he named the wine after his grandfather as well. That's it. And now it's a bottle of wine with 450. So, I mean, in the realm of like wine, it's those grapes.
That is very cool, actually. And now we also know that if the wine tastes better, it's more expensive. Who could have seen that coming? Yeah, I think now we got all the data points we need.
Sure, as one woman, as long as ex-husband has to pay my tax fees.
Hotels and the expenses are also no good. Paper towel would make it the equal amount of not fancy.
Immediately the color blood red. Yes, very dark. Very dark. This one's less aromatic. Less. You think one? I can try it.
Big one or two?
Okay, the last one. Yeah, to me, that smells less aromatic than the last one. What about you?
See the swirl.
Is there anything you're supposed to hold the glass? I always grab mine like this.
So there's a reason why you okay. Wine always perfect wine, especially red, and you serve it 55 to 60 points. And yeah, so the reason why is the base stems full. If you go here, it's especially with wine when you don't, unless the wine's full. So then you would actually use it to move. But your hand will transfer heat.
So immediately wrong. Well, unless you think it's the maybe like. That is very good flavor. Yeah, I'd argue it's closer to the first one than the second one. I would argue the second. Probably a new world wine, pretty alcoholic, heavy. Yeah. Heavy cream. Very basic. Like berries and cream.
You're gonna look for taste, availability. Every barrel's been used multiple times. That price that barrel goes down. It puts out less.
This oak feels like it's been passed around. Am I crazy to think that? This feels like a well-worn oak. A bluesy oak, if you will. These aren't all calves, right?
No.
I would
Short answer, no. But I did keep them in the realm of, like I said, full-bodied reds.
Is a Merlot a full body?
It was on the
This, I didn't lie. Gut sexting? Sexing?
What do you guys think about drinkability? Like how...
It's not as smooth as the last one. I think it's more dry. It's more alcoholic. I just don't know if that necessarily means it's more expensive. So how do we price this one? I don't know. So, okay.
What's that? But it's how long it is. So, finishing is really important here. And how long you finish the wine is. If you taste it for 30 seconds, you taste it for a minute, or does it eventually going to fall away like water?
Yeah, I think it's very different. Like, I don't think that, it doesn't stick around for very long.
That's me.
And you would say the longer it stays, the more expensive? I would think so. I still have it. I still have it. So it can get more better to it after that, right? I think it just, I feel like, right?
You can swallow it. The flavor should stay regardless.
Maybe I just am tasting wine, but I feel like it's still there. Okay, so we disagree. We disagree very quickly. You can give two separate answers. Yeah. I think this is like somewhere in the lower range of things, but now I've said that for 2 in a row. That's the hard part. Yeah, I think all one's cheap. I'm back in the 250 to 300. I was going to go like low hundreds, I would say. You know, what about like 175? Or is that 250? I'd be fine with the 175. I just don't think it doesn't last that long. I think this is probably a new world wine based off the alcohol content. I have one more thing. I have little dustings of cork in mind. Okay? Does that feel It's an older cork that's more good for a new cheap cork. That's a banger idea. This is a $4,000 bottle. That cork is a that's using sheepskin. Gross. I don't know. I truly don't know. My gut would tell me to come on lower end of things. I think it's closer to the first one than it is the second one. That's the only thing I'm really basing it on. Alright, let's go with the one. Let's go 160. On the nose, 160. Okay. 160. 160. Charlie's like, oh, it's like the $50. Yeah, wait, oh, like $160. Well, no, the second one was 400, right? Yeah, it's like, well, first one's close to the first one.
We started to build the scale out.
Yeah. Do you like the 160? I'm very confident. I'm very confident. Yeah.
Do you like the
I like the previous one more, but I like this more than the first one. So I think it should be more expensive than the first one. That's a great way to do it.
Well, I'm going to look at something. So this is Kings, which I brought because it's one of the most recognizable familiar and added value for wines. The production of this wine is insane. And Kings comes in retail market for about $80 to $90. Which is good. So if you're on restaurant wise,
Gotta stop
it.
in the restaurant. Okay, I was in retail, you were in restaurant.
So the fun part about King is it's not the I just have to bring it up because we beat this one. It's probably like 70 grams of sugar. I don't know that. It's not a quote. Yeah, allegedly high sugar content, which makes this like it's 100% Cabernet. Less dry than the last one, less dry than the first one, and more like sweetness. Like it has this like bacon spice and kind of sweet characteristic to it. Which is people's when they get into cab, they move here.
So it's by far our best shot. Yeah, and like we said, we get 2 data points. Yep. Yeah. We step up from there.
You knew that it was in between the two. That is gross. I've never seen it. I mean, no one can argue in the end of it that Themis is the production is insane. The price point is huge. Like $80 bottles of wine that they probably sell as much of this as any wine from Napa, maybe more. Other than like the cheap $10 bottles, if you're shopping in the $80 range, this is the most bought, most consumed, most gifted. Like Veuve Clicquot. Veuve like love. Veuve Clicquot. That's every gift.
Oh yeah, bring me some. Yeah.
Perfect.
So there's little pieces of nachos out of my tray.
This just helps, like, cheese in general helps both in the mouth. We have a lot of tea swimmers going on. So you have the cheese, and you're not to live with that.
Perfect.
Which matches really well.
That's perfect. Go better with my juice sweaters.
Now,
I'll do it with cheese. I don't want to contaminate my golden olives. Yeah. Should we do pork? We might do rock with pork. Yeah. Here, flying rust. And rust. Oh, that's a really red color. Good. Okay. Substance. See? Take a peek. So you've identified rust. Maybe not. Yeah. Try my new technique where you're starting the fire with it. You gotta be careful because it's explosive. That's fine. Whatever the word I can.
it's always good to use a working background to make sure that you can just use your hands. It's gonna be a little bit more difficult. You can see a little more color.
This one feels
Señora, su esposo tiene un sueñito. Pero no soy doctor.
Soy gerente de Ashley. ¿Encontraron la cama que buscaban? Sí. Encuentra ofertas en tienda o en línea en ashley.com.
Buffalo Wild Wings Big Six for $19.99 is the perfect meal for two.
For two humans, not whatever you are.
I am a burger-loving buffalo with wings.
I've never seen a naked model like you in my entire life.
Oh, I get that a lot. You should see my mom. Big Six Big for two for $19.99.
That has got to be a $6 bottle of wine. I'm ready to lock that at 1,000. That right there is two quarters. That is actually not very alcoholic. Well, it tastes like my left shoe. Like, that is horrible. There's no way that's an expensive bottle of wine.
No, I'm just waiting for something to be the expensive one.
There's just no way. I'm very confident, based on the three we had, this would fall into like. This would probably an old wine, but I think it's like a very cheap one. I think this is probably like your entry level to an old world wine. To me, because there's like more alcohol, it's very like pungent. It probably is cheap.
I will agree. I taste alcohol.
Yeah.
Or just like it evaporates.
Well, it tastes as much alcohol as like two of the Napa Valley ones, but yeah, I would definitely say that is straight from Walmart stuff as well.
I'm down to go cheap. I don't enjoy this one, and I think we've learned we need to trust our taste.
What do you guys pick up like on the nose?
I'm not picking up much, to be honest.
Yeah, so I don't take like it's like the idea of alcohol and like the idea of a grape. And nothing in between.
You just on the horizon.
Yeah, like on the spectrum of alcohol and grape, it's like present. It's
there.
Yeah, there's like nothing notable about it. It's just bad. Like they don't measure well. There's a clash in the wine. It's bad.
It's like fruity though. I'm not getting fruity, which I guess would mean old. I think we should lock into all we started help us, which we're most likely incorrect.
Just based on the food, I would say it's probably the cheapest.
Let's say it's France or Germany if they make wine. How are they getting here?
But they're working. Their reds would be better than whites are. Make research.
Okay, that is very good. They've got to get it to the U.S. That alone is going to cost more than your barefoot for $2. Is my thought.
That's fair.
But I don't like going against your gut.
No, I think you should go against my gut. I think I could be extraordinarily wrong and look like a fucking moron. So if you want to play your sexy game, it's supposed to taste better the better it is, and I don't like this, and you don't like it. I hate it. Well, how about this? We had a 50, we had an 80 or 90, we had a 400. What if we go in between those two? Because I really think we're going to be able to pick out the $10 and $5. And I think that's what I did. Okay, so I think I picked out the $10. Okay, let's go $10 then, and if they're fucking getting over $10, the shipping's going to be fantastic.
It's gonna be my favorite one. I know. Most likely.
Your favorite wine or favorite to show us?
Well, I think. Yeah. So.
Just that. 1995.
So this is Bouquet, which is about $4,500.
That is all. If that is the biggest one of articles.
So no. So that's one thing I didn't do. Burgundy Pinot Noir super light in the rum. You don't want to have a lot of that. So this is a 1995 with a.
I'm sorry. Now, yeah, you're getting in there.
We just, you know, we might as well know. You need to be careful. Yeah. You're going to like this original best. So Le Pin is from Pomerol, which is the white bank of Bordeaux, and they produce 5% Merlot. So this is a Merlot, very salty. So it's stagnant. Most of them. There was a movie that came out, a Sideways movie, that actually ruined Merlot sales. Just from a quote in the movie that said, if I'm going with you guys, like, we're going to drink this fucking Merlot. So everybody thought because of that, they crashed Merlot sales. Le Pin, as well as Petrus, which is another one that's from the same region. 100% Merlot floats around 10. So this one, the production of this wine, the sales are also high cost. They produce about 5% cases of this wine, which puts you at about $7,000. So we have to finish this. Yeah. That's the other cool part, I think, to mention here. They're 30 years old. Like, this wine's 30 years old. As you mentioned,
This wine was born when you were up yet. Well, I'm actually older than this one. But
Yeah.
When we were 94 as well.
93.
Oh, man, thanks, we're all close.
Yeah.
Huh. It's those formative years that he had that lets him enjoy this wine. So,
One,
we're going to be back next year.
One of the cool things about it is, like, I think, as you guys suggested, you just mentioned, which I think is awesome, that the wine develops. Like, there's more depth, and you kind of see it changing a little bit. There's a little bit more.
I'm not just saying this because cameras are on. It actually is different now than when I first said it. I don't like it any more than I did. Well, it's just different.
You agree, Charlie? I really think this is, out of everything we've had so far, this is the worst. Like, I did not like it.
Well, that was the worst possible combination. The lowest best on the highest end.
It's exactly
what. Even at the store, we don't know that's the highest end.
That's true.
We could talk about $30,000 bottles, and we said Chelsea by herself.
It's very good. You notice how, and you said it without saying it exactly, everything is toned down. Alcohol's down a little bit, the oak flavor's down a little bit, the fruit flavor's down a little bit. It's because when wines age, everything integrates. Kind of like letting soups in the fridge.
Okay, that does remind me of like that trash, like slap in the bag type wine in college.
I think you're going to know that one instantly. I know you thought you knew it instantly, but I think you will be like, oh, I don't know anything.
I think when it comes out, you should try this next to it, and maybe you can help differentiate your palate a little bit. Yeah.
And I hate it.
So that's the cool thing. Chateau Cellars has only had 2 vintages of this wine ever. And a total of 3 bottles. So the stock, there's like the production value on this to get it even to the United States in general. Good amount will sell in Bordeaux.
Yeah.
But
well, because you got
yeah, there's 1 bottle of this in the entire place.
We're going to watch this video because they were so excited.
Yeah. It was that guy. He was excited.
I can imagine.
Yeah. Finally it was out. And there's some collector right now who's going to be You guys.
Yes. When you got to try it, you did it.
Drink the whole thing.
It's good at times. Well, let's jump off the cliff to number 5.
Yeah, let me see number 5. Yeah, I need to make shit more. We're halfway through.
Very light coloration world. New world. Is it? It's gotta be.
I haven't better yet.
So you didn't do the hand check yet.
That's the answer.
Very fruit forward right off the nose. Oh, yes. Not super aromatic. It's cheap.
It is actually not aromatic at all. I think you're probably right. Yes. Okay.
It's fruity.
Yeah,
It's fruity. It's cheap. I'm $4.49. This feels like a $2. If this is a good one, I will smash this glass.
This seat's over. This is over.
This has gotta be it's horrible. It sits on the tongue at the end and it's ass. If this is the other expensive one, wine's a shame.
It's a shame.
Doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, I think this has got to be the cheapest. $4.40.
$4.46. Washington.
Yeah, that's it. That's not the best way to is it?
I think we're on the right page.
So this is pretty close. Well, I think 440 at this point. Inflation matters. Charles Shaw, they probably, when I imagine the winemaking process, they just take the vine and put it in a crusher. And then just whatever comes out is the they don't take the grapes off. They just, here's the vine, put it into the whole wine crusher, and just make the juice.
They've got that woman in their facility stomping on them.
Even now it costs too much money.
Honestly, I would pay a pretty penny for that.
Now, I will say, going back to back, the one for 4100 that we hated, it is noticeably different.
Can you
it is
very
very
noticeably
noticeably
little shots so they can try them side by side? I'm not saying I now like the one before.
I still hate it, but it is. I would keep it in glass.
The thing if we don't have these good ones, we can
That's the
Yeah, I don't know
You need the one that's shit. Yeah, I was to say Kirsten's fine, right?
Oh, yeah.
How much play of this?
There's definitely colorful.
Enough colorful packaging that makes a beautiful picture. Well, I was to say, let's show all in our own class.
Yeah, that is. Like I said, going back to back, it's not even close to it. I don't like it at all, but it is definitely different than what I've
Even the smell has changed a little bit.
There is. It's going to sound pretentious, I don't know. But there's such a different depth to that one versus this one. This is grape juice with that one.
Depth is the best way to put it.
So, another thing I was going to mention, since trying them back to back, I still would have never put that like upper tier, but I think going forward, I'm going to know what the upper tier will taste like. Like you said, it's the complexity.
Yeah.
Crazy.
You should taste this is grape juice.
Yeah.
With like hints of alcohol.
Alright, number 6. It's time to go on a hot streak.
Can I actually have a splash of water?
An amateur. Yes. It almost tastes a little smoky to me. I don't know if that's wrong.
It's good. Merlot comes with like the smoke, violet, a lot of floral characteristics. I know. But it has a lot of that secondary characteristic that you find, especially with age.
This is old world.
And when we taste that glass, I love the color check here.
Oh yeah, that is beautiful. Is this another Merlot? No, this is a sexual wine. Not super aromatic though. We haven't done any. That's not true. There was one of them that was really punching.
This one, as we go back, I like the idea of you guys maybe even using this as like a bridge.
Yep.
You need to refer back to it.
That's a good idea. What is the test? I've heard it's crazy.
Oh, yes. That's a good question.
There's levels, right?
Yeah, so there are levels. There's 4 levels. So in WSET, I'm level 2. In Quartermasters is where we're going to get Auslander. I'm working on that level 2. I took Quartermasters level 1, so I'm taking both sides of the test. Worked as a Somm now for 6 years, so the Chat of Wine, but there are 4 levels in the Quartermasters of Sommeliers. And the Master of Sommelier, which is level 4, there's probably about 270 in the world since the 60s. Yeah, so it's like a 3% pass rate on the test, which is just insane. The test itself, when you get into like certified, is a blind tasting. So, for example, you would have 2 whites and 2 reds. You taste them, you tell them what the age is, what the grape varietal is, and where you think it's from. And then you do a theory exam, which is just like questions about wine, and then you do a service exam where we serve wine to a master sommelier or an advanced, whoever's there for your test taking, and then you showcase proper wine service, which is part of like the quartermasters, more so service orientated, where WSET is focused on people who find this more of a hobby. The level 4 is crazy because not only do you do the blind tasting portion, but now the blind tasting portion is so ramped up. You have 3 whites, 3 reds, and you have to tell them where it comes from to the village. And they mix in vintages. So like you'll say,
have the trade routes.
Yeah, this white wine is 2001 from a small portion of inside Germany, inside this village, inside this area.
Which side of the street is the winery?
Yeah, and you have to know who produced it. So that's one of the good things. Like
so
you're like
memorizing too, so you can pull them.
Correct. Yeah.
Do you think you think you'll ever hit level 3?
Level 3 is super intense, and I love the idea. I have a lot of good friends who are advanced. Is what the level 3 is. I possibly strive for it, but I love crossing over both cocktails and wine.
Right.
That would involve this deep dive into wine. The advanced is a little bit more thing, but it is you ask any wine people, that is a very hard test. Moving in the percentage category, I always like to paint it for people who don't take the test. Level 1 is like 1 to maybe like 15% of the wine knowledge world. Level 2 will jump you to like 35%. And then level 3 will jump you to like 7. So that category going from 2 to 3 is such a large jump that it's like a small percentage of people who go certified go level 3. And even smaller go level
4. How many of your friends are Somms?
A good portion, or they're in
friend group sounds very different.
The other part is that I love meeting Somms, and I'm like, are you somebody who appreciates wine and knows about it and just learns and it's like wine is, alcohol at the end of the day, or like this one, or this one, you think he's out of all the above, super high pretentiousness around it, which I like to say at the end of the day, it's alcohol, right? We're drinking. In any realm, everybody who drink enough of these wines, we're all going to be tipsy to drunk. And granted, you could drink super high ends or low ends, and you all end up at the same outcome. So one of my favorite questions at the restaurant is, what are you drinking at home? How much money do you invest? And what are you thinking about having to eat? Because those 3 factors, I think, matter so much when picking a great bottle of wine. Because it doesn't need to be great to people who are buying $10,000 bottles of wine. It needs to be great to you.
Let's not subject to this wine is bad. It's a very strong alcohol. You haven't agreed with me on that note.
I think you guys are working on the agreeing.
Yeah, so we're trying.
So for me, like, on that sip as well, it's not an alcohol taste, it's like a rotten fruit taste.
Maybe we got a bad batch.
Yeah, like, I think it tastes to me like spoiled. But I feel like that might be indicative of something higher end.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I feel like maybe that just means it's very aged.
When I say heavy teeth sweaters, I mean like the sweater that SpongeBob's grandma knitted for him. Like heavy teeth sweaters.
You're home for the holidays, back in the old room. Oh. At least you can get a deal on your shorts for Dad. Something with a little more coverage.
I would think this is a higher end model. I think so too. If so, it's the $10, I'm sad.
Yeah. What do you think about the finish? It's something we learned.
I think it's finished bad. I don't think it's finished. That's just the pre-outlook. Put it back in. It feels like it sticks on my teeth for a long time.
Yeah.
But I don't taste it for a long time. Yeah, you only taste it for like a second. You feel it. Yeah, you knew it was there. Well, he spit it out, so it's probably not that expensive. This is actually probably, I'd say something. It's probably not like a super high-end one, but it's still. We're not in 4 digits. No. We have one left. Two. There's 2 left. All right. I think this. Let's call it 200. Yeah. You like that? Yeah. 200. Lock it in. 200.
It's better and better every time we unveil.
And I don't think he means because we're doing better and better.
So this is Hermes. So this is a Spanish wine. So we are in the old world, which is great for professional researchers. We are gaining education. Has gone like here in the quickest way this is out. This wine's $20. So about from the $20 realm.
Okay.
Spanish wine also is a great value. You can go and you pick up a bottle of Spanish wine that has some age to it, softer, they age it for a long time in oak. It's going to provide a great value. So this tastes a little bit more high-end, which was the perception, but you're paying $20. This is Tinta de Toro, which is the grape varietal, which is just a clone of Tempranillo. So Tempranillo.
You don't like it, except for this one. If you don't like it,
do you like this one?
No.
Yeah. Yeah. No good. $20. $20 on the shelf.
Damn it, Chuck. Yeah. We're shitting the bed. Yeah, I think we kind of got in our own heads there. All right, this makes me
you got on us.
We got a lot. You guys got to hit at least one on that. I want to. We got the. Well, no, the Trader Joe's. Yeah, we got. You got the Trader. Yeah, that's great. I want us to woosah. I want us to clear the brain. Start fresh. You want some cheese? You want some water? You want cheese would probably fix it. Yes.
This is every problem.
Some cheese, some lunch, maybe a little neck. All right.
On to 7. 7 of 8.
All right.
clear my head. Yeah. I've forgotten everything I know about wine.
Perfect. That's what we did. That's where we were getting lost. We knew too much. Too much. It was getting in the way. Okay, this immediately bad. I don't know if you noticed. There's rust in there. Rust. Very rusty.
But we're on the same page. We're doing our little fusion dance.
Right.
We are one mind, two minds working as one.
Okay.
It's dark.
Yeah, hold it up like to that light. That's not even right.
If you look at mine, kind of like SpaghettiOs, it says "whole world."
When you're right. And she is chirping.
It's spot on. Not aromatic at all. Naturally. Should have given him a notepad that he thinks it's aromatic when it's definitely not aromatic.
Right, my breakdown. Yes. That's pretty good.
I haven't taken a sip.
That's pretty good. That is probably one of the best ones we've had today. It's smooth, very smooth.
If it's $10, I'm going to cry.
There's no way. There's no way. Like it's complex. We're not reading a simple short story. This is the haunting of Adelaide. 600 pages of action.
Yep, kicking in the door, killing 12 guys. A little bit of sexual assault. Not a good book, don't read it. Yeah.
Yes. This is telling me a long story.
I wouldn't be shocked if this was $1,000.
I don't know. I think it might be
more than that.
I think it could be.
No shot, Chelsea bought more than that. Like, think about it. It's like at 3 in the store.
You're so right. Actually,
I don't think we can go.
That means there's 2 left. He's also
They were sold out. This was the last model in the store, and the guy was like, "Well, yeah." He's like, "Well, if you want to buy it."
I enjoyed this.
Yep, you're right. It's probably not more expensive though. That's a really good thing to go off of. But I definitely think this is like $1,000-$2,000.
Yeah, I don't know what that range is. I think this is for sure, in my mind, the second most expensive. I think we just hedge our bets. $1,500.
Yeah, $1,500 sounds good to me.
All right, lock it in. $1,500.
I'm watching learned experiences happen before my eyes.
He's proud.
I'm proud.
I was like, proud papa.
With so many choices on Booking.com, like this waterfront hotel, even Yankees fans are loving.
Get the fuck out of here. Fuck on, boy.
Lost.
Oh, no.
We're just keeping tabs on our rods.
Enjoying your hook. Yeah. So this is Chateau de Rothschild. Nice job. You like oh, yeah. So,
I would say percentage-wise, pretty good.
Based on what you guys said, this is like most expensive, which is awesome. When you're looking at this type of wine, it varies. 900 is for 1999, which they'll say was okay vintage. Like, it produced good wine, okay wine, while you're in this house. So the P. Rothschild is a house of 5 houses. In 1855, they did a classification about Bordeaux. So in 1855, they picked the 4 best houses and then classified the rest as first growth, second growth, third growth, fourth growth, fifth growth, and said that this is the best wine that Bordeaux makes. In 1973, they added Mouton, Chateau Mouton, and they added that in 1973 to make it 5 first growths. So this is a first growth. So in the pinnacle of the France wine world, there's only 5 houses that make the best wine in Bordeaux, and this is one of them.
Nice. Nice.
So yeah, of course.
Piece on it.
Yes.
That's the kind of thing that would make me, as you go. I've drawn some faces on my one of them, and I was surprised. So give me the George Washington.
So you look at that, you look at the picture, I just want to say it's got to be embraced.
Oh, yes. Well, this is, yeah, honestly, it is. You get that. It feels much more expensive. Yeah. Yeah, that's good stuff.
Yeah, that was good. So the cool part about this one, in comparison to the Le Pen we had in 4500, that's the right bank of Bordeaux, which is 100% Merlot. This is on the left bank of Bordeaux. So we're still in the same area, but on the left side, split by the river. And this is going to be Cabernet. So predominantly Cabernet, 26 years old. It's about drinking age. So this is when it really starts to show. You get a little bit of that earth, a little bit of the oak, a little bit of like herbaceous and blackcurrant that you pick up. But again, it's softer, the alcohol softened out, the oaks are drinking really well. So this just is, it's just showing. So
What is?
it's like fruit. I guess
Oh,
you can talk about fruit.
Currants.
Yeah. Currants, rot, tomatoes. You weren't but we don't make fun of anybody for pronunciation. Because again, is anybody here from France?
No.
And how do you know French words?
One of the saddest moments in my life is at one point I took French for a very long time. I was near fluent. I could go to France, hold a conversation, do whatever. I can barely say hello anymore because, oddly enough, no one in Florida speaks French.
Oh, you need to get me going.
I am better at Spanish than I am French now. It's sad. I can read it. I can't speak it.
Let's eat this.
Oh, you said, oh.
I can read it. I can't speak it.
Let's eat this.
Oh, you said, oh. Yeah. This is an experience, which I always say. One thing cool about wine that I had, this is the nerd portion, is somebody in 1999 picked these grapes. Somebody picked them, did the whole thing. Somebody in 1999, 26 years ago, made this wine, put it in a bottle, and let it sit. And 26 years later, we are in 2025 drinking.
We are on YouTube posting a video of drinking.
Yeah.
If that guy's if they're watching it, they're like, oh shit.
I had it myself.
True. That is really cool.
Yeah.
All right, one last score. You guys got to nail this one.
Is it going to be on the nose?
He just said it when the camera turned off for a second. He will give us Psalm level 1. I think we get the Psalm level 4. Psalm level 4, yeah. He has to be a party.
I think it's got to be like a mid-level one.
Mid-level, for sure.
There's no way there's another cheap one like that.
No,
They
he
can't.
did confirm that's second.
That was the second most expensive.
No rush. A new old world or an old new world? You're right on that fence.
Can't teach an old world new worlds.
Oh no.
That one got me.
Very fruity.
Very
fruity.
You got cheers to last
Can you taste the elevation?
Very fruity.
Very fruity. You got cheers to last
Oh no. That one got me. Very fruity. Very fruity.
You got cheers to last
How many thousand?
Ooh, very alcohol heavy.
Yeah, we are
Salt.
we're slightly north of the equator. Would you agree with that? Yeah.
So that's where Florida is.
I'll tell you something, and I could be wrong. This tastes like a Spanish wine. No, based on the $10.
So, lead us to rule.
Which is compared to having like 600 companies.
That's true. We're out of Europe.
Yep.
I mean, it's got to be a mid-level wine. It's not a cheap wine.
It's gotta be.
There's no way.
Medicated, yes, it has to be mid.
Would you put it above that 450 bottle earlier?
I
don't think so. I don't think I would give.
I would go under.
It's not as smooth.
I am guessing north of the equator, somewhere around 2022, 2023.
Might have been backyard.
I know you see all those great bottles.
Not to steal where we're going, but I would have probably went like a 350.
I was going to say 260.
Oh, okay. So we're just
Just
saying
earlier or something.
Yeah, I'd be very comfortable walking on the 60 somewhere in there.
All right, which side of that? Because we.
I'd go like a 300.
Well, let's talk in 3.
We
I like 3.
Yeah,
I like that.
I like it.
Yep.
All right, number 8.
It might be like a 600 bottle.
That was fun.
No, I understand. There's a lot of learning experience here. So this is a 2021 Quintessa,
Okay.
which is a Rutherford Cabernet. Rutherford is a smaller AVA within Napa Valley.
Oh! That was not my skip bucket. It was one of them.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
I think we more
That is awesome.
260 was like, you guys are literally nailing the round. This is a new one. $225. The cool thing about 2021 Beaches, I can see this wine received 100 from wine business. So, as like wine grades, 100 out of 100. The average issue, if you're drinking 90-point wines, they're phenomenal. But to receive a perfect 100 score like this vintage 21, it's a very awesome.
I'm happy we got that.
Hey, one more skip bucket. I'm going to bring it right
Now it's very nice.
I can realize.
I always was under the impression that if you did all the wines side by side, you taste minimal differences. I could be very wrong, for sure. Yeah.
Wow.
They actually give a price. I enjoyed this maybe much or more.
Sitting at a table like this for 9 years at this point, I don't think I've ever learned a thing.
Still okay.
About the hour song and going down all the soft badges and coming back to the
I think there's
really any cool things that I'm gonna
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
It's the elite four. Well, no, that was a lot of fun.
Thank you so much for coming out.
Yeah, really
Yeah.
nice. I know we'll see you in 20 minutes for another one.
TLC,
Check that out on the channel. It may already be out or not yet.
those are your
Is there anything you'd like to shout out?
I just appreciate it being out here and have some people within my profession be super fun with great guys that I've already watched your YouTube videos, seen for a long period of time as I grew up, and be sitting as young people and I just shoot over some great expensive wines and some absolute shit. It's been a really fun experience, and this is kind of part of what I always like to say in my job is we're just introducing people. You can make it pretentious, you can make it hard, and you can say, oh, buying of this, you need to read a book before you should drink wine. I think that's not the case. Everybody should just taste wine, see what you like, and drink that. If you want to drink Moscato every day of your life, do it. Moscato's good for soul. If you get into the price point, when you get in the price point of $100 or $50, if you want to have a special night or an anniversary or whatever, you can use this a little bit to say this wine is good, this wine is dog shit.
I'm so excited for
We're going to be experts. I'm going to be how you have to say it. Let me know. So I'll just collect t-shirts. Price point, I'll say, hey, tell me where we're at. Thank you so much.
Cheers.
Hey, it's the prison snacks tier list. There's a lot of prisoners out there, and they get served yucky stuff like gruel, bourbon, and all that garbage. So they got creative with how they make tasty treats, and we're gonna.
What the fuck? Creo que te digo que te enseño. Mira, mira. Salame. Acá. Mira, lo que me
Ahora,
encontré.
pero el búnker ese, ¿de quién lo hizo?
Este búnker yo, me tardé 2 días. Dice también ese, tiene torreta.
¿Tienes
Luego
dos?
tienes
¿Tres?
también. Yo tengo otro allá.
4.
No, aquí yo tengo, yo aquí todo tengo seguro. No, pues este.
No sirve.
No, me lo encontré. Lo voy a arreglar ahorita para allá. No supe que tenían estos, es que hay diferentes. Le voy a enseñar a Daniel. Mira, güey, mi troca. No, nunca supe de esa. siempre hay como vans y como camiones con armadura y todo. Misma. Sí. Oh, fuck. No. Mamalona. Mamalona.
With so many combinations, what is the best vehicle build and strategies you can use to survive? Let's find out. Hey guys, Jafar here, and let's get started. There are 3 types of modular vehicles, including a small chassis with 2 slots, the medium with 3 slots, and the large coming in with 4 slots. The vehicle chassis cannot be extended or crafted, so what you find is with 4 slots. The vehicle chassis cannot be extended or crafted, so what you find is what you get. Damaged modular vehicles can be randomly found on the side of the road. They'll come with already attached modules which can always be swapped out. However, you'll want to look for the chassis that fits your desired goal, because you can't change that later. To start driving a vehicle, you need both the vehicle parts and low-grade fuel. Each modular vehicle comes with an engine. This can either be a dedicated engine block or one with a cockpit module. Open it up and you'll see the parts it requires, with the dedicated engine block requiring more parts. You can easily find low-quality car parts within beginner monuments and by the road within blue boxes. With the items inside, head to the fuel tank at the back of the vehicle. Include your low-grade fuel. And now you're ready to start driving, with W, A, S, and D. You can toggle the headlights with the FB, occupy with left mouse, change seats with X, and get out of space. After owning a vehicle, you'll quickly notice it loses health if you're not perfectly driving it down a paved road. This is to encourage players driving on the road, but sometimes you want to take a quicker route. If that's the case, always carry with you a hammer and resources to repair the modules. After you've acquired your vehicle, it's time to start modifying. To find a vehicle lift, which can either
Hello and welcome to a new video. In this video I'm going to show you how to make this logo. To build a card shop, you first start with the blueprints. You first start with to square frames, and you will connect form two more after that. Then you surround your base fully with triangle stations, except for the east. After that, then you surround your base fully with triangle stations. Form two square frames, and you will connect form two more after that. Then you surround your base fully with triangle stations, except for these two. Now you have this blueprint. In the left corner, you put two more triangles where you can run big triangle. This is the blueprint you're going to use. Now for the walls. Here you're going to put two frames. Like this. Here is the place where your coverage is going to be. You can now get. Now you have this blueprint. In the left corner, there's two more triangles where you can run big triangles. This is the blueprint you're going to use. Now for the box. Here you're going to put two frames. So it's start 0, another way. And to your TC. In this case, your TC can go to 3 different places. So where the TC window. The next thing you're going to do is build some carriage floors. Space here one. It's our side. Outside, and you can get 4 doors. Just also go and this for yourself the sides. So let's go this takes the set shows to destroy the venue. So it's not a big set shows to destroy the frame, and it takes 15 set shows to destroy the venue. So it's not a big. Now, for this section we are done. Now let's go further on the garage. So the next garage place wall frames, each triangles like car modules. You need to make sure to set the control panel to the outside. So the control panel sticks in the square and placed also exactly in the middle of the square. So first one is this. The second one goes like this. As you can see, they are red. So you can put them in the middle of them. The next thing you're going to use to, you can place the battery in one of the. This is perfect. Now you can get some solar panels. So this might be it.
Hey bro, go away. I'll turn it off if you go away, my boy. Go the fuck away. Yeah. Leave. 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 The fuck away, motherfuckers. What the hell?
line up with your cluster and then place your 4 solar panels. To connect these 4 solar panels, we need to combine them. To combine them, you have root combiners. For 4 solar panels, you need 3 root combiners. The root combiners you place just in a little row, like this. Then you get a wire tool, and you can connect them all up. I will do one, the rest you can do in the same order. Take the electrical outputs, you set it to a corner. It's not the same corner as your battery, and you go into the corner, and you go around, and you're going to connect them. Now you can do the rest as well. Just follow the same line, otherwise it gets maybe a little bit messy and you don't want it. Now, you have 2 root combiners that are lighting up. If you connect the output of those to the root grid power 1 and root grid power 2, that's 3. Now you can take the power out. Now, you can do 2 things. I like to see how much power goes into the battery because it's just fun to watch. So I put a counter here so I can always see how much power goes in there. You can connect the power out of the root combiner to the power in of your counter, and you can select the counter to show pass-through. As you can see, you will see 1. Now you can put the pass-through and you connect this to the power in of your battery. As you can see, the sun is now delivering 68 power.
Aww, we all like cute pigs, and African swine fever is no exception. Watch for signs, and if you spot them, call the USDA for testing. It's up to you to keep your pigs safe.
Kerastase. New Floss Absolute Blaze Drops Hair Oil. 4 days anti-frizz. Flossy hair. Mesmerizing scent. New Gloss Absolute Blaze Drops. Live your life in gloss. Kerastase.
And as you can see, your large reserve rechargeable battery is charging. You get 5 electrical branches. You are going to place them on the wall. Now you got your output, your power output of a large battery, and you're going to set them in the power in, and you're going to use your power out of the electrical branch to the next power in of your electrical branch. Be aware not to branch out, we need that. So you connect them all, and as you can see, they all light up. So the first 2 electrical branches are going to your car lift. You need to configure the amount of branch off to 5. So because each car lift consumes 5 power. So you get your branch out. And this one goes to your first car lift. And the second one goes also to your car lift. As you can see, your power lift is now working. Unfortunately, I could not let you see the next part of the video because of a really big bug in Rust. Because of the new updates, it's bugged. I can show you. But I'm going to show you next week in a new video how to make automatic doors that closes and opens automatically. Thank you all so much for watching this video. Hope you liked this video, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye! Hello, and welcome to this new video. In this video, I'm going to make you this little base with lots of storage, Conclusion is, to build space, you start with a foundation. Foundation is really simple. It's like this. And a triangle. Now the next thing you need to do is you are going to make this foundation higher. You do that with half walls. So take another half walls and place it to the outside. And the last one place to the outside of your square. The entrance. For the entrance you need a couple of things. First, you need 3 furnaces. You're going to place a furnace in this triangle. Like this. After that, you are going to make an entrance, doorway, and you can surround your base with these big walls. Now, the next thing you can do is you can make a roof on top of the entrance. For the next thing, you need 3 boxes to begin with. I have a big tip. If you rotate these walls, there can be fit much more in this square. You place the 3 boxes like this. First one here, second one here, and the third one just here. You can also fit a small box right in here. The next thing you're going to do is turn your walls again with the hard side to the outside, not to the inside. Otherwise people can subsize just in there. That's not what you want. Now you're going to take a triangle frame and place it just like this. This is going to get your floor. You can place here a wall frame. It's a little bit hard to place it because of this triangle, but if you look forward to then down, you can place it just right. The next thing you're going to do is you're going to place another layer in your base. So you get a triangle foundation, it's higher, that's 4 triangle, placed here, and then you can place it to the inside. Now on top of here you can place some boxes. To make it easier for yourself, just take a 4 triangle and place it next right to it. So you can get on top of it. You place your big box as much as possible to the wall, then just right here. It will stick a little bit out, but that's fine. You're going to place there, and then you can delete the half wall. You can place the garage door with the roll bar going to the inside of your entry, like this. This is because otherwise your PC will stick out more. That's not what you want. Then where you can see immediately where to see it. But it's always this new. But it is not. You can place the door right in here. You can delete this. Now you're going to the side of it, and you have foundation, large wall, slot form, then you go into the inside of your base. First place here, workbench, push to the right, and now you can place right here, so you can still access your workbench. Place top of here another set of headphones, but first you need to turn this walls again and also to the outside. You can get your headphones placed around your base. The next thing you're going to do is you are going to place 4 triangles right here. You can get on top of it. Now you can place your boxes right away. I recommend this to do before you place the roof, otherwise it's a little bit hard to place them. You can fit in right here, one. Second, you can place small box like it around the base. Just support us. There you go. There you go. There you have it. foundations of your base. You can still place a little bit more stuff. For example, to upgrade this base, I would recommend to do your roof first, because that's the weakest spot in your base. And after that, that's all the walls in the inner core, so this square, and after that you can upgrade for entrance. Instead of a capture, you can also do over here a double door. Place the door with the doors going outside, like this. This mud shaver, which you can do two ways. With characters, you don't have here airlock, so you need to watch out for intruders. You can also place decorations and make this place a little bit nicer, but it's pretty cozy, and I prefer some candles. If you like this video, please leave a like and subscribe. See you in the next video. Bye.
Hay quien solo te da una pizza por $9.99. Caesar te da más, porque más siempre es mejor. Llega el nuevo menú más por $9.99 de Little Caesars. Llévate dos de tus favoritas por solo $9.99. Ese es el menú más por $9.99. Por tiempo limitado. Pizza, pizza.
What do you say when a Jewish boy is killed on the New York City sidewalk? There are no words. There's still a symbol to show you care. Share the blue square and stand up to Jewish hate.
Hello everyone, and welcome to this new video. In this video I am going to explain my 3 bunkers in 2024 for this year. I've chosen 3 bunkers, 3 different ones, and I really want to share this with you. The first one is this bunker. It works like this. This is your main loot area, and you want to see this, so you're going to the outside, place it back in here, suit this up, and you go to bed, and then wake up, clear yourself, and you spawn in the bed. You take this, as you can see, you can go through. So to build this, you need to do the following. First, you start with the base, so your core, this is your core. You can purchase armored, and then you need to have 1 low foundation and 2 higher foundations, like this. Now you can complete all those armor, whatever one you like, and you're going to place this with eyeballs, just the rest of your base. But of course this is that these 2 are just walls, and the rest is it. What you can do now is do here, big one, and here you place a half wall. Up here you can also do a half wall, or you can do of course your roof. So you break the one you need. Okay, of course the walls. So that's all. It's important to stop signs insulate your worker base. And now you're going to place a trick. It's always important to keep this trick. And
With so many combinations, what's the best vehicle build and strategies you can use to survive? Let's find out. Hey guys, you're flying side goal, because you can't change that later. And now you're ready to start driving. With W, if that's the case, always carry with you a hammer and resources to repair the modules. After you've acquired your vehicle, it's time to start modifying. To find a vehicle lift, which can either be found at the junkyard or ferry terminal, purchase at the bandit camp for 150 scrap, or can be crafted at a level 2 workbench costing 125 scrap for the tech tree. Once found the monument's already powered, meaning you can drive right over them, and the vehicle will attach itself to the lift after hopping out. Otherwise, if you have crafted a lift, you'll need to power it with a battery or power source, consuming 5 power. With the vehicle on the lift, you can access its interior via the lift's menu. Here we can see each module, and add a key, a recommended first upgrade. This adds a code lock to your vehicle, preventing others from stealing it. You can also quickly unlock the vehicle from inside the cockpit. However, when you jump out, the vehicle will be automatically locked again. Lifts also allow you to repair the vehicle directly from the menu, which is cheaper than using a hammer and materials.
You're home for the holidays, back in your old room. Oh,
With 13 modules is what makes vehicles in this game unique. Using the vehicle lift, you can replace or rearrange modules between slots. Modules can be researched and crafted at a level 2 or 3 workbench. This single slot item can accommodate up to 2 people, featuring an engine module at the front. It features a bulletproof front glass window that breaks when the health drops below 337 HP or shot with an AK 18 times, but can be restored upon repair. This is also a single slot item that can seat up to 2 people and does not feature an engine. It's equipped with a front glass window that breaks when the module's health is less than 285 HP or shot 16 times with an AK. This single slot item can fit 2 people and, like the cockpit module, lacks an engine. With 700 HP, it's approximately twice the durability as other cabins. The module is interactive, allowing occupants to turn their heads while seated to open or close the side slots. However, if they're down, occupants are vulnerable to being shot out. It also features bulletproof glass in the front that breaks when the module's health reaches 420 HP or shot with an AK 56 times. This module is a single slot item, which offers more power compared to the smaller cockpit engine, but that comes at the cost of requiring more parts. Engines can be chained together to boost the vehicle's speed. If you're interested in using multiple engines, spread them out so it's more unlikely for you to be stranded when an engine's disabled. This double slot item can hold up to 6 other players. The module doesn't feature any glass windows, making all passengers inside sitting ducks. One any glass windows. Double slot item can hold up to 6 other players. The module doesn't feature any glass windows, making all passengers inside sitting ducks. A 1 slot item module that holds a max of 2 players. Once again, no glass is featured, making you extremely vulnerable. This is a 1 slot item module holding a max of 2 people. Like the armoured cockpit, you have interactable side windows, but now also interactable front windows. The back panel breaks off when the module is below 170 health, or after 112 AK shots. A flatbed module features a single slot and double slot variant. Their only purpose is for other players to be able to stand on it while the vehicle's driving, giving you a full 360 degrees of coverage. The tank module is a double slot item, allowing you to hold 200 litres of water. It has a fluid in and out connection on the side. The fluid out connection can output 500 fluid, meaning you can power 250 sprinklers in one output. This module is best used when connected to the farm to act as the primary sprinkler water source. This single slot item can hold up to 48 items, making it great for quickly transferring items between bases, raids, or outer monuments, especially with multiple of them chained together on a 4-slot chassis. If you're using an open cockpit, you can access the storage if it's directly behind you. Most importantly, if the vehicle is locked, other players can't open your storage. If you want to be an Uber and Rust, you can use this single slot module to safely ferry around 2 passengers. Other players can hop into the module surrounded by bulletproof glass. A shared trading container can be found between the driver and passenger holding 12 items, allowing for safe transactions. The driver also has the option to kick out the passengers. At 204 HP or 19 AK shots, the bulletproof windows break. The camper module is a double slot item, offering an array of features such as the ability for players to respawn inside of it. It essentially acts as a moving sleeping bag, supporting up to 4 other players to also spawn inside. The respawn timer is 5 minutes, which is the same as a sleeping bag. The camper module also features 18 inventory slots, along with an inbuilt barbecue to cook your meats. I would suggest taking metal frags, high quality metal, and wood to repair if it's damaged. Otherwise, when it loses durability, the whole side panel pops off, leaving the whole inside and potentially the driver exposed. Funny enough, you can chain together multiple cockpits to allow multiple people to steer at once. I'm not sure when you would want to do this, but at least it's possible. The vehicle's performance depends on the quality of parts you put inside the engine. There are 3 types of vehicle parts: low, medium, and high quality. High quality valves and carburetors enhance fuel economy, while pistons, crankshafts, and carburetors boost top speed. Spark plugs and pistons also increase the vehicle's acceleration. The health of the engine also impacts the vehicle's speed. Here we can see how the engine's performance is impacted by the health. Here's a speed comparison for a fully heeled 2-slot vehicle equipped with low, medium, high quality, and high quality plus armoured parts. The low quality parts can be found at vehicle crates along the road and within smaller monuments. They can also be crafted after directly researching them and crafting it from a level 1 workbench. The medium quality parts can be purchased at the vehicle part shop at the Bandit Camp for 40 to 65 scrap. Otherwise you can craft them at a level 2 workbench, costing 220 scrap for the tech tree. The high quality parts can be crafted at a level 3 workbench, costing 145 scrap for the tech tree.
Just that?
Two in the back.
No, it's fine.
Come back soon.
If you insist.
You know you can buy more than one at a time.
I'm just working up the courage to ask you now.
There was before you. There was during you. I never thought there would be after you.
Every player is going to want to use the vehicle in a different way. However, I've compiled a few builds that I believe are the best suited for various scenarios. For the tank build, I recommend the 3-slot chassis, with the engine module at the front, an armoured cockpit in the middle, with a second engine on the back for added speed and redundancy, in case one engine is destroyed. The armoured cockpit and engine are essential modules, but you could replace the second engine with an armoured passenger module. If you do, move the engine to the middle for better protection. For the absolute fastest vehicle, you'll need a 4-slot chassis to fill each slot with a dedicated engine and engine cockpit. Its larger size makes it more stable off-road. However, all the engines will consume a lot of fuel. I found that this build will consume around 9 fuel for a loop around the airfield. For transporting liquids to your base, you want the 4-slot chassis, with an armoured cockpit, engine, and tank module. The 4-slot chassis allows you to later remove the cockpit and attach a second tank if you no longer plan on driving it. My pick for transporting loot is a 4-module chassis, including an engine, armoured cockpit, storage container, and a final engine on the back. When transporting a lot of loot, I prioritise speed, protection, and reliability. My pick for the best raid vehicle includes the 4-slot chassis, including an armoured cockpit, engine, and camper van module, seating a max of 6 people. The camper van module allows you and your teammates to continuously spawn up outside the enemy's base. It also gives you the freedom to adjust your spawns based on how the situation evolves. I would suggest you have a teammate that uses the transport build in tandem with this vehicle, as one teammate can stock up on loot and drive it home, while the other bunkers down and continues the raid. And for the overall winner, I've picked raid build, due to its combination of storage, spawn points, seating, and protection, meaning it can be practically used anywhere. You can drive vehicles within safe zones, but be extremely careful, as damaging any player will result in you being the turret's primary target. Avoid driving to the front gates and leave your vehicle on the outskirts locked. Therefore, players won't be able to damage it, get in, or troll by standing around it. When driving at full speed, you can jump out of the vehicle without taking damage. Use this to your advantage when driving by a player, if you can't hit them with a car. Then they'll continue to watch the vehicle as it drives by. But if you hop out right as you're passing them, you can catch them off guard and get an easy kill, preventing others from stealing it. You can also upgrade. Here we can see each module, and add a key, a recommended first upgrade. This adds a code lock to your vehicle, preventing others from stealing it. You can also quickly unlock the vehicle from inside the cockpit. However, when you jump out, the vehicle will be automatically locked again. Lifts also allow you to repair the vehicle directly from the menu, which is cheaper than using a hammer and materials. There's 13 modules is what makes vehicles in this game unique. Using the vehicle lift, you can replace or rearrange modules between slots. Modules can be researched and crafted at a level 2 or 3 workbench. This single slot item can accommodate up to 2 people, featuring an engine module at the front. It features a bulletproof front glass window that breaks when the health drops below 337 HP or shot with an AK 18 times, but can be restored upon repair. This is also a single slot item that can seat up to 2 people and does not feature an engine. It's equipped with a front glass window that breaks when the module's health is less than 285 HP or shot 16 times with an AK. This single slot item can fit 2 people and, like the cockpit module, lacks an engine. With 700 HP, it's approximately twice the durability as other cabins. The module is interactive, allowing occupants to turn their heads while seated to open or close the side slots. However, if they're down, occupants are vulnerable to being shot out. It also features bulletproof glass at the front that breaks when the module's health reaches 420 HP or shot with an AK 56 times. This lever the best suited for various scenarios. For the tank build, I recommend the 3-slot chassis, with the engine module at the front, an armoured cockpit in the middle, with a second engine on the back for added speed and redundancy, in case one engine is destroyed. The armoured cockpit and engine are essential modules, but you could replace the second engine with an armoured passenger module. If you do, move the engine to the middle for better protection. For the absolute fastest vehicle, you'll need a 4-slot chassis to fill each slot with a dedicated engine and engine cockpit. Its larger size makes it more stable off-road. However, all the engines will consume a lot of fuel. I found that this build will consume around 9 fuel for a loop around the airfield. For transporting liquids to your base, you want the 4 fuel for a loop around the airfield. I found that this build will consume around 9 fuel for a loop around the airfield. For transporting liquids to your base, you want the 4-slot chassis, with an armoured cockpit, engine, and tank module. The 4-slot chassis allows you to later remove the cockpit and attach a second tank if you no longer plan on driving it. My pick for transporting loot is a 4-module chassis, including an engine, armoured cockpit, storage container, and a final engine on the back. In transporting a lot of loot, I prioritise speed, protection, and reliability. My pick for the best raid vehicle includes the 4-slot chassis, including an armoured cockpit, engine, and camper van module, seating a max of 6 people. The camper van module allows you and your teammates to continuously spawn up outside the enemy's base. It also gives you the freedom to adjust your spawns based on how the situation evolves. I would suggest you have a teammate that uses the transport build in tandem with this vehicle, as one teammate can stock up on loot and drive it home, while the other bunkers down and continues the raid. And for the overall winner, I've picked the raid build, due to its combination of storage, spawn points, seating, and protection, meaning it can be practically used anywhere. You can drive vehicles within safe zones, but be extremely careful, as damaging any player will result in you being the turret's primary target.
Okay.
Avoid driving to the front gates and leave your vehicle on the outskirts locked. Therefore, players won't be able to damage it, get in, or troll by standing around it. When driving at full speed, you can jump out the vehicle without taking damage. Use this to your advantage when driving by a player, if you can't hit them with a car. But then they'll continue to watch the vehicle as it drives by. But if you hop out right as you're passing them, you can catch them off guard and get an easy kill. Even if you don't have a storage module, dropped items stay inside the vehicle. This means if you need to quickly dump loot, you can hop inside, drop your items on the ground, and they'll stay within the vehicle. Now you can drive off and back home full of loot. Space out passenger modules from your armoured cockpit. Typically, the armoured cockpit has a back wall protecting the driver. However, once you attach a passenger module like the camper van directly to the back of the armoured cockpit, it now opens. This means once the camper van is damaged, enemies will have a massive hole to shoot you through. And that's it. If you made it this far, I would appreciate the like. Thanks for watching, and I hope to see you in the next one.
It smells like, listen. Really wicked and very smart.
This is preventing wound sugar. So this is where my comeback ends. I'm starting to think these drugs. You don't know about sports like tennis. It's like a tortilla.
Hey guys, welcome back to the other channel, and we're here doing a game where we're blind tasting wines, and we're going to guess where in the world they come from. It is going to be 4 of us, Chase, Matt, Charlie, and I, versus
Tyler. I work as a sommelier restaurant. We do blind tasting wine and such portions of tests. So it's going to be a little bit of us. Me versus them.
Matt's I already experienced, by the way. Yep. We already beat Tyler in his own game, I'd say.
I will take you too. This is easy. You can check that video out on this little channel called Penguin Decisions. There is 0 chance. No, there's 0 chance that Tyler wins. And you're going to kick his ass. There's 4 of us. I was going to say there's 4 of us. That's it. We can just spread out. Yep, we can see the numbers.
Shotgun approach. Yeah. I don't know who said it, but this is comfortably an old world war.
Really?
Yeah.
Ooh. Based on color, I was saying New World.
So what did you guys
That's terrible.
That's just alcohol.
Nobody in Europe could make something that cheap.
They just don't.
Yeah, this is like Trader Joe's level 1, I think. Yeah, I'll actually go through it on the map. I think I can
What's our early guesses? You gave them the rundown, but what is the protocol?
Yeah.
The safety part?
So what you're looking for a lot more so is you want to narrow down Old World and New World. So is this from Europe, Old World, or is it from everywhere else? And you're looking for, does this have dominant fruit, or does it have dominant earth? So if you're looking at dominant earth, you're dancing around Europe, playing that party. It's dominant fruit, you're going to dance around the other, let's say,
the unnamed.
5, yeah. 4 other continents that grow on.
Going to the U.S., I couldn't decide where I could in the U.S. So I went to Carolina. Not that nice, I just thought, maybe go to Carolina has some vineyards or whatever. I'm very confident this is like a cheap, like, U.S. baseline that they just put into, like, Walmart shelves.
I agree. Have your bets. I'm going to go into the California side.
Yes, sir.
Just because so much comes from there, I know they're pumping out some slop.
Yeah, you're right.
So,
Yeah, I'm going straight in from Napa Valley.
just a quick question. Any region can produce slop, though, right?
There is garbage in every region.
That's one dimension.
Yeah. I got it really quick to give you a student, but I think we should go to Canada.
Yeah.
I'm going to say, which one's the equators?
Low chocolate.
Yeah, I'm going to say this one's from Spain.
Listen.
Yeah. Actually, Valencia looks like a coastal area.
Oh, all right, Airport. I think I want to take a bit of I do see that one with the kangaroo on it quite a bit, and I'm thinking maybe this is an Holland.
I like that. I like that.
Yeah, Australia. All right. And for the guy who's no idea what he's talking about. Where it's not from.
So I think some big things that are giving away out on the guest portion is that this is fruits, like a fruit bomb, like a really freaking jam, which would take me outside of cheese region here, right? I think I have to batch back. And let's say it's Napa Valley. So I would think it's California, maybe, especially because it tastes very cheap. Like slop.
Okay, so we have the potential for a tiebreaker. Before we reveal what it is, we should differentiate some extra things so that way one of you can be right if it's correct. So, like, you could guess the name of it or, like, the price maybe. You want to guess a price point?
Oh, let's do it. Price point, big bottle. 22 minutes.
The three-row Mazda CX-9. Mazda. It's made to move you.
Take advantage of one of these exceptional offers at your local Mazda dealer today.
Maybe not.
All right.
I did it with like a.
Wait, you're not playing this game.
I'm the right concentration.
I won't say this is 12.
There it is. From Terra.
Where are we at?
Chile.
All right, who wins?
Cabernet, Slow, Chile.
Holy shit.
You want to exclude me again, Danny?
Wait, no, that's not what I excluded you.
Yeah, where in Chile?
Valley Central.
It's probably the center of the country, right?
Central Valley.
Yeah. Right there. Right there. It's 22.
Charlie's definitely closer.
That's fine.
All right, point Charles. There it goes.
I knew it. You're the only point we get.
Oh, yeah.
Trying to see the inside of the bottle.
That's something my biggest.
This is Uma.
Are you all good, Chelsea?
Fermented room sugar.
I hope that was wrong. That's a banger. Alright. So this is a white wine. Not bad.
White one's ass. This is where that heat transfer up.
Yeah.
Really?
Because when you put your hands on it, it'll warm it a little bit. You get more, like, more aromatic.
We spell this full body.
I would call it very cheap back in the rough.
I'll call it big body.
But I would say it's lighter.
Yeah. It's thick.
Yeah, light.
Yeah, I don't hate that.
Not great.
I hate it.
Could be a lot worse.
I don't know anything about white wine.
I just think I don't. I just think I don't have the palate.
Yes?
Yes, all of them.
No, I think these are just cheap wines.
I'm going in France. I think it's a cheap, old
You guys want me to keep the Napa guess just so we can.
That feels like a rough.
I think this is an Axe White. That's the real name, Axe White. That's what it is. From California. Actually, I am going to say California.
Wow, okay. This is like some bullshit like White Zinfandel from Barefoot Vineyards.
I have no idea.
This almost tastes like a British one.
Oh, like that.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That Charlie, that's good.
I saw this anyway, so I thought that's sweet. Is anyone else in you guys Germany or?
See what they're doing in Toronto.
You know?
Right.
Let's find out.
Someone has like global.
Yes, there it is. Bang. Bang.
I like that. That's a good guess. That's a good guess. You think they're cheap white wines.
You guys are going to be shocked.
The thing that sucks is I don't want to even off you. You just kind of use a Napa, but it really feels like this would be something.
If that's your guess, run it. Yeah.
So I think this one has tastes kind of like your element. But it's a glass agree with that vision. I'm looking for a lot more fruit. Granted, yeah, I do think it's in the swill portion. But I want to say, I think it's from Italy. I think we're looking at maybe northern Italy, like some kind of cold Sauv Blanc, or I'm gonna move a little bit higher, or a Pinot Grigio. So it's
This guy's good. Okay.
possible.
Come on, show me. Yeah, but make
Show me Toronto. Make my day. Give me France.
Show me Iran.
France. 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 That's awesome. It's right there.
Yeah,
So
I love white burgundy. I just got cooked.
wow.
And it's 100% Chardonnay. So this is the full-bodied wine. I didn't pick that up at all.
Wow. Well, they always say Charles knows his white wines.
Yeah. Your arrow couldn't be closer to Chablis. It's literally right above the tip there.
Charles, good work. No
You've been on fast.
we would be here. 2-0.
This guy's
one of his song levels.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
And we're on.
You guys can come be sobbing for the day.
All right, wait a second.
It's all video.
They're asking what wine to recommend. Toronto. Fantastic wine coming out of Iran.
It's not. All the song people are going to be like, there's no way it's all white burgundy.
It's very alcoholic. Wow.
It is a little rubbing alcohol.
Oh, fuck me.
Kind of.
Oh, that's terrible.
Wow.
It is like,
That's.
Oh, wow.
There are no deep sweaters in that. Yeah, I know exactly what it is.
Yeah.
Actually.
Dude, it smells so much like a gusher or something, and then there's like no flavor to it.
Oh, fuck me. Oh, fuck me. Wow. Okay. Yeah, that's a Californian wine for sure. There's no doubt in my mind there. That is, I think this has all the makings of one of those, like, very cheap, very, like, not complex, simple alcohol tabs.
yeah.
You know what? I should get crazy. Canada, Texas.
Oh,
Whoa.
They also do make wine.
Little Texan wine. All right, you guys go ahead. Yeah. I'm smelling stuff.
I'm gonna.
I don't know what it means.
I'm gonna hazard a guess.
Well, you didn't go through the course that way.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
So when you smell that one,
Yeah,
When you really whip it, it makes you want to go, woo!
This is from the beautiful region of Blue Ridge, Georgia. Because I've been to wineries up there, and they're always like, "This is a very sweet wine." Every single time they say, "What
have you
wine?"
had an Appalachian wine?
Yeah. Not to this day, but I don't believe it could be out of the realm.
I still can't believe many of the
Yeah, that's the nose.
that was crazy.
Reno making any good wine these days? Probably not. I would say a nice
Rally.
a little North Carolina wine.
Rally wine.
Yeah. Yep.
All right.
All right.
It kind of just
So
says.
this is where my comeback begins.
Uh-oh.
We're about to get an anime double. So this, at first, again, we all notice there's so much fruit to this wine. It's like cooked fruit, like almost too far, which makes me like want to go U.S. I'm thinking U.S., Australia, or outside of France. And just because it has enough tannin, those tea sweaters that I think we're doing, I think we have to live in U.S. And I'm going to just have to go with the Napa Valley.
Okay.
I think we have Cabernet from Napa Valley at $9.99.
What's your price, Charlie, for a tiger?
I'm gonna go. I think it's probably a $5 one. I think it's
$5.
Yeah. I think it's like
$10.
I think this might be from Aldi.
And you're both saying Napa.
Or low. It's the yellowtail. I should have kept it. That's the Australian.
Australia.
Wait.
Chase win!
Oh my god. Well, wait, because the map goes to the Pacific too.
This is flat. I understand what you're saying.
The ice wall. Yeah.
I guess technically.
I think technically you two are the closest.
Yeah.
So what's the price for?
I said $5.
$10.
Oh my god!
He's crazy!
How are you doing this?
I'm one less than he's the king of it now.
Ice is amazing.
It's so bad.
Hold out Charlie's evil laugh.
So smooth and fruity.
See, there's the problem. I was getting the wrong accent coming through the wine.
You were getting a Texan Southern drawl.
Yeah. Turns out it was Australian.
With notes of dark plum, mulberries, and subtle spice.
Damn, just so
You
much
were
fruit.
so close to going Australia.
Yeah, I wanted to dance in the realm, but I was like,
A tall boy.
It kind of smells nice.
oh, check this out, boys.
Oh my god.
What's going on? Where do I think this is one from German.
Oh, I was thinking Riesling.
That's what I was.
It's like almost carbon. Yeah, that's weird.
We go Hamburg. Go looking to Hamburg. Dude, don't shit about it. This is like an actually pretty decent tasting white wine, which means it's probably from Germany. It's probably
No reason to go somewhere else in Germany when I could take this red herring and go straight into northern Italy.
Oh my god, he's done the unthinkable.
They said he wouldn't do it, but he did.
I got a crazy guess.
He ran away.
Wanna see a magic trick?
Like never before.
You need us.
Are you in or are you out? I have a trick that is bigger and better.
I'd say the Greek varietal, you guys absolutely it's recent. Because when you get like that residual sugar, it almost like comes to honey a little bit. It's totally Riesling. So you have Riesling from Australia, Riesling from Germany, and there's some Riesling that lives over here in the Washington area. Or you got the Italian. Yeah. Well, the Japanese Riesling. That's more it's either going to be a dagger to the rest of the game with 57 points, or about nothing. It's the Columbia Valley. That's it. Columbia Valley. That's in Washington. Okay. You got it. All right. Yeah. The best part is that you guys said this.
okay, bro. It's okay. I won't loot you. I won't loot you. You can keep your. School, my bro. School. Here. We can share the loot. I got the cards. Look. No? Oh, okay. Yeah, I was about to do the monument, you know.
right there. Doing a lot of rough. It's a rough line. So I would say that's a great game. So I was kind of good time. That's all the game. Start off.
So I did a lot of secondary tobacco. disengaged to this line, super soft integrated. I think because of the lack of food, and already further process of it's not.
Like I smell it.
That's the crazy part about like learning about wine. When you think about things you might not ever have to smell. You know what it smells like? Wait. I almost said order the I said this is Palm Ross and wow. Oh, wow. If you don't know the price on this, $4,500. So, legitimately, I looked and I was it got even better. Ooh, that was smart. It was even smart. We finished at 45 cheap Moscato.
No, like a cold cut. No, it's
the food.
it's like a cold cut.
It's
Oh,
really
yeah. It's like the food is like the phone trade line. Oh, yeah, you say I will tell you, it never gets dished like from no, I appreciate that. You want to that was a slap out of the line, and every college girl was like shocked like this. Moscato. Found it by long week Moscato. In the region of I guess I'm just going to go through like, I think it's a South American rule. You have to pull off my level 5. Where's it's got to be I'm not egging you on. The guy is right. Big person. Right? Because, so, let me. I think this is a line where they want to appear fancy, but there's just no shot they can really do it. I think this is old brand. Campo slash plant food. I think it's one of the most cool breweries. So, line 7, there's like a whole institution. It's like color yellow, dark yellow. It's stupid. But if you just put you have a lab or rabbits, you put it in the house. Yeah.
And top one comes from here. Top one comes from here. Top one comes from here. And they're even starting to grow just like they're following the Rock Valley. I'm going to go as far as reading a lot of secrets out of my I used to read. I want to go and read about somewhere. South of Western California. Well, that's my white wine. That's what I did. I wasn't. Good guys, dropped it in a little. Well, thank you so much for coming out. Yeah. Thank you again.
Certain bands inspired us to create a lot of us. I love how Ronald sings office full of passion and I love his name. Even up all night, sleep regression is hard. Oh no, sleep is great. So I'm not even going around going at home. Except that we're taking cheap and expensive whiskey and figuring out if we could use our power to produce more cheap whiskey. And determine if cheap whiskey is as good as expensive whiskey or if expensive whiskey is escape.
Hey, whiskey. Right back?
That's how that's going to go out on the all of the whiskey. But
is there anything in double digits? There is. Yeah, there's a few here in double digits. I would say most, there's only a couple here where there's just the one probably. Okay. Just odd. How many do we have?
Yes, there's a.
It's been nice being able to see you.
I'll explain the time. So time goes through the price is right because it's they're not going to pull your whiskey, tell you the name and the type of whiskey. You're going to tell us, say the price is right, but the bottle costs, so you can't go. That's for 1 point. Winner gets a point for like, and then everyone has also got trivia for you. General whiskey trivia for an extra point each.
All right. Give me some study tour. I know.
Yeah, I don't like whiskey.
I don't know if I go that far. I think a couple of years.
That's very like okay, so hold on. Not the new scoops. This one's terrible. Terrible. Let's just do it that way. If we were writing it at the same time, I would have said, I think this is one of those, you're a coal miner, you struck that you feel first and you go to the coal miner. Give me, I don't want to give me a mixture. And, you know, it's a nice bottle, but it's not crazy. I'm going to ask $70. Hey, that is only $80 off. Wow. All right. Yeah, we're going to after the trivia. Yeah, we get excited. What percentage of the match must be made up of rye? 60 minutes. 60. I was 60%. I was going to give you multiple. I'm gonna lock that one in. Back to one. It's A 33. Okay. B 60. C 51. Or D 80. I'll go C. C 51. 51. Most places go for 80%. There's an additional. Yeah. And honestly, like the U.S. government.
I can't wait to be up by 11 at the end of this one to say, to make it a tie.
That's a tough starting round.
This year it is.
Okay, here's my proposition moving forward. Remember, when doing the whole thing, it's actually being really That's actually so true.
This one is a stag team
That's 13, and it is a bourbon.
Okay. That's not a conclusion. There's only so many of these that can tell you which number you got. It's like a Black Lotus. Yeah, this is like a paper. That burned my lips. I hate when slow. That one really burned my lips.
Yeah.
Here's the problem. I don't know what's cheap or expensive in the whiskey world. It's all just ass. So, don't say it out loud. This didn't work for me last time. But the Mitch over there, yes, he was punching. Yeah, but this is like slapping. This is a very, I mean, it's bourbon, you know. Of course, it's different. I know the difference. They're very different. I can't tell you why, but it's like the difference between eating mud and horse shit. Yeah, I wouldn't want Mitch over this. I want Mitch over this. Basically. You would want Mitch over. I'm just going to put my price. What it made your gimmick?
I was going to say, we're bourbon guys. Of course we like drinking wine.
What it made your gimmick?
I was going to say, we're bourbon guys.
I'm just going to put my price. What it made your gimmick?
I was going to say, we're bourbon guys. Of course we like drinking wine.
The problem. Let's say I want another sip right now to taste it one more time, and then I lose. I have nothing to drink.
I think you already drank.
Oh yeah, you've already drank. Like if you want to just throw it back, you can do your thing.
Nigel loves the saxophone, and he loves helping others find their sound too. So he built a course on Kajabi that turned his passion into a business. That crescendoed into a community where musicians connect, take on challenges, and play in harmony together. That's the perfect blend that transformed him from a musician into an entrepreneur.
That's how much whiskey I think you're supposed to drink when you sip it.
Yeah, are you feeling better? Let's open it up. I'm like that baby from West Virginia. I'm going to slow it down. This is going to really be the
This one is Dad Junior.
Right? That's all he would have. I'm going out on a rookie here. Yeah, I'm up on boys. 55. He's going to cover.
Why do you get that on the schnoz?
I got you, man. I'm impressed. Thank God. I'm very
It was a whiskey stock being technical. A, B, when it gets to around 30 years. C, when it enters the bottle. Or D, when they don't stop.
Oh, that last one was very tricky. I think they probably stopped keeping
That is good. Same way.
I already know what the choice was, so I A, B, C, and D. I'm going to keep it. I'm going to go C. Yeah.
You're correct.
Hey. Enjoy Stag. That I'm a man of God.
A lot of food.
Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to a Rust tutorial on how to get a minicopter/helicopter on Rust. So what you're going to want to do is you're going to want to go to your outpost on your map. It's a different place on every map. Make sure you bring some low grade with you, and what you're going to want to do is they're normally found up here is you're going to want to go to the top of this building and outpost, talk to this guy right here. Go ahead, buy your mini, and then you'll go ahead, buy your mini, and then you'll see that it spawns on the helipad. And all you're going to want to do from there is chuck some of your low grade into the mini, and now you have your helicopter. Now, learning how to fly it is a whole different thing that I'm sure that you guys will have fun learning. But until then, that, my friends, is how to buy them. If you have any questions, make sure to leave them down. Low grade into it's on the helipad. Buy your mini. Okay, right here. Go ahead. Head in. Buy your mini.
Zaxby's birthday cake milkshakes are back, just in time for Zaxby's 35th birthday. So they're gifting you half-off handcrafted milkshakes. Happy birthday to us, Zaxby's hand.
This may break the game, or it may not. There's current form the attack heli and missile launcher are crazy powerful, and you need to know how to use them to stay ahead. In this video, I'll cover everything about the attack heli, and the missile launcher and parachute deployment. Taking off the prime and releasing started. The attack heli can be obtained in two ways: by stealing or purchasing from the Airwolf Veteran Bandit Camp for 2,250 scrap. In comparison, the minicopter is 750 scrap, while the transport heli is 1,250 scrap. Once you've purchased the attack helicopter, you'll spawn on the helipad, preventing any further purchases until it's ready. There's a 5-minute grace period during which other players can steal or damage the helicopter. However, if you wait longer than 5 minutes, the heli will be reclaimed and other players can take it for photo. Don't worry about loading spot fuel, as each helicopter can complementary 100 load on fuel. The attack helicopter features a combined fuel tank that can be accessed from the side of the craft. With the heli, you can also refuel while spinning the RSC. Let's compare the fuel consumption from each helicopter per minute, as well as how far each heli can travel on 50 units of fuel. This will give us an idea of each helicopter's fuel efficiency and speed. Now that you've refueled, you're ready to take off. Hop into the pilot seat and hold the button previously engaged. Unlike other helicopters, the attack heli doesn't have wheels, but if you hold the control key while pressing W, you can move the heli around as if it had wheels. Be careful though, any contact with objects will cause significant damage and quickly destroy the vehicle. Once you're airborne, the controls are the same as for any other helicopter. Be enjoyed all of your mouse movements. Overcorrecting is a common mistake that can cause you to lose control and hurry in one direction. The thought that is such a large investment, it's a good idea to practice one grade of solo that allows you to spawn an attack helicopter. If you're already comfortable flying a minicopter, you'll find the attack helicopters even easier to maneuver due to its faster turning and maneuvering ability. If you get stuck, you can push the heli by holding the handles and controls. The attack heli also features a searchlight that can be toggled on and off with the F key, making it easier to fly at night and spot enemy planes. The attack heli's primary feature is its ability to fire rockets from the pilots. You can load only high-velocity and incendiary rockets into the tubes in the head, which will fire from right to left. Once you're airborne, you can fire your rockets by pressing the left mouse button, with a small crosshair in the center of your screen to help guide your shots. After firing 6 shots, your rockets will enter an 8-second cooldown period, indicated by the cross. At the front of the vehicle, you can open up the turret view on to insert a custom gun weapon. This weapon will be controlled by the co-pilot in the front seat, who can shoot the turret rocket via the camera. The car also has access to fire the rockets by clicking right-click. This displays an icon for where it will fire along with the ammo type, making it easier to use. If you want to exit the screen, just press spacebar. When you enter the screen, the gunner can equip any tool or weapon to help. This includes a rocket launcher, as a third target. The weapon you put into the gunner seat will perform just around the same as a gun would. For example, if there's the spread of the M249 while shooting from the gun at 30 meters away, when compared to the spread from the same distance while standing, the gunner UI displays a compass, range, ammo count, when the weapon is reloaded. You can press R to manually reload. To avoid being shot down by the new homing missile launcher, you'll need to grab yourself some flares. Flares can be placed within the rocket tubes on the side. If you get locked on while flying, you'll hear this sound. And if the rocket is fired towards you, you'll hear this sound. Now it's a good time to deploy your flares by pressing right-click, which will always distract the homing rockets. We'll cover the homing rockets a little later in the video. The gunner can also equip a flare and throw it off the edge to help deflect incoming rockets. Additionally, flares do not protect you against player or monument SAM sites, as they have no effect on their trajectory. Currently, fighting Bradley is way too easy and is likely to change in the coming weeks. With just a single person, it's incredibly easy to destroy Bradley with just 7 high-velocity rockets if they all hit. You'll need to wait for him to leave the compound, so you can avoid the SAM sites and fire at him from a range so you can dodge the shells. I would expect this to change in the future, so check the comments for any updates. You can expect to see the attack heli frequently flying around the oil rig.
Earn 125,000 points and experience more with Chase Sapphire Reserve.
Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to a Rust tutorial on how to get a minicopter/helicopter on Rust. So what you're going to want to do is you're going to want to go to your outpost on your map. It's a different place on every map. Make sure you bring some low grade with you, and what you're going to want to do is they're normally found up here. Is you're going to want to go to the top of this building and outpost, talk to this guy right here. Go ahead and buy your mini, and then you'll see that it spawns on the helipad. And then all you're going to want to do from there is chuck some of your low grade into the mini, and now you have your helicopter. Now, learning how to fly it.
Hey guys, Defy here. In this video we'll cover everything to know about helicopters, including acquisition, controls, fuel consumption, durability, usability, SAM types, and storage. The only way you can obtain a minicopter or transport heli is through the Bandicam's Airwolf vendor. The minicopter will cost 750 scrap, or the transport heli costs 1,250 scrap, with both coming preloaded with 100 fuel. This can be quite expensive, especially if you're just a solo trying to get your first heli. The only other way to obtain a helicopter is by stealing one from another plane. Usually, if you're looking to steal a heli, look to the roofs of bases nearby and see if you can spot any. If you see one, try to be sneaky and bring ladders with you for quick access to their roof. Look out for traps, as most people protect their helis with auto turrets if they're not stored indoors. If you want to learn the helicopter's controls in an easy and stress-free environment, I recommend finding a server that lets you spawn them in. Just search heli or copter into the server browser and you should find many different ones to pick from. Once you are ready to fly, put enough fuel in for your trip and hop into the driver's seat by pressing E. Hold W to start the engine and the rotors will begin to spin above you. If you'd like to move to a better position before flying, you can drive the helicopter around by holding control, which will convert the flight WASD keys to ground movement. Once you are ready to fly, it takes a few seconds to gain enough upwards momentum. Once you begin flying, you'll want to use a combination of both your A and D keys, as well as your mouse to maneuver through the air. Be slow and gentle with your mouse movements, as I find the biggest mistake is overcorrecting, causing you to quickly plummet in one direction. Remember to push forward on your mouse to move forward, pull back to start slowing down and begin moving backwards, and side movements to tilt the heli in that direction. Once you're comfortable with the mouse movements, start combining them with the keyboard A and D keys. The keyboard will rotate the heli around its current position, while the mouse will tilt the heli, causing it to move in that direction. The minicopter is much easier to maneuver compared to the scrap helicopter. However, the faster movements of the minicopter might make it harder for some people to fly. When holding on the helicopter, you'll have an option to push it, which might be useful if you get it stuck. Also, the scrap helicopter contains a searchlight which you can toggle with the F key, making it easier to fly at night or spot enemy planes.
Manage your fertilizer risk with smaller, more accessible 10-ton fertilizer futures from CME Group. Trade a transparent, financially settled contract at 1/10 the size of standard fertilizer contracts and hedge with greater precision and lower capital requirements. Discover 10-ton fertilizer futures today.
Both the scrap heli and minicopter eat up 30 low-grade fuel per minute. In comparison, the motor rowboat only consumes 6 low-grade fuel per minute. The minicopter can store up to 500 low-grade fuel at a time, giving your max flight length of 16 minutes and 40 seconds. But can also be refueled while flying by holding the alt key and looking around to access the fuel tank. Once filled, turn to the front to see your fuel levels. Full displays when you have over 100 low-grade fuel. It means you have at least 200 seconds of flight. Half tank is reached when you have 50 low-grade fuel and 100 seconds of flight. And the red zone indicates you only have 25 low-grade fuel remaining and 50 seconds of flight. The amount of fuel you should bring depends on how far and how long you expect to be out using the heli. Also take into account how large your life size is and adjust accordingly. If you're going for a quick trip to a nearby monument, you'll want to have around 150 to 250 fuel, which will be more than enough flight time to do what you need. To get large quantities of fuel, you'll want to build or locate a small oil farm. These can be found within monuments and skyscrapers. To build one for your own personal use, you'll need a level 2 workbench with the scrap for the tech tree. You can also directly buy one from the outpost for 125 scrap, and research it in a research table for 75 scrap. I recommend using the provided farm with the outpost as you'll be safe while cooking them. Just remember to remove the certain players when serving items. The weapon contains 750 HP and can be destroyed by a range of explosives and tools, as I'm here. Transport heli contains 1,000 HP and will require these tools or explosives to completely destroy it. In total, the cheapest way to completely destroy one of these vehicles from a range is using 19 firearms for the medium and 25 for the transport heli. This allows you to easily destroy the scene's hard-earned helicopter through a range without costing multiple things. Helicopters can be used in many different scenarios to help you obtain loot or fire vehicles. previously knows two people, both transport functions and 2 seats at front and a group carrying with close to walk around one. Slide off with loosely.
Mother, I'm singing on the ground for my motherfucking new. I was like lumber back, she on the track. Then I slide out to the right loose. And she ain't going in, it's on mine. Mine, 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 first thing first, out of all my niggas, she cracking out for my niggas. If you get for some money, let me have it's up for the Drink up, first go to my nigga. My first nigga. Bunch of other niggas, cause I'm down for my niggas. I'm down for my niggas. Fuck the mother niggas. I'm riding for my motherfucking niggas. I was like lumber down. Swing on the truck. I'm side to my niggas. And they ain't gon' hear so mine. The motherfucker. Down with the niggas down for me. I got you. For your love and loyalty. Nigga tripping on the half a beat. And when you see I want about everything we see. Me and my down, let a nigga get twisted. Nigga get tripping like the gravy out your biscuit. You know I'm with you. Nigga, when I see you out, I'm like, yeah. Kiss my niggas. Drink that high and get straight with my niggas. Who got the hour? I'm riding for my motherfucking I was like lumber down. Swing on the street. I'm running that side out to my niggas. And they ain't going in, so mine. Mine.
Estás en casa para las fiestas y de regreso a tu cuarto. Uy, al menos puedes conseguirle a papá unos shorts nuevos en oferta. Algo que lo cubra más. World-class training isn't just for leaders well play. It's for the ones just getting their footing. For students who want to learn valuable skills and apply them. Decide to lead. Enroll in ROTC to become an Army officer. Hey guys,
If I hear, then this video will cover everything to know about helicopters.
No. Fuck. No. No.
narrow to it, fresh. Just what lettuce pineapple habanero? What is that over there? So we want to put the cilantro in here as well. Why you gotta take the? What are you doing? You know what's wrong? I want some heat. I don't want to think it's so spicy. This is what happened.
What the fuck?
You need to squeeze my feet. Okay, so
What are you telling?
Reverse recruiting, directed by Josh Brolin, Theaters Friday. Marines are made for this. Made for the calling only warriors can answer. Made from an unshakable.
So there has been a lot of drama. There has been, I saw this, Ludwig actually came out and started.
Fuck.
started talking, because I feel bad for him in a way, right? He says he will not talk to 95% of the streamers that he collabs with after retiring. Have I ever heard anything so unfathomably based?
Now, coming clean politically, I don't know if you guys know much about me. I share probably a decent amount of politics with some.
Yeah.
Not everything.
Yeah.
I'm not a socialist.
No.
Making money.
Oh.
CEO. But, you know, some other maybe more social issues, sure.
Yeah.
I'm also not even friends with some. Legit?
Oh.
Oh. I'm not. He's not someone that I invite to
normalize this. Normalize this. Not with Hassan, but with streamers. Most streamers aren't friends, they're coworkers, they're colleagues. Now, maybe some of them become friends. Like, I've become friends with people like S-Band or Nick, for example. I don't want to give a long list because then people will get offended that they're not on it, but I just came up with the first two people I could think of. But they're colleagues first. Usually that's how things start. Just like reality TV, yes. And so why can't we be friends? You've typed that 3 times. You do it again, you're banned. I read your... You think I don't read and memorize every message that happens in chat over the last month? Type it again, you're going to find out if I do. Go ahead. Go ahead, see what happens. You're going to have a bad day. Anyway, let me go back. I'll see if the rest of this... So this is normal. This is fine. I think that a lot of parasocial viewers...
Okay, round 2.
Sing on back for my motherfucking new. I'm cycling on the back. Sing on. We keeping that sad. I'm saying going in. So man, to the man. Man to the man. Man to the man. First thing first, I was all
Oh, fuck.
Fucking my face, right from the motherfucking nigga. I was like on the back, sing on that side. That's bad.
Oh, Perfecto. Now, how to build.
Think that streamer. Some other emotions and sure. Facts. Go ahead.
Debbie?
You know, they couldn't say the shit they want to say. They had the fake orgasms and shit. We can tell niggas today, hey, I want to yeah.
When you try to take a study break and you can't get your finance class off your mind, just ask who needs to dive deeper into any topic. So you're prepared for whatever the class throws at you. Wait, you didn't save me a slice?
The stomach on Snack Island.
I literally didn't even hear your question. It's so hot. Say that again?
Hey, what's going on, everybody? For First Week Feast, I'm Sean Evans, and you're watching Hot Ones. It's the show with hot questions and even hotter wings. And today we're joined by Will Ferrell. He's a comedy icon with a storied career in TV and film that spans decades. And he has a new film. It's called Downhill, in theaters February 14th. Go check it out, but first, The Wings of Death. Will Ferrell, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Sean.
How do you handle your heat, Will?
I enjoy spicy food to an extent. Yeah, how about yourself?
Well, I do by vocation.
I do have to say, I do have a very active ulcer right now, so I don't know if that'll be an issue.
Not at all. Don't even worry about it.
Great.
And I should say, full disclosure, you're supposed to do this interview with Will and Julie Louis-Drake.
She's under the weather.
And you cannot be taking on the wings of death when you're under the weather. You know?
No, there's no way.
There's no way. So the interview might be a little funky. Yeah. We're calling it audible. We got Will. We're going to make it work.
Absolutely.
Stop using this gatehouse.
Why should I? I never had a problem with it.
Well, gatehouse are easy to exploit. They don't need
Stop building your compound gate on this crust. Instead, you want to place a square.
Make it harder for people.
So you. That's
This new meta gatehouse is absolutely broken. It makes it so grubs can't ladder and build on your gatehouse, forcing them to go over a wall. This specific configuration also gives you great double chain link turret positions. And don't worry, this is compatible with basically every single build skin in the game. So click the link short if you want to learn how to build. This new meta gatehouse is absolutely broken. It makes it so grubs can't ladder and build on your gatehouse, forcing them to go over a wall. This specific configuration also gives you great double chain link.
Stop using this gatehouse.
Does your compound gate look like... This new meta gatehouse is absolutely broken. It makes it so grubs can't ladder and build on your gatehouse, forcing them to go over a wall. This specific configuration also gives you great double chain link turret positions. And don't worry, this is compatible with basically every single build skin in the game. So click the link short if you want. Build this new meta gatehouse. It makes it so grubs can't ladder or place floors, forcing them to go over a wall. It's very easy to build, so let's speed up the process. Make sure to place the roofs before you place these wall frames, otherwise they can't place. In order, grubs can't ladder or place floors, forcing them to go over a wall. And don't worry, it's very
easy to build. So let's speed up the process.
Oh.
Make sure to place the roofs before you place those upper wall frames. Otherwise, they can't be placed.
In order to place the barricades, we must before you place those upper wall frames. Otherwise, they can't be placed. In order to place the barricades, we must climb on top of the roofs and face towards the
Be sure to place the concrete barricades first, then the metal ones. When placing the deployables, you can put the horizontal embrasures on the inside for better visibility or on the outside for tighter peaks. Next up, you're going to want to have the pipes to make sure people can't build floors. Put an industrial splitter here and here. Then you're going to want to start piping around the gatehouse, making sure that any areas where people can put floors are now overlapped with the pipe. And then finally reconnect up with the opposite side that you started. Now you're able to go on the outside for tighter peaks to make sure people can't build floors. It's the bottom. Be sure to place the concrete barricades first, then the metal.